His brow relaxed as he began reciting the spells aloud, not the potion annotations, but the incantations the Half-Blood Prince had invented and recorded in the margins. Among them, the inverted bell was subtle yet vocal, requiring precise, practiced pronunciation. It was a pronounced spell, demanding skill from the caster. The Slytherin dorms weren't far from the lower-level potion classroom, after all, and the Half-Blood Prince had clearly marked the spell's use against enemies. As he flipped through the book, Lynn first encountered minor prank spells. One to make a target's toes grow uncontrollably, another to glue the tongue to the lower jaw, and one that filled everyone nearby with a buzzing sound detectable only by magic and auditory blocking charm. Many of these spells could have enhanced Lynn's power long ago, but he had chosen comfort over risk. "That's a nasty one," Lynn murmured, clenching his fist. He moved to a storage cabinet in the classroom corner, filled with potion ingredients, scales, tools, and tattered textbooks. According to his memory, Harry had obtained this Half-Blood Prince's book in his 8th year, so it remained in the lower-level potion classroom. Alohomora. Besides inverted bell, the book contained instructions for undoing the spell, but against an enemy, this was life or death. Lynn noticed the book specified 8 characters for enemies. He stood and moved across the dorm. In the corner of the first page, scribbled in messy handwriting and corrected multiple times, were the words, "Inverted bell vocal." Outside the Slytherin chamber, Lynn had mastered the fiery curse. At the moment Irina seized the diary, he had destroyed it with the fiery curse, complicating matters. Yet watching someone suffer under the Cruciatus curse without intervening weighed heavily on him. The shadowless divine blade spell, in Lynn's eyes, was nearly perfect white magic. It had minimal mental impact on the caster yet surpassed nearly all other white magic in power. Every page of the book contained notes from Hogwarts' student years, recording potion formulas, production methods, and clever ideas, proof that the Half-Blood Prince had truly been a genius in potion making. Finally he found it. In a blank space, Lynn spotted a spell. Shadowless Divine Blade. To him its power was second only to the unforgivable curses and the fiery curse. Any part of a wizard struck by Shadowless Divine Blade without a counterspell could not regenerate, and the wound would never heal. It was Sunday, professors and students were on break. With the basilisk slain, the crisis in Snape Castle was over, and the corridors around the potion classroom were empty, a rare moment of peace amid prior chaos. Seeing the spell, Lynn smiled. He tucked the book into his pocket and prepared to leave. Inverted bell required fine control, but was difficult to cast. Originally, Harry had only glanced at it and executed it flawlessly. Lynn had once thought his alchemical arrays were enough for any battle, ignoring spells that might affect his mind. But after the basilisk incident he understood. The Half-Blood Prince's notes contained spells of subtle yet powerful magic. Lynn approached the lower-level potion classroom, unlocked the door, and prepared to test his newfound knowledge. Had he faced the basilisk with Shadowless Divine Blade instead of the fiery curse, he would have needed only one precise strike to cleave it in half. Chapter 144. You're not trying to flirt with me, are you? Over the next week, Lynn attended classes during the day according to the schedule. At night, after the Malfoys had gone to sleep, he slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory under the disguise of an invisibility charm and went to the room of requirement to practice the Shenfeng wine curse. When Lynn passed by the wall in front of the room of requirement 3 times, silently thinking, "I need a place to practice spells," the room transformed into a training arena, the size of a basketball court, filled with countless dummies, some stationary, some movable. These dummies were created using Hogwarts' own magic and were virtually endless. Even if Lynn severed the heads of every dummy in the arena, new ones would appear within seconds in various corners of the open space. During this week of practice, Lynn repeatedly exclaimed that he had missed out on a fortune. The training dummies weren't just stationary targets, some moved with agility rivaling Professor Gringotts' skill. Even Lynn had difficulty hitting them with his spells. Had he known the room of requirement could provide such a training ground, he would have come here 2 years ago. In addition, every day Lynn visited Irina in the hospital. Under Madame Pomfrey's care, Irina's pale complexion gradually gave way to a healthy, rosy glow. Then, another weekend arrived and Lynn received good news. Pei Kioxing had been discharged. Her body still twitched at the slightest touch or small movement, and the lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse had yet to fully disappear. To celebrate her discharge, Paige snuck over to Irina's village a day late, buying dozens of sweet treats from Honeyjukes carefully chosen to annoy Carbucci. For her recovery, he said, handing over a small bag of sweets. Carbucci accepted the treats, her face lighting up. Honeyjukes snacks, you're the best. Thank you, Paige. After 2 weeks of being confined to a hospital bed, the slow pace had been maddening. Fortunately, Paige and Harry's group visited every day to chat and keep her company. Paige chuckled. He left the treats in your dorm. How about you sneak out later for a drink? Carbut. He froze. A drink? But Madame Pomfrey said, I have to follow a strict diet during recovery. It's not good for my treatment. Paige grinned. A drink of tea. Haven't you heard the Slytherin seniors say that the Lin Feng Fu tea house in Irina's village is amazing? Carbucci's hands trembled as she clutched the sweets, nearly choking on them. Lin Feng Fu tea house? The legendary couples hang out? She whispered incredulously. Paige, he's probably trying to use this as an excuse to flirt with you, isn't he? Paige rolled his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. He only knows that there's that one tea house in the village. Where else would he go? Indeed, while there were many places to drink in Irina's village, only Lin Feng Fu tea house served the kind of tea they wanted. Other spots, like the 8 Broomsticks or the Hog's Head, focused primarily on alcohol. Realizing Paige had a point, Carbucci nodded. After battling the basilisk and spending 2 weeks in the hospital, a day of relaxation sounded perfect. She hadn't prepared for a proper date, but having a cup of tea was something she was happy to do. Carbucci returned the sweets to her dorm and followed Paige out of Hogwarts through the secret passage behind the one-eyed wizard statue. Passage led to Honeyjuke's cellar, and on the way out, Paige even bought Carbucci a rainbow lollipop. On the walk to Lin Feng Fu tea house, Carbucci happily sucked on her lollipop, following Paige for about 10 minutes until they reached the corner where the tea house stood. The tea house was modest in size, shrouded in mist. Its exterior was adorned with ornate lace, and even the round tables were decorated romantically. For Paige and Pei Kioxing, both 21st century homebodies, the sight of couples everywhere was awkwardly overwhelming. Seeing couples kissing passionately outside, Carbucci felt her face flush for no reason. May I take your order? Lin Fengfu herself appeared, kindly asking as they found a corner table. Paige glanced at the menu, noting teas and coffee. I'll have a cup of Hogwarts, please, he said politely. Carbucci almost instinctively added, I'll have a Hogwarts too, the same as him, thank you. Lin Fengfu smiled knowingly at Carbucci's gesture, and nodded encouragingly before heading to the kitchen. He Kioxing realized what he had just done and blushed furiously. What was he even saying? Just order the tea, why add the same as him? Seeing Pei Kioxing's embarrassed expression, Paige tried to break the tension with a joke. Carbucci, do you know why Pei Kioxing ordered Hogwarts? Carbucci blinked, puzzled. Why? Paige said seriously, because Professor Quirrell's turban is too big and got stuck on me, so it's called Kai's Quirrell. After hearing Paige's joke, Carbucci felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. Even standing outside in the heat later, it wouldn't feel as chilling. Pei Kioxing slumped onto the table, groaning, that was terrible. Don't tell that one again. Carbucci, still looking dazed, watched Paige scratch his head, muttering in mild exasperation. Chapter 145. How I Wish Time Would Freeze. Soon Madame Patchett placed 2 cappuccinos on the table before Lin and Irina. The rich foam was dusted with cocoa powder, forming a delicate heart. Irina, trying to hide her embarrassment, lifted her cup and took a small sip. Watching her lower her gaze to drink, Lin's expression softened. Warm sunlight streamed through a nearby window, catching her snow-white hair, and her lively blue eyes made the small cafe feel even cozier. How I wish time could freeze in this moment, Lin whispered, glancing at the heart-shaped cocoa pattern in his cup, reluctant to disturb it. His dim crimson eyes, usually like a faint candlelight, seemed to brighten in that instant. What are you saying? Irina tilted her head, not hearing his whisper clearly. Why aren't you drinking? Don't tell me your bad joke made it impossible for you to face your cappuccino? Lin chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair before finally taking a satisfied sip. Hey, what are you doing? Irina exclaimed, quickly smoothing her hair back into place. If you do that again, I'll get mad. Warm water gone bad, Professor, Lanfin commented seriously. Humph, it's the little rascal, Lanfin shrugged. Lanfin, did he need something from you? By the time they returned to Hogwarts Castle, the sun was nearing the horizon. Isn't it funny? Dumbledore's usually stern face now held a rare smile. You used to help him with herbology, didn't you? I suppose his grades in that subject weren't too shabby either. Want something to drink? Lanfin nodded, and a thought popped into my mind, so I asked, Professor, is it true that whether the Half-Blood Prince's sword can be drawn from the Sorting Hat depends not on the wielder, but on the hat's will? YG1 raised his wand, and a teacup appeared in front of him. Lanfin smiled and nodded. He made a gesture of pounding his chest with both fists and said earnestly, because when the little rascal is angry, he's stealthy. It was evening. In the portraits along the walls of the headmaster's office, past headmasters had not rested. We watched curiously as Lanfin, the towering wizard, entered. Lanfin looked puzzled, but you only threatened the Sorting Hat with fire and still drew Irina's sword. Professor, you're clearly a Gryffindor. Last year, with Lanfin's help, I hadn't even noticed his grades during the end-of-term announcements. He got it right. Don't worry, Lanfin said, tapping my head. I gave him a little gift. Before YG could finish speaking, Cappuccino interrupted with a smile. The fact that he could draw Irina's sword shows he truly is Irina, or at least, at that moment, he possessed her noble qualities. YG produced a worn potion textbook from his pocket and handed it to Dumbledore. Long before the previous year's finals, Lanfin had already noticed Dumbledore's consistently excellent potion grades, much like his own prowess in herbology. Noticing Lanfin's gaze, Cappuccino smiled. Looking at the statues guarding the office, Lanfin pulled a long list from his pocket and began reading it aloud, one by one. Dumbledore's teeth chattered, and I realized my robes were too thin. Lanfin took a seat behind the headmaster's desk. I saw the Sorting Hat I had abandoned outside the Chamber of Secrets now resting safely beneath the desk, and Irina's ruby-embellished sword displayed on the other side. After a short while, Lanfin had entered the office fully. From a distance, our backs resembled the couples strolling outside Hogsmeade, almost no difference. Lynn teased, Irina, do you know which animal in the world is the quietest when it's angry? Before leaving Madame Patchett's cafe, YG and Dumbledore had returned toward the secret passage. Lanfin looked up to see Cappuccino smiling kindly from the steps leading to the headmaster's office. Cappuccino shook his head firmly. Lanfin, the Sorting Hat, is one of Hogwarts' founding artifacts, bound by the rules of Godric Gryffindor. Even if the hat wished it, no one except the true Irina could ever draw her sword. Lanfin nodded slightly. Yes, Professor. What gift? Dumbledore sat upright immediately, fully alert. By now the potion exam had been graded, and naturally, I decided to hand the textbook to Dumbledore, who had more need of it. Lanfin smiled and said, it's fine. You found it next week outside the lower-level potion classroom, learned all the spells, so give the book to him. His potion skills are strong enough without it. In Hogsmeade, Lanfin and YG's hands found each other naturally as they walked. YG waved for Lanfin to follow him down the spiral stairs from the headmaster's office. Hearing Lynn's sudden question, Irina looked puzzled. What do you mean? Cappuccino tapped his wand on Lanfin's teacup, filling it with steaming liquid. Before he told you about the Gryffindor chamber, he went himself, retrieved it, and brought it back. Chapter 146. We cannot wait until tragedy strikes to regret it. Dumbledore's words caught Lynn N off guard. He truly was a Gryffindor, how could this be? But Dumbledore continued. At first, Irina couldn't pull the sword of Gryffindor, perhaps because her only intent was to kill the basilisk. But when you tried, Lynn N, your purpose wasn't merely to slay the basilisk, you were trying to protect her, weren't you? Lynn N fell silent. Just as Dumbledore said, even as a Slytherin, he had reached for the sword not out of selfish desire, but to use its power to shield her from the relentless torment of the heart-piercing curse. At that moment, your goal was no longer pure utility, it was about protection, wasn't it? Gryffindor embodies courage buried deep within, boldness, decisiveness, and generosity of spirit. And at that moment, you had the courage to protect others at all costs, and the resolve to face death if necessary. That, Lynn N, is what makes a true Gryffindor. Dumbledore spoke with joy, his gaze full of admiration for the younger generation. Lynn N nodded thoughtfully, recalling the moment he first arrived at Hogwarts and stood before the Sorting Hat. Back then, the Hat had told him he possessed traits of all four houses: courage, loyalty, wisdom, and ambition unmatched by others. Sitting before the headmaster's desk, staring at the closed office door behind him, Lynn N allowed himself a faint, self-mocking smile. You wish to learn the Lynn N spell, Professor? Dumbledore asked gravely. Lin En's expression hardened, but he didn't immediately respond. Instead, he asked steadily, "May I know why, Professor? Unless there's something more pressing, you won't be able to enjoy your own dinner tonight." Indeed, Dumbledore did not immediately leave as Lin En expected. Instead, he regarded him solemnly. The qualities of students from all 8 houses could be seen reflected in him. After a moment, Lin En stood and said with unwavering conviction, "But he is a Slytherin, Professor. As a teacher, you are meant to teach your students white magic. If his goal is to learn the ding by spell, then please let him enjoy his own dinner. If he misuses the Lin En spell, his heart may grow dark, and everything he cherishes could be destroyed because he crossed a forbidden line." Dumbledore was not concerned with rules alone at most, he was seeing glimpses of Lin En's qualities. Hearing this, the professor's eyes brightened. Over the past 2 weeks, Lin En had almost forgotten the basilisk's corpse. It was a valuable alchemical resource. Dumbledore might not even have been able to replicate the basilisk's death or petrification spells. Perhaps, like last year when he had waited 2.5 minutes for his sorting results, Dumbledore understood instinctively. Yes, the true purpose of this journey was to learn the Lin En spell. Tragedy. Lin En's flames danced like fiery spirits at his fingertips, even nudging the teacup in front of the professor. After all this discussion, it came down to this crucial point. "I must tell you, Professor, that wielding a sword or not in the end is fundamentally the same. You cannot wait until tragedy has already struck to regret it." Dumbledore's eyes softened with gratitude. He nodded heavily and left the office. "By the way," Lin En added more lightly, "the basilisk's corpse is still outside the Gryffindor chamber. It belongs to him as spoils of battle." Dumbledore smiled. Lin En's voice grew clear. "The basilisk's fangs are merely tools. It is your own strength that counts. The Lin En spell may be a double-edged sword, but it allows you to protect those you hold dear. Even though he ultimately joined Ding by house, no one can say he belongs purely to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw." Dumbledore responded calmly. "Lin En can destroy Horcruxes. If tonight you mastered the Ding by spell, you could destroy the diary directly, but in doing so, you might suffer consequences. Even the shed skin of a basilisk has minimal alchemical value, let alone the basilisk itself." "Thank you, Professor," Lin En said solemnly. "But Professor, he must understand that the Lin En spell is extremely dangerous white magic. It affects the caster's mind and can rebound, causing death, as it has for other wizards." Dumbledore's gaze grew sincere. Lin En continued, "And, Professor, he has no ordinary affinity for fire. He can control any flame, any form of fire. You can guide him like you control these magical flames, but if mishandled, the Lin En spell could spiral out of control." The professor's eyes darkened slightly as he grasped the gravity of the responsibility. "But it is white magic, Ding by. You teach your students white magic, even if it seems weak and controllable. There is more than one way to destroy a Horcrux. The basilisk's fangs could do it too. It is a double-edged sword, yes. It could harm the wielder while defeating weaker foes. But the sword is not meant to harm him, it is to allow him to fight for those he values most." Chapter 147. Unworthy of position, disaster will follow. Although Lin's conversation with Dumbledore this time didn't yield the opportunity to learn the Incendio Infernum curse, he wasn't discouraged. Everyone knew that next year, the 3rd year at Hogwarts, when Harry would be a student, would be the safest year the castle had seen in 7 years. Even the ultimate final boss was Harry's godfather. For the coming school year, the Sinn Feng Wang spell was already more than enough for Lin and Irina to rely on. Before Voldemort's resurrection, Lin had ample time to search for and learn the Incendio Infernum. There was no need to pin all his hopes on Dumbledore. After enjoying the evening banquet, Lin took a moment to visit the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Using a bag enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, he packed up the basilisk's corpse and returned early to his dormitory for rest. The next day, after classes, Lin and Irina met again in the room of requirement. Having experienced the tranquil, leisurely atmosphere of Madame Patchett's café yesterday, Lin had grown fond of such calm settings. This time, as he entered the room of requirement, he silently thought, "Not I need a place for a meeting, but I need a place to sit, chat, and enjoy tea." Inside, they found themselves in a small, cozy tea house. Though the space was tiny, the warm light from above lent it an unexpected sense of comfort. With finals approaching, the basilisk dead, yet that pretentious Lockhart still strutting about outside the castle, Ron's words rang true. You don't need the plot to go off track. In the original story, Cow Leaking had been forced by Lynn and Cowla to explore the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Before retreating, Irina had seized Cowla's wand and cast a memory charm on them, but Harry's broken wand caused the spell to backfire, leaving Irina herself temporarily daft. What Lynn had done was also exposed by Cowla. Reflecting on all the foolish things Fudge had done in the original story and seeing the boorish Irina outside the castle now, one could only agree with Ron's assessment. For 2 years after Professor Green's departure, Lockhart's castle had not hosted a qualified defense against the dark arts professor. Ron said calmly, his dark crimson eyes seemingly void of light. Every professor who comes to teach at Lockhart's school has no right to impose their own office arrangements. Once, I came to the defense against the dark arts professor's office to study under the famed French alchemist, Professor Green, and the office was full of alchemical equipment and materials unrelated to the subject. Hogwarts nodded, partly understanding though not fully, trusting Lynn's guidance. Irina, seeing Cowla, who had confronted her at the start of term, stepped forward instinctively and asked, "So, even though you haven't let the plot derail, you are now taking it back into your own hands? Those unworthy of their positions invite disaster. Those who are virtuous in position avoid calamity. Don't forget, in the original story, all the foolish deeds by Fudge brought great misfortune. If Irina were allowed to continue her deceit, or if I caused trouble, it would surpass Fudge's disasters. So what's your plan next?" Ron stepped away from the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Before retreating fully, I remembered to close and lock the office door behind us. Ron pondered for a moment, then explained the proposed plan to Hogwarts. Finals were last week. Act over the weekend. By then you will. Whether Irina is exposed has little impact on what happens next, right? In your view, Irina was so incompetent that even her disarming charm was shaky. Letting her run wild would barely stir any trouble. Cow Leaking asked aloud. Time passed and the weekend arrived. The office remained unchanged, but everything outside was still as before. Ron concisely outlined what Hogwarts needed to do, and Cow Leaking carefully memorized it. Hogwarts placed a finger on his lips, deep in thought, while casting the Phantom Illusion charm to follow closely behind Ron. "Mr. Ron, is there something you need?" Cowla shrugged. "Frankly, these are plot points that work against you. Use your foresight to adjust them. For those that don't benefit you, work to bring them back on track. You must change the plot without completely derailing it. That delicate balance is what works against you most if mismanaged." Hearing this, Irina assumed Cowla was finally in trouble and might seek her help. Before lunch, the senior wizards retired for their midday rest, but Cowla walked confidently toward Irina's defense against the dark arts office. "Professor Irina, is he here?" Cowla glanced around the office, noticing it was plastered with portraits of Irina, each one more flamboyant than the last. Ron said calmly, "If you have no business here, couldn't you leave?" By now, the basilisk had long been slain by Ron and Cow Leaking, but that boastful schemer, Irina, still thrived, flaunting stolen memories daily. Finally, the door opened. Irina stood there, flashing her bright, perfect teeth. Though a professor, she had decorated her office like a celebrity fan meet, an almost sacrilegious display for a defense against the dark arts teacher. Ron shook his head with a wry smile. "Cow Leaking, she overestimates public opinion. Irina's reputation in the British magical world is high. If in the future I fall under Voldemort's control, her influence could sway otherwise neutral wizards against you." Seeing this, Cowla frowned, showing a troubled expression. Following the principle of persuading one fan at a time, Irina again flashed her black teeth and smiled. "Of course, Mr. Ron." Chapter 148. I will send you to St. Mungo's. "Mr. Roll, do you have any questions you'd like to ask me?" When Lynn locked the door to the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Lockhart felt a wave of unease. He asked cautiously. Lynn placed a copy of Wandering with Werewolves, written by Lockhart himself, on the desk in front of him and said calmly, "Professor, I noticed in this book that you know a spell called the Human Restoration Charm, which can turn a werewolf back into a normal human. Could you demonstrate it for me? I want to learn this spell." Lockhart's expression froze. He didn't actually know the Human Restoration Charm. Everything in that book had been cobbled together from other people's stories. Now Lynn wanted him to perform the spell. How could he possibly do that? "Mr. Roll, the Human Restoration Charm is an advanced spell. I don't think you're ready to learn it yet. If you have no other questions, you may leave, Lockhart said, forcing a smile, desperate to get Lynn out of his office. Lynn remained unmoved. He said softly, "You're right. I probably am not ready to learn this spell, but could you at least demonstrate it? Let me have something to remember." Lockhart frowned. This spell requires an enormous cost from the caster. It's meant to fully restore a werewolf to human form. There are no werewolves here, so I see no reason to waste such a cost. Hearing this, Eulance's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. "Is that so? But Professor, didn't you write in your book that you simply waved your wand and the old werewolf returned to normal?" Lockhart laughed and shook his head. "Record everything, yes?" Irina raised her wand, aiming it at Lockhart. "That's ruthless." When Irina slammed against the wall, Lockhart could feel the office shaking. Eulance remarked coolly, "He may be reckless, but using an obliviate charm on a wizard without consent is illegal. That alone could land him in Azkaban." "Who knows?" Irina laughed harshly. After all, just roll alone didn't have enough ways to kill Irina after you. Lance's spell was cast. "So what?" Lynn reasoned. In Roll's mind, presenting the story as though it were his own work kept the book selling. Readers enjoyed tales of an American wizard supposedly ridding a village of werewolves, even if the real deeds were ours. Putting my photo on the cover would ruin it. My sense of fashion is non-existent. The student only wants you to demonstrate the spell, yet you refuse at every turn. That shouldn't happen with a wizard like you unless you really do know the spell. But the stories outside the book feel so real. Could it be that those experiences were actually his, and he stole them for his book? Eulance laughed and asked. Lockhart's tone was calm, as though stating a fact. Even without seeing Irina's book, the external information was enough to let him guess its truth. He looked helplessly at a corner of the office where Irina had collapsed, almost turning to mush. Her voice turned cold, and a faint white glow emerged from her wand tip. Lockhart chuckled warmly. "Good guess. Truth will reveal itself." He performed the human restoration charm, because the stories outside the book were his own experiences. Could it be that he made up these magic books entirely on his own? Eulance's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. She said firmly, "I see nothing wrong with what I did." Irina was blasted by a purple beam, flying across the office and crashing against the wall. Sliding down, she fell silent. She had never imagined that all her actions would be so easily exposed by Lockhart. Lockhart turned to Eulance, pointing his wand at Irina's head. "A stint in Azkaban would have been lenient. Next, you'll be sent to St. Mungo's. One forgets all." "With you," Lance's icy voice, a beam of white light shot forth. Lockhart's voice was resolute. "I suppose, Mr. Lynn, he deserves this scrutiny from a clever professor like you." "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lynn. You must cast an obliviate charm. Once he forgets these events, no one can expose you, and your book will continue to sell forever." "That's perfect," Eulance nodded. Faced with Eulance's questions, Irina showed no remorse. Lynn had snuck into the defense against the dark arts professor's office precisely to strike at Eulance. Sticking out his tongue playfully, he said, "Who asked me to attack him?" "Humpties." Irina boasted, "But it's complicated," as he said. "Your work isn't easy. You'll need to track and investigate, find out how we did these things. Then you have to cast an obliviate spell so we forget everything completely. Lockhart says you have nothing to be proud of. This is your obliviate. Lynn, you'll still put in some effort, but all you need to do is sign books and take photos." Eulance had actually hidden in the professor's office to record Irina's every word and spell with a two-way mirror while Lockhart coaxed her into revealing the truth. But as Irina chanted, a thick purple beam shot from the corner, striking her head with force. Lo waved the two-way mirror in front of Lockhart, smiling. "It's all recorded." Irina glared at Lockhart. "Since he knows you've been acting." Lo dispelled his illusion. Outside the office, Lynn saw a panicked array of Irina's images. With a flick of his wand, a burst of magical fire rose, burning all the images to ash. Chapter 149. And then you turned around and ran away with Lynn. "So you're telling me that Lockhart ended up like this, because the memory charm he cast on you was reflected by your defensive alchemical weapon, and the office was completely burned because the magic flames you unleashed while resisting went out of control?" In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at Lynn with a mixture of doubt and disbelief. If anyone's flames could go out of control, Dumbledore thought, it certainly wouldn't be Lynn's. With Lynn's extreme affinity for fire, even if he let the flames sweep across the entire office, the room could remain unscathed if he wished. Yet, the footage in the two-way mirror that Irina had provided cut off the moment Lockhart cast the spell on Lynn. Nothing that happened afterward in the office was recorded. This left Dumbledore with no choice but to believe Lynn's version of events. In response to the headmaster's skepticism, Lynn calmly nodded, signaling that everything he had said was true. Very well, Dumbledore sighed, rubbing his temples. If Lockhart is a fraud, then naturally he cannot hold a professorship at Hogwarts. Dumbledore glanced over at Lockhart, not far away, his face smeared with snot and spittle, muttering nonsense like Makabaka and Way, Bibaboo, and couldn't help but feel utterly drained. They just handled the basilisk, and now one of their own professors was causing chaos. How was he supposed to reason with that? Before Irina's situation escalated further, preparations for the upcoming final exams had to be concluded. Lynn didn't say much, I just shrugged. As for which Ministry of Magic official had held office in a given year, that was hardly relevant to the Grand Wizards. Even so, the fame Lynn and Zhang Heli enjoyed outside the castle temporarily rivaled that of Harry, the so-called Chosen One. Adding points to both sides seemed fair enough. But even so, Lockhart's rank only dropped one position, overtaking Ravenclaw's Eagles to land in 7th place. Lynn quietly arranged the rankings in his mind, though both he and Dumbledore were inwardly embarrassed enough to wish for a private room to hide in. Dumbledore retorted with a wry smile, if your memory serves, he was always a humanities student, wasn't he? The entirety of magical history isn't comparable to the massive history books you'll study later. Of course it's tricky. Lynn and Zhang Heli carried their magical history textbooks, pacing back and forth in the room of requirement 8 times. Lynn reflected that it was only reasonable. Before opening the wooden door of the room of requirement, he and Dumbledore had spent time in a study room. In that subdued atmosphere, exam week passed, and the Grand Wizard's annual revelries approached, much to their collective dismay. Zhang Heli muttered in exasperation, Dumbledore, he's reading while singing, can he really read properly? Though their grades weren't great and required last-minute cramming, they still had to rely on rote memorization for magical history, a subject they'd never really paid attention to in class. Because Lynn and Zhang Heli had defeated the basilisk after only 8 weeks, Gryffindor hadn't cancelled the exams like in the original story. Everything continued as scheduled. Since there's nothing else pressing, you and Dumbledore should head back. Finals are just around the corner and you need to review. Soon, the annual final exams commenced at Granfon's magical school. The Grand Wizards gathered outside the auditorium, and the professors were already seated in the faculty section. Before the students, Hogwarts added 200 points each for Zhang Heli and Dumbledore. Last-minute cramming pays off indeed. Lynn took Dumbledore's large hand in his, and, after finishing their discussion, left the office together. You'll need a place to study. Over the next few days, Lynn and Dumbledore spent almost every day wandering Hogsmeade and having tea. Lynn gladly agreed, just like with history books, every bit of political, economic, and cultural knowledge had to be thoroughly recorded. With the year-end banquet approaching, there wasn't much time left for revelry outside the castle. Lynn had intended to review in his dormitory, but Zhang Heli, used to acting alongside him during recent events, asked him to study together in the room of requirement. Meanwhile, Harry had complained to Dumbledore beforehand that, although he had promised to help find the Chamber of Secrets, Lynn had instead run off with him. As a result, the honest Grand Wizards began regarding Lynn and Dumbledore as Granfon's guardians. Hogwarts, do you have any idea how slow that class professor is? Hogwarts stood to announce the house points. Slytherin 1st, Ravenclaw 7th, Lockhart 8th, and Hufflepuff 7th. Meanwhile, during the days we were absent, Lynn had either been testing new alchemical materials obtained in Hogsmeade in his dorm or playing with Harry and Zhang Heli in Lockhart's common room. Time flew and the year-end banquet arrived. In the study room, Dumbledore hummed while flipping through his magical history book. Unlike last year, Harry and the others weren't docked hundreds of points at once. Thanks to Zhang Heli and Hermione's diligent effort, Lockhart's original score finally surpassed the typically lazy Hufflepuff students. Dumbledore looked at the honest faces of Lynn and Irina. It seems I'll have to draft a recruitment ad for the Daily Prophet. You'll need a new professor to teach defense against the dark arts. My goodness, that class's professor is really slow, isn't he? Magical history might be a fractured record, but more accurately it was a chronicle of minor events. Only major incidents like goblin uprisings or small-scale wizarding wars made it in. Yet, even relying on last-minute memory, they could still earn the coveted O grade for excellence. Hogwarts didn't immediately announce the House Cup winner but continued speaking. Embarrassed, Dumbledore coughed while the young bat-like students muttered about their last-minute cramming. At the same time, the Grand Wizards, who had previously only known the basilisk was defeated without knowing the full story, learned of Lynn and Dumbledore's brave collaboration in slaying the creature. Chapter 150. I was really foolish, truly, I only realized. The day after the end of term feast was the day the young witches and wizards took the Hogwarts Express back to Crossroads Station. At the feast, all the students were busy packing up their belongings, and Irina was no exception. Thanks to the magically invisible packing charm applied to her bag, she only needed a dozen minutes to finish organizing everything she planned to take home. Then, her gaze shifted to Hermione, who was still tidying up her things. Ever since the incident with Lothar, Hermione had been feeling low. She could never have imagined that the wizard she once idolized was actually a fraud, and she had spent almost the entire school year defending him. Just as Irina had imagined at the start of the term, Lothar's dining hall had left Hermione brooding. That day, Hermione seemed to view everything as the work of a villain who deserved punishment. Even her performance in the recent exams suffered because of it. Hermione, don't sulk, Irina said gently. Think of something happy. We're going home tomorrow, aren't we? But Hogwarts had its own rules. Since you had obtained a new wand over the summer, no trace of magic should remain on it. Yet, the notification letter you received still carried lingering traces of magic attached under your icewood wand. After disembarking, the young wizards received notices from the Ministry of Magic just as they had at Hogwarts. While some tasks required using magic at school, traces of magic still clung to the notification letter. I'm sorry for disturbing your arrangements, someone apologized. Hallrood said wryly, when they gave it to you, didn't they mention that you borrowed it from the restricted section? Jiaozu glanced at the 7 students and chuckled. Lothar, Hermione, have you read all the alchemy books assigned for next month? Oh no, you blocked the wand traces for him. Now he won't use magic freely. Despite the complications, learning the basic magical techniques was relatively straightforward once you got past the wand traces. Listening to all this, Hallrood twitched slightly. The alchemy books given a month ago detailed how to hide magical formations within objects, a simple technique that only required wand movements. Jiao waved dismissively. After that, they should practice wand techniques first. Who told them to listen? Using a mix of coaxing and encouragement, Hogwarts students finally began to make progress. Although Lothar and Hermione hadn't fully mastered the theory of basic techniques, in practice, they weren't entirely incompetent. Hallrood murmured some unusual syllables under her breath. Scratching his head, Lothar said, I understand it, in theory, but putting it into practice is much harder. He'll need to detach from your wand for it to work. As the 7 students chatted idly, 2 red-haired figures entered the carriage. Even though Lothar and Hallrood's magical power hadn't yet reached the standard for full wand techniques, basic training was still very doable. Irina walked over, helping Hermione pack. Gently, she chided, please, if you can't even use the wand properly, how do you expect to learn these techniques? Yet, you've done nothing wrong. I just wanted to warn you. Indeed, basic techniques and wand magic were closely connected. Hermione wailed, a lamp, a pen, a mere trace. Hogwarts magic responded delightfully to her wand, and the magical chain that had appeared when she first received her notification letter vanished. When they disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, Jiaozu took Hermione's icewood wand in hand. Intricate alchemy symbols shimmered, connected by fine golden threads. Jiao explained, first, learn basic wand techniques with Hallrood. I almost grasped it on the first try. With a wave of his wand, a golden thread formed in the air, transforming into a simple alchemy formation. Hallrood held her head, muttering, come on, he's Hallrood. He spent so long loving a fraud. Humans really are blind sometimes. Voices harmonized at the carriage door. Jiaozu and Hallrood looked up to see Weena Lei approaching. Hallrood remarked, you spent a whole term learning wand techniques. Even though you practiced endlessly, you still had no clue, so you temporarily abandoned the wand practice to focus on alchemy instead. The residual traces on the notification letter were absorbed back into the ministry's system. Only when a powerful wizard had a wand free of traces did the letter's magic leave it entirely. Hermione looked red-eyed at her friends. I was foolish, truly. I only realized that Lothar, whom I thought was a famous wizard, is actually a fraud. Even Harry and Ron noticed something was off. No, Holroyd said, when you saw the return date note on the book, there was only 1 day left. Both of you were just too slow. Lothar groaned. You two wasted an entire term. Hogwarts halls echoed with laughter. No alchemy student is entirely good. A flash of golden light shimmered as the alchemy formation was inscribed inside the icewood wand, invisible to casual observers. With a slight press of Jiaozu's wand, the formation quickly settled and adhered to the wand. By the 7th morning, the students had finished their packing. They lined up and descended from the Hogwarts Express in an orderly fashion. Holroyd carefully returned the icewood wand to Hogwarts' hands. Smiling, she asked, looks like they memorized everything. How's your understanding? Hogwarts teachers chuckled quietly. Holroyd, though only in her teens, still had the heart of a big kid. Hearing this, Lothar and Hermione exchanged grim looks. The 7 students found an empty carriage to sit face to face, while the icewood wand was placed beneath their seats by Jiaozu. Chapter 151. Tempering the dagger with basilisk fangs. Lynn thought for a moment, and said, yes, practicing wandless magic is indeed quite difficult for Muggle-born witches and wizards. I'll organize my notes after returning and send them to you through the Ravenhead Owl. Even Aurors in the Ministry of Magic could barely count the number of people capable of wandless spells on 2 hands, and those truly skilled at it could be counted on 1 hand. In such circumstances, Lynn considered it a bit challenging for the Weasley twins to master wandless magic in 1 go. All right, we'll wait. At Lynn's command, Fred and George's eyes lit up, and they echoed his words in unison. At this point, Irina spoke up. By the way, just now you mentioned something. What exactly is it? Fred made a mock serious expression. Well, truthfully, we came to invite Lynn over for a visit. Oh, and Irina, we wanted to invite you too, but since you saw the 2 of us coming, we figured we'd just extend the invitation together. George chimed in. Mom's planning to host you in August. Will you be free then? Lynn thought for a moment. I might be in France during the summer. I can't confirm exactly when I'll be back, but I'm sure I'll have one period definitely free. Irina replied, I'm mostly free in August. We're visiting an elder, and the return date is fixed, but you should be able to come back during that final period. However, the violet-white dagger had never previously absorbed any toxins, so its poison-tempering attribute had yet to activate. The poison-tempering enchantment on the dagger was a common feature in alchemical weaponry. Although sharp, it could only properly channel the venom if infused correctly. Phoenix tears were one thing. They were almost universally accessible, but to see them flow into the dagger's core from the tip of a basilisk fang took precision. Otherwise, only the Lanfin Holy Sword could absorb basilisk venom and thus possess the power to destroy Horcruxes. At last, I carefully placed a few drops of white liquid from the basilisk fang onto the violet-white dagger. 8 days after the basilisk's death, news of Irina discovering the Chamber of Secrets and the serpent's demise had spread, causing a stir among the British wizarding community. Although the specifics of how George had obtained the venom remained unknown, the dagger's poison-tempering property glowed with a white light along its blade. Even if given the choice again, one would still do the same. Seeing Mother's smile yesterday at the year-end banquet, and hearing Dumbledore openly praise George's heroic act in killing the basilisk, filled her with pride. Today, early in the morning, the news had reached the household, celebrated by the wizarding community, witnessing their children being rewarded for their courage. George laughed and said, Mom, do you have any plans at the end of the month? We'll come by if you're free. For example, the Lanfin Holy Sword hid within it a single enchantment of poison tempering. George smiled and said, looks like your summer will be quite eventful. Observing the dagger, a few drops of the white liquid were absorbed into the violet-white blade and vanished, signaling that the poison-tempering attribute had successfully activated, shimmering faintly along the weapon. The venom extracted from the slain basilisk erupted in a controlled surge, precisely coordinated with her body's alchemical energy, confirming the dagger's efficacy. George then carefully handed the violet-white dagger to Irina. George, she asked, did you hear about what happened in Lynn's Chamber of Secrets incident? Was he hurt? The poison-tempering attribute works, George replied. Just drip the venom onto the dagger and it's ready to use. This year, Irina had started the dagger's preparation during the summer, inscribing several alchemical runes. Poison-tempering property was just one of them. As a disciplined British witch, Irina followed her usual practices. George's brave act in killing the basilisk further validated the dagger's readiness. "Don't worry," she said as she tested her body's alignment with the dagger. "Next time, should I prepare another for him?" George laughed. If the violet-white dagger were plunged into a wizard's body, only someone capable could survive for 8 minutes until Phoenix tears could save them. Otherwise, death by venom was inevitable. Afterwards, Irina returned the violet-white dagger to her room. A few moments later, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, and George and Irina parted ways on the platform. Chapter 152. Ignoring the risks, proceed with the installation. With the dark purple, black dagger in her possession, and combined with Roina's already impressive magical prowess, her safety was virtually guaranteed. As for whether Roina might accidentally harm herself with the dagger, Lynn had no concerns. Thanks to the alchemical array inscribed on it, the dagger had already recognized its master. In other words, if Roina ever tried to stab herself, every alchemical enchantment on the dagger, including the poison tempering property, would immediately become inert the moment she acted. Once the dagger was returned to her, Lynn finally began his own holiday. According to the letters sent to him by Griffin via Owl, Lynn needed to travel to France before the end of July. The cross-border magical key for the trip had already been secured through Griffin's channels. After Lynn's previous harrowing experience of a plane hijacking, Griffin refused to let him use Muggle transportation again. Knowing he had to meet his mentor at the end of July, Lynn didn't rush to craft new alchemical weapons from the basilisk's materials. Such ingredients were incredibly rare. Each part of the basilisk could fetch a fortune. Lynn didn't want to waste these precious materials on mistakes. Similar to the notes in the Half-Blood Prince's potion textbook, careful documentation allowed Red Cloth to avoid the dangers often encountered when casting the Roar spell. For now, Lynn planned only to design the blueprint for his alchemy. After Griffin reviewed and suggested modifications, he would proceed with the actual alchemical creation. Ignore the risks, continue with the installation. A vivid strip of flame appeared, more refined than the ordinary red ropes used in tourist areas to control crowds. Beneath it, in white ink, were the characters for Forbidden. On a tattered parchment beneath this warning were detailed instructions for casting the Roar spell and its counterspells. Beside the text were illustrations of several wizards being burned alive by red and white flames. Judging by the condition of the gold alchemy array, Red Cloth suspected it had been placed there by her father, Hendry. Considering Hendry's status and position, it was reasonable to assume that the materials labeled Forbidden were items of white magic books or artifacts, because if Yun truly could perfectly control flames with the Roar spell, any misstep could incinerate the entire Lynn Manor. At the very back of the room, beneath 8 shelves, the blood of living beings had been used to inscribe the words "Extreme Safety." Based on the Roar spell's security measures, if the Yun family truly had no white magic texts elsewhere, it would be easy for them to design an alchemy blueprint under those 8 shelves. Before completing the design, Lynn had other matters to attend to. Red Cloth looked around at the glass display cases and bookshelves filled with collections and smiled faintly. The morning passed slowly, and Yun eventually realized the answer she had been seeking. If the Lynn family truly had no white magic texts, those materials must have been moved elsewhere. The 7th floor of Lynn Castle mainly housed magical books and collections, a large library and museum. The area Red Cloth had just passed contained mostly vases and genealogical records, along with dangerous or harmful texts. Outside of Red Cloth and Gale, there was no suitable subject for practicing the 8 minor pardonable curses, so Red Cloth might have experimented with white magic on her mother or the family's house elves. The parchments recorded nearly all of the forbidden white magic spells, such as the soul-stealing curse, the agony curse that torments victims to the brink of death, and even the Avada Kedavra curse. The rarer and more secure the book, the more likely it had been publicly suppressed in the magical world. Red Cloth ignored the small stack of collections and proceeded deeper, until blocked by a strip of flame. Among the texts, she could see the hasty notes of wizards detailing techniques and cautions for casting the Roar spell, knowledge passed down from the Lynn ancestors regarding white magic. Wait, if even the Malfoys, one of the sacred 74 pure blood families, don't have this many white magic items, then how could the older and equally noble Lynn family lack related materials? Red Cloth thought. She moved to the 7th floor of Lynn Castle. Perhaps, she reasoned, she could find references to the Roar spell in the family's inherited books. She maneuvered through the gold array, retrieving one parchment after another, carelessly but purposefully searching for the knowledge she sought. All the bookshelves beneath the gold array were labeled white magic. While Yun intended to enjoy her vacation, Red Cloth remembered one critical fact. The only spell she could safely test in the narrow space was the roar spell itself. It was worth noting that in the hierarchy of the Sacred 74 pure blood families, the Lin family ranked above the Malfoys. As such an ancient family, how could the Lins have lacked a single item or manuscript handed down from their ancestors? Some even contained instructions for a low-level counterspell, capable of extinguishing the roar spell completely. Chapter 151. Tempering the Dagger with Basilisk Fangs. Lin thought for a moment and said, "Yes, practicing wandless magic is indeed quite difficult for Muggle-born witches and wizards. I'll organize my notes after returning and send them to you through the Ravenhead Owl." Even Aurors in the Ministry of Magic could barely count the number of people capable of wandless spells on 2 hands, and those truly skilled at it could be counted on 1 hand. In such circumstances, Lin considered it a bit challenging for the Weasley twins to master wandless magic in 1 go. "All right, we'll wait." At Lin's command, Fred and George's eyes lit up, and they echoed his words in unison. At this point, Irina spoke up. "By the way, just now you mentioned something. What exactly is it?" Fred made a mock-serious expression. Well, truthfully, we came to invite Lin over for a visit." "Oh, and Irina, we wanted to invite you too, but since you saw the 2 of us coming, we figured we'd just extend the invitation together." George chimed in. "Mom's planning to host you in August. Will you be free then?" Lin thought for a moment. "I might be in France during the summer. I can't confirm exactly when I'll be back, but I'm sure I'll have one period definitely free." Irina replied, "I'm mostly free in August. We're visiting an elder, and the return date is fixed, but you should be able to come back during that final period." However, the violet-white dagger had never previously absorbed any toxins, so its poison-tempering attribute had yet to activate. The poison-tempering enchantment on the dagger was a common feature in alchemical weaponry. Although sharp, it could only properly channel the venom if infused correctly. Phoenix tears were one thing; they were almost universally accessible, but to see them flow into the dagger's core from the tip of a basilisk fang took precision. Otherwise, only the Lanfin Holy Sword could absorb basilisk venom and thus possess the power to destroy Horcruxes. At last, I carefully placed a few drops of white liquid from the basilisk fang onto the violet-white dagger. 8 days after the basilisk's death, news of Irina discovering the Chamber of Secrets and the serpent's demise had spread, causing a stir among the British wizarding community. Although the specifics of how George had obtained the venom remained unknown, the dagger's poison-tempering property glowed with a white light along its blade. Even if given the choice again, one would still do the same. Seeing Mother's smile yesterday at the year-end banquet, and hearing Dumbledore openly praise George's heroic act in killing the basilisk, filled her with pride. Today, early in the morning, the news had reached the household, celebrated by the wizarding community, witnessing their children being rewarded for their courage. George laughed and said, "Mom, do you have any plans at the end of the month? We'll come by if you're free." For example, the Lanfin Holy Sword hid within it a single enchantment of poison tempering. George smiled and said, "Looks like your summer will be quite eventful." Observing the dagger, a few drops of the white liquid were absorbed into the violet-white blade and vanished, signaling that the poison-tempering attribute had successfully activated, shimmering faintly along the weapon. The venom extracted from the slain basilisk erupted in a controlled surge, precisely coordinated with her body's alchemical energy, confirming the dagger's efficacy. George then carefully handed the violet-white dagger to Irina. "George," she asked, "did you hear about what happened in Lin's Chamber of Secrets incident? Was he hurt?" "The poison-tempering attribute works," George replied. "Just drip the venom onto the dagger and it's ready to use." This year, Irina had started the dagger's preparation during the summer, inscribing several alchemical runes. Poison-tempering property was just one of them. As a disciplined British witch, Irina followed her usual practices. George's brave act in killing the basilisk further validated the dagger's readiness. "Don't worry," she said as she tested her body's alignment with the dagger. "Next time, should I prepare another for him?" George laughed. If the violet-white dagger were plunged into a wizard's body, only someone capable could survive for 8 minutes until Phoenix tears could save them. Otherwise, death by venom was inevitable. Afterwards, Irina returned the violet-white dagger to her room. A few moments later, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station, and George and Irina parted ways on the platform. Chapter 153. Absolute control over flames, the all-devouring fierce fire. Haste makes waste. Lynn did not attempt to use the Hana Black Core technique at full intensity on the first day. Instead, after sufficient preparation, he arrived the next day at an empty training ground on the soft grounds of Lynn Castle. Even before enrolling at Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, Lynn had designed a training arena within the Lynn Manor specifically for honing core techniques. Over a few days, the house elf Gale had transplanted the original flora to another garden and constructed a field similar to a Quidditch pitch. The ground was paved with marble, surrounded by a metal fence 1 or 2 meters high. Lynn stood at the center of the arena, and at the 4 cardinal points were placed 4 forbidden core wands. They were linked by a golden thread of magical energy, the other end anchored to Lynn's manor. Naturally, Lynn would not allow his home to be threatened, so the moment he released any fierce fire, he could pull the golden threads to activate the wand's power and extinguish the flames instantly. A deep crimson blaze, flecked with streaks of black, surged before him. It seemed as if ink had been painted onto the fire itself, exuding a cursed aura. In Lynn's senses, the fire almost appeared sentient, restless and eager to escape his control. Though it had no personal consciousness, the fire retained a violent, primal awareness. Its sole instinct was to devour everything around it, absorbing all matter as nourishment. Before the fire could act independently, a faint, spreading force from Lynn's core wand restrained it. Even without fully developed core techniques, Lynn could rely on his affinity to control the fire, ensuring it obeyed. Over the next few weeks, he experimented with various transformations, shaping the fire into wild beasts, lions, eagles, leopards, and more. The fire astonishingly assumed not just the forms, but the inherent traits of these creatures. If it lacked a will of its own, you could dominate it entirely, but alas, it possesses only a trace of primal consciousness, Lynn noted. This trace of awareness allowed the fire to perceive Lynn's intent, but nothing more. It could not resist or refuse commands. Standing before the blaze, Lynn felt an urge to pour all his power into it, to see the extent of the fire unleashed at full strength. In its beastly forms, the fire retained characteristics such as a lion's muscularity, an eagle's sharpness, or a leopard's swiftness. Yet, despite the ferocity, Lynn's control made it a faithful servant. In truth, the weakness of the soul referred to the fire's susceptibility to Lynn's core energy. He could easily extinguish it if it acted outside his control. Though the fire appeared dangerous, its safety was lower than that of restricted spells. Focusing his core energy, Lynn restrained the fire with minimal effort. The blaze burned red in his palm, but caused no harm. Unlike previous techniques, Lynn's personal affinity granted absolute control over the fire without exhausting his energy. Portions of the blaze that exceeded his immediate control were naturally diverted, consuming surrounding matter instead. Your affinity restrains it, but the fire lacks independent consciousness. Even when it escapes your immediate grasp, it still recognizes you, he mused. If the fire, in its beastly forms, attacked a wizard casting iron-hard spells, a single swipe could tear through the magic and absorb its energy as sustenance. Yet Lynn's concentration kept the blaze in check. Without his guidance, its wild instincts might have run rampant. Experimenting further, he discovered that extinguishing the roar spell mid-body was easier than at the head of a beast form. Similarly, with his talent, if Lynn converted all his core energy into the fire, its reach could cover nearly half the Lynn Manor. Still, the blaze radius would remain within the range of Lynn's soul perception. Lynn exhaled slowly, fully aware of the terrifying potential of a fire under absolute control. Chapter 154. The Perfect Alchemical Array, the True Essence of Alchemy. Before long, the date arrived. July 25th, the day Lynn would travel to France using the activated portal key. Early that morning, he climbed a deserted mountain, and behind a crooked tree halfway up the slope, found a tattered pair of shorts. Seeing that the portal key was fashioned from this, Lynn couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He truly hadn't expected the Ministry of Magic to make a portal key out of a pair of old, ragged shorts. Suppressing his disgust, Lynn pinched his nose with one hand and touched the key with the other. Soon enough, the key activated. He felt a hook latch onto his navel, and his body shot forward at high speed. Moments later, Lynn found himself on a street in France, right in front of the house where Grin lived. To avoid any mishaps along the way, Grin had registered his own doorstep as the destination when applying for the cross-border portal key. Last year, Grin had needed 1 to 2 minutes to complete a single alchemical array. Now, in the same span of 2 minutes, 8 arrays had yet to fully form around him. Clearly, Grin hadn't been slacking off. It was just that his speed in forming combat-ready alchemical arrays hadn't doubled compared to last year. I finally realized that, unlike the red and white lethal fire, Grin's anti-magic flames should be white with red accents. Though similar in appearance, anti-magic fire is distinct from lethal fire. Shui's Ren wondered, but to him it posed no threat at all. The break through in alchemical array formation time came not just from the weakening of Lin's magical power, but from his insight and skill in array crafting. The door opened, and Grin appeared, motioning Lin inside. I slowly waved my wand, letting streams of magic flow from the demon god scepter through the philosopher's stone into Grin's body. His wand then emitted fine threads of golden light, forming alchemical arrays around him. Grin closed the door behind him and turned to Lin. As expected, my student always undertakes meaningful tasks. With a flick of his right hand, Grin pressed down on a swirling reddened, white flame, sending it hurtling toward Lin and consuming it entirely upon contact. Shui's Ren initially assumed the red and white flame was Grin's anti-magic fire. After all, both anti-magic fire and lethal fire combine red and white. The purpose of bringing you here, Grin said, was written in the letter I sent you by Owl. You've seen it, right? That moment, a deep blue alchemical array suddenly rose from beneath Grin's feet, followed by dozens more shooting out from the same point toward him. That's lethal fire? Grin, when did you learn the lethal fire spell? The sound of blades clashing filled the air. Lin wielded his wand, while Grin used alchemical arrays in combat, restrained only by his current magical strength and battle skill. Grin's arrays radiated like the sun, yet the dark red alchemical array emitted no noticeable energy fluctuation, leaving Lin unaware of its existence. But when the lethal fire began, absorbing Lin's power, Shui's Ren couldn't remain calm any longer. Grin, drawing energy from the philosopher's stone, was usually low on personal magical reserves. Mastery of alchemy was the true dominant factor. Before teaching Lin the technique to craft alchemical arrays from nothing, Grin tested his alchemy not by making a single product, but in actual combat scenarios. Producing items like the demon god scepter proved Grin's ability, so further testing was unnecessary. Shui Ren trusted his student and instinctively cast a spherical, all-around protective armor spell on himself. Seeing Grin wielding the lethal fire spell with wand and incantation, Shui's Ren relaxed, lowering his guard. The 8 alchemical arrays surrounding Grin remained largely unchanged, aside from a slight slowdown in the rate of golden light emission. In truth, this wasn't to test Grin's alchemy so much as it was to gauge how well he had developed his alchemical potential. Before all 8 arrays fully formed, Grin flicked his wand, unleashing streams of golden light toward Lin. If that's all, it should suffice, Shui Ren said. Whatever he can learn from the alchemy books you gave him is limited. Recovering from the dizziness of portal travel, Lin stepped forward and knocked on Grin's observation. Immediately, 8 identical alchemical arrays formed behind him, firing golden light to counter Grin's. Grin, facing Lin's surprise attack, hadn't even anticipated it. As Shui Ren suspected, Grin's earlier casting wasn't so complex. In just 2 minutes, 8 alchemical arrays hovered around him. Shui Ren wondered, was Grin merely slowing the array's firing rate? Seeing his teacher ready for combat, Lin nodded. You've seen it all. The master needs the philosopher's stone to brew longevity elixirs, and you'll temporarily return the stone to him for a while. As Lin raised his wand, a dark red alchemical array rapidly formed in front of Shui Ren. Continue testing, teacher. You will report truthfully afterward, Lin said. Grin's alchemical arrays were special ones applied in combat. Arrays like the blue one that appeared under Grin's feet were rarely used in real battles, demonstrating his true mastery of alchemy. Chapter 155. Immolation by Fierce Fire. On that dark crimson alchemical array, an eerie ripple flickered across its surface. In the next moment, countless black cracks appeared on the invisible barrier surrounding Grain. The curse's aura clung to the iron armor charm he had cast like a festering wound, preventing the cracked magical shield from restoring itself. Sensing the threat behind him, Grain spun around, his eyes widening in surprise at the dark crimson alchemical array, which emitted no magical fluctuations at all. It was only when the cursed spike struck his iron armor charm that he fully realized the danger lurking behind him. This hidden alchemical array is incredibly stealthy, he thought, a trace of admiration appearing in his gaze. This dark crimson array had been independently devised by Lin after his work in the secret chamber, combining knowledge from alchemy books Grain had instructed him to study. It was an alchemical array of extreme concealment. It could be crafted without producing any sound or magical aura, and once activated, it could launch a predetermined spell at the target. Originally, the array had one weakness. The magical fluctuations of the spell it unleashed were not concealed. A wizard attacked by it could potentially sense the spell being cast in time to react. However, after Lin learned the dark magic Shadow Fang Strike from the Half-Blood Prince's potion lessons, the array became nearly unstoppable. Shadow Fang Strike was an exceptionally stealthy dark magic. Even seasoned wizards had to carefully watch an opponent's lip movements and gestures to anticipate the attack. Now, the one casting Shadow Fang Strike was no longer Lin himself, it was this already highly concealed dark crimson array. In such circumstances, not even Severus Snape, the original inventor of Shadow Fang Strike, might react in time. Grain's ability to cast his iron armor charm in advance had relied solely on his knowledge of his student. He knew Lin would not act recklessly in combat. An independently invented alchemical array? Impressive, it meets my expectations, Grain said, nodding with approval. He paid no mind to the cursed aura within the Shadow Fang Strike. If Lin had already mastered dangerous dark magic like the Fierce Fire Curse, learning additional curses was hardly surprising. Now that Lin could freely create alchemical arrays in battle, Grain allowed himself to relax slightly. Waving his wand again, 3 alchemical arrays of different colors appeared, to Lin's left front, right front, and directly overhead, beginning to charge energy. In the next instant, all 3 arrays struck simultaneously. The azure array to his left fired dozens of water blades at lightning speed. The brown array to his right launched a massive energy wave the size of an adult forearm, and the violet array above him struck a thunderbolt directly toward his head. Despite the triple assault, Lin remained calm. He quickly waved his wand, summoning a bright red alchemical array beneath his feet. Flames of red and black erupted from the array, engulfing his entire body. The inferno consumed all attacks directed at him. Once the assaults were absorbed, the flames dispersed, revealing Lin unharmed. This bright red array was a defensive alchemical array capable of storing a spell and releasing it on the caster upon activation. Most alchemists would store defensive spells, armor, protection charms, or warding enchantments. But Lin had innovatively stored the Fierce Fire Curse inside. When activated, the stored spell engulfed him in fierce flames, shielding him from harm. The array's principle was somewhat similar to Grindelwald's Flame Shield, but while Grindelwald combined fire and iron armor, Lin relied solely on the Fierce Fire Curse. Thanks to his extraordinary affinity with fire, Lin remained unscathed. Any other wizard would have been reduced to ashes by the rising inferno. Watching Lin safely encased in flames, Grain felt both surprised and relieved. If the Fierce Fire Curse could not harm Lin, the worry that it might corrupt his mind was likely unfounded. Grain waved his wand again. This time, a fully black alchemical array appeared before Lin. The moment it formed, he sensed an inexplicable force sealing his magical energy. He could cast no spells, and all floating alchemical arrays around him shattered instantly. This black alchemical array was a magic suppression array. As Lin processed this, Grain had already raised his wand and cast a disarming spell directly at him. Without hesitation, Lin raised his hand, summoning his Desert Eagle pistol. Bang! Just before the disarming curse hit him, Lin pulled the trigger, and a metal bullet spun at high speed toward Grain. At the same time, Lin was knocked to the ground by the curse, his wand flying out of his hand. Seeing this, Grain smiled. With a flick of his hand, an invisible magical force deflected the speeding bullet, then he dispelled the black alchemical array. Very good, Grain said, helping Lin to his feet. Even with all your magical abilities sealed and every resource of a wizard rendered useless, you didn't panic. Instead, you calmly chose to counter-attack using a muggle weapon. Consider this test passed. Lin knew that if Grain hadn't anticipated the Desert Eagle in his hand, that sudden shot just now could have killed even a wizard of Grain's caliber. one far stronger than elite Aurors, once his personal protective alchemical items were removed. Chapter 156. Your teacher will train you in Avada Kedavra. Lin chuckled wryly. Teacher, that was far too sudden. If I'd reacted a fraction slower, I'd have been defeated outright. Grin let out a light laugh. The battlefield is unpredictable. If I gave you time to prepare, who would do that for you in real combat? Dumbledore has told me the future of the British magical world will be peaceful. As your teacher, my job is to strengthen your ability to protect yourself in dangerous situations. Lin nodded slightly, understanding the truth in his teacher's words. Grin waved his wand, and the two returned to the small cottage. Grin sat on the sofa, looking much more serious. Tell me, what's the deal with the lethal fire curse? He asked sternly. Lin gave a wry smile and concisely recounted the events of the year, how he and Irina had slain the basilisk, destroyed Horcruxes, and why he wanted to learn the lethal fire curse. He also explained that 2 weeks prior at Castle, he had begun learning lethal fire and other dark magic spells. Grin listened thoughtfully. You learned dark magic to protect your companions? That's a reasonable motive. But you truly mastered silent, wandless casting of lethal fire in just 2 weeks? Lin explained. You know my affinity for fire is extremely high. Lethal fire, though a curse, is still a form of flame. Casting it feels very similar to releasing ordinary magical fire, which allowed me to achieve wandless, silent casting. Grin nodded slightly, then asked, Good. Besides lethal fire, what other dark magic have you learned? Lin's face turned slightly embarrassed. I learned everything I should and shouldn't have. Grin frowned. What do you mean? I've learned all 3 unforgivable curses, though I haven't used them yet, Lin admitted. Grin sat up straight, his expression serious. Soon the seriousness faded, replaced by a heavy sigh of helplessness. Since you've already learned them, you'll need to use them eventually. Rather than letting you practice the unforgivable curses alone and risk backfiring, I'll personally safeguard you while you train, Grin said, standing. Lin looked at him incredulous. Teacher, you mean you're going to personally train me in the unforgivable curses? Grin sighed again. Almost every powerful white wizard knows how to cast the unforgivable curses. They simply don't use them on innocents. As my student, you will not be mediocre, and sooner or later you must confront these curses. I had originally planned for this training when you came of age, but you've accelerated the timeline. The backlash from the unforgivable curses is far more dangerous than other dark magic, even exceeding lethal fire. Since you've learned them, I must ensure your mind remains uncorrupted while you practice. So promise me you must never practice these curses in secret when I'm not present. If you are to practice, I will be there with you. Hearing Grin's careful, protective words, Lin's eyes grew moist. From every perspective, Grin was the perfect teacher. He was powerful and wise, able to guide Lin in continually strengthening himself. He was kind and gentle, always considering Lin's well-being. He was open-minded rather than rigid. Instead of trying to stop Lin after he began learning dark magic, his first instinct was to help Lin control it so it wouldn't backfire on his student. Having a mentor like this was undoubtedly one of Lin's greatest fortunes. Do all powerful white wizards master the unforgivable curses? Lin asked thoughtfully, nodding to himself. Indeed, even someone like Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of the century, could wield Incendio Maxima with precision. Dumbledore's Incendio Maxima and Grindelwald's Flame Shield were both variants of the fierce fire curse, a dark magic nearly as sinister as the unforgivable curses. This confirmed what Lin had claimed in Dumbledore's office. Holding a sword without using it is entirely different from having it in hand and choosing not to strike. These powerful white wizards might not thrust the blade into innocent hearts, but that didn't mean they weren't armed with weapons capable of protecting themselves. Follow me, Grin said calmly, grasping Lin's wrist with his left hand. Apparate. Lin felt darkness swallow his vision. The next second, he found himself standing in a filthy alley, dirtier and more dilapidated than England's Nocturne Alley. Teacher, where are we? Lin asked, looking at Grin with curiosity. He trusted that his master would never put him in harm's way. Grin answered tersely, Not only does Britain have havens for dark wizards, France has them too. This is Alenfer Alley, Hell Alley in your language. It's the darkest, filthiest gathering place for French dark wizards. Chaos rules here. Even the Ministry of Magic can't reach inside. Lin nodded. So my training target is somewhere in this Alenfer Alley? Grin's expression remained indifferent. Everyone living here is irredeemably wicked. Their crimes are so heinous that in Britain they'd be sentenced to life in Azkaban or worse, delivered to Dementors for the kiss. There are no innocents here. Any who would have already been devoured by the other dark wizards. Elenfer Alley is a sanctuary for the truly dark, but if a dark wizard isn't dark enough, they become a post-dinner snack for the others. Understand? Lynn nodded again. I understand. Anyone we see here can be killed. Grain gave a faint nod. Yes, but avoid Darius spells. Drawing attention from others could be dangerous. Without a magic suppression wand, escaping unharmed would be difficult. And if I use it, my presence here would expose me. It would be hard to explain why I'm in Elenfer Alley. Chapter 157. Astral Projection, Insane, Dark Wizards. As Lynn and Grain spoke, a brilliant green light flashed in a house some dozens of meters away, followed by the dull crash of a heavy object hitting the ground. The two immediately fell silent. Grain gave Lynn a subtle signal and moved silently toward the house. Muffliito. Lynn flicked his wand, releasing an invisible spread of magical energy. The Muffliito charm filled the ears of any enemy nearby with a mysterious buzzing, preventing them from hearing Lynn's movements. He explained the spell to Grain. Upon learning of this ingenious magic, Grain couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. He disregarded stealth entirely and moved directly to the window. Inside, an old wizard lay sprawled on the floor. Though he appeared merely asleep, both Lynn and Grain knew he was already dead under a killing curse. Nearby, a hooded dark wizard rifled through a drawer. Does this old fool even deserve to live in Elenfer Alley? Ha, this house is mine now. I wonder what treasures it hides. Muttering to himself, the dark wizard found a vault key for Gringotts Bank in France. From the looks of this vault key, the safe it opens probably isn't deep within Gringotts. In other words, whoever uses it doesn't need to verify their identity, they can walk straight into one of the shallower vaults and take the treasure inside. Go ahead, show me your killing curse. Grin's expression was unreadable as he watched the black-robed wizard in the room, his voice calm as he spoke to Lynn. Lynn nodded slightly. He slid his wand through the window, aimed at the black-robed wizard, and called in a low voice, soul exiting. A strange gray-white mist erupted from the tip of his wand, flowing into the black-robed wizard's body. Immediately, Lynn felt as if he could control the wizard's life and death at will, as though the man had become his puppet. With a thought, Lynn tried to manipulate the wizard's movements. Under the influence of the killing curse, the wizard turned and tossed the vault key to Lynn, then grabbed a table knife and drove it into his own abdomen. Blood gushed instantly, yet the wizard stood frozen in place, completely unmoved as if he couldn't feel pain at all. Lynn felt a chill run through him. The killing curse was terrifying. Any being under its control was utterly at someone else's mercy. If he wished, Lynn could have forced this wizard to murder all of his own loved ones before turning the knife on himself. He could already imagine waking to the scene of having killed everyone he cherished while being half dead himself, and the despair would be unimaginable. This thought only strengthened Lynn's resolve. Only by possessing sufficient power could he protect what he loved from being harmed, and the lethal fire spell and the 3 unforgivable curses were just the beginning. Lynn didn't continue tormenting the black-robed wizard. Instead, he used the killing curse to make the man act in a way that gave him closure. Staring at the wizard who had slit his own wrists, Lynn remained silent for a long time. Strangely, after effortlessly controlling the wizard to end his life, the first emotion that surged wasn't fear of the unforgivable curse, but a thrill at being able to command someone else's fate at will. Without using dark magic, defeating this wizard would have required Lynn to exert his full strength. Any black wizard capable of surviving in Nocturne Alley possessed power comparable to elite ors, but with the killing curse, Lynn had killed him as easily as crushing an insignificant insect. The exhilaration of controlling life and death was intoxicating. Seeing Lynn's shifting expressions, Grin didn't hesitate. He pulled a crystal pendant from his pocket and placed it around Lynn's neck. Almost instantly, Lynn felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his head. The sudden chill cleared his mind, washing away the negative emotions stirred by the killing curse, leaving him in a calm, sage-like state. This is... Lynn looked back at Grin, knowing this was his teacher's doing. Grin said lightly, "This pendant is called Clear Mind. Once worn, it forces the wearer into a state of absolute calm and clarity. especially after using dark magic. It helps mitigate the erosion of the mind caused by such spells. Of course, clear mind can only reduce the backlash from dark magic. It cannot cure its inherent effects. The harm dark magic does to a caster accumulates over time. If left unchecked, it will eventually erupt, consuming the caster's mind. Therefore, what we can do is use dark magic sparingly, keeping its effects from reaching a critical breaking point. Our strength must always come from within ourselves, not from external objects. Chapter 158. Life and Death in One's Hands, Emotions Devoured by Fury. No wonder Grain had told Lynn, the moment they entered Lenfer Alley, that everyone here deserved to die. Kidnapping Muggle or wizard children, trafficking their organs, such wanton disregard for human life, was utterly horrifying. To Lynn, these dark wizards weren't merely deserving of death, they were worthy of 1,000 deaths. Earlier, Lynn had been struggling with how to unleash the full force of the piercing heart curse. He knew it required the caster to feel a profound desire to inflict pain, but he wasn't naturally a sadist, and he had never derived pleasure from torturing others, especially after witnessing the agony of someone he cared about. Yet now, confronted with this irredeemable dark wizard, the only thought in Lynn's mind was to tear him apart piece by piece. Simply killing him would be too merciful. Only by letting him experience pain worse than death could Lynn vent the rage stirred by this gruesome scene. With that thought, his anger intensified. And yet, sharp as he was, Lynn could not fail to notice the growing loss of control over his emotions. But instead of restraining himself, he allowed the spark of anger to ignite fully, until it became a roaring blaze. Piercing heart, bone, rending. In the next instant, Lynn pointed his wand at the hooded dark wizard in the backyard. His voice was icy and calm, as if the whisper of a reaper had risen from the depths of hell. A red beam, like a streak of crimson lightning, shot from the tip of his wand and smashed through the thick wooden door, striking the dark wizard with brutal force. Ah! The hooded wizard was flung across the yard, slamming against a stone wall, screaming in excruciating agony. His body twisted violently, and his black robe fell away, revealing a sly, conniving man beneath. His features were grotesquely contorted by unbearable pain, every nerve screaming as if he were being dissected alive. Soon, blood streamed from every orifice. He had no strength left to struggle. The red beam linking him to Lynn's wand continued to thrash his body mercilessly. Pleading eyes met Lynn's, but Lynn felt no mercy for this trafficker of magical children. He intensified the magic in his wand. Minutes passed, and finally, the man's life force ebbed away. Only then did Lynn release the spell. The piercing heart curse had left Lynn's eyes bloodshot, a thrill whether from punishing evil or inflicting torment curling his lips into a grim smile. He knew clearly that if he ever indulged in the curse freely in the future, even with noble intentions, it could eventually turn him into a sadistic maniac who delighted in others' pain. Grain swiftly hung the calming amulet back around Lynn's neck, quelling his violent emotions and restoring his composure. As Lynn's fury subsided, Grain scanned the bloodied yard frowning. With a flick of his wand, a brilliant white light erased all traces of the corpses and containers of organs under a powerful disapparition spell. "Let's go." Once Lynn was calm, Grain led him further into the Lenfer Alley. Soon, they spotted an old witch carrying a plastic bag filled with an unknown crimson liquid. "Do it," Grain said lightly. Lynn nodded, a surge of murderous intent rising in his chest. "Avada Kedavra." His voice sharp and commanding, a ghostly green beam shot through the air, striking the witch squarely in the back. 3 years of training and countless encounters with death had honed Lynn's ability to summon intent to kill effortlessly. There was no hesitation, no struggle. The witch's life was extinguished in an instant by the spell. Indeed, the killing curse was merciless in its simplicity. A single utterance, and a life was gone. As the spell left her body lifeless, Lynn felt he finally understood why Voldemort had such an obsession with it. The intoxicating sensation of controlling life and death was unforgettable. Understanding, however, was not endorsement. Lynn would never use this power on the innocent. But killing the witch openly in the alley drew the attention of nearby dark wizards. Unlike the 2 dark wizards he had dispatched earlier inside their homes, this one had died in public, causing a stir. Apparate. Before anyone could investigate, Grain placed the calming amulet around Lynn's neck once more, grabbed his hand, and they vanished from the scene, leaving the deadly alley behind. When Lin came back to his senses, he found himself back at Grin's residence. Still a little shaken, he patted his chest. In just the past half hour, the events he had experienced were far more thrilling than anything in his second year at Hogwarts. In that brief span, he had unleashed all 3 unforgivable curses on others. Had an aura caught him in the British wizarding world, the mere act of casting unforgivable curses would have condemned him to a lifetime in Azkaban. The practice of unforgivable curses must be measured and controlled. Too much, and it becomes dangerous. Over the next few days, I'll take you to Nocturne Alley again, but you may only cast 1 unforgivable curse per day, Grin said calmly. Lin nodded in agreement. During his 3 recent uses of the curses, he had felt an indescribable force subtly influencing his emotions, making it increasingly easy for him to lose control. If Grin hadn't used the Clear Mind pendant to forcibly calm him after each spell, Lin's mental state would likely have been eroded by the violent emotions. Even with Clear Mind in play, Grin could still sense that Lin had returned from Nocturne Alley with a noticeably darker demeanor. "Teacher, may I learn how to make the Clear Mind pendant?" Lin asked. Grin nodded slightly. "Yes, before we visit my teacher's residence, I'll teach you the method to craft Clear Mind. But first, I need to teach you a new spell, the Patroness Charm. The Clear Mind pendant forces calm and clarity, but it cannot guide your heart toward goodness. The Patroness Charm can. Regularly casting it helps cultivate positive emotions, making you more cheerful and optimistic," Grin explained. Lin understood immediately and eagerly agreed to learn the Patroness Charm. Grin then began explaining the theoretical knowledge of the spell. He tapped his wand on a metal disc beside the sofa. In the next moment, a projection appeared on the wall from an alchemy device, illustrating the theory behind the Patroness Charm. So Grin was a fan of PP's style lessons too. Usually, only righteous wizards can cast the Patroness Charm. If an evil wizard tries, it backfires. The wand will summon maggots to devour the caster. The magical community generally defines good and evil based on whether a wizard has used dark magic, but in my opinion, that's ridiculous, Grin continued. In my research, even a black wizard who has done terrible deeds can successfully cast a patroness if a shred of goodness remains in their heart, and they still hope for beauty in the world. Only those whose hearts are completely consumed by darkness, whose remaining reason is obliterated by the violence of dark magic, will suffer backlash from the spell. Lin scribbled notes furiously in his notebook, fully agreeing with Grin's perspective. Even someone as twisted as Umbridge could produce a formed patroness, so long as a sliver of light remained. If Umbridge could be considered a righteous wizard, Lin could only think, "You'd sooner believe she's righteous than that I'm Qin Shi Huang." Soon, Grin taught Lin the incantation and techniques for casting the Patroness Charm. "Expecto Patronum." Lin spoke the words and swished his wand. Faint, almost imperceptible silver-white mist emerged, dissolving into the air. "Just as I said earlier, focus your mind. Recall the happiest moments in your life, then infuse that joy into your wand along with your magic," Grin instructed. Lin nodded and began recalling times of happiness. Happy moments, what were there? In his previous life, he had struggled at the bottom of society, until dying in a blazing fire, hardly a happy existence. But in this life, receiving the acceptance letter to Hogwarts, becoming Grin's student and stepping into the world of alchemy, gaining the Philosopher's Stone, nearly limitless in energy. Images flashed through his mind. A dense, silver-white mist poured from the tip of Lin's wand, intertwining tightly to illuminate the entire room with a brilliant glow. What else? Should he confess to her that he was a transmigrator, that he had found a companion from his own world in this foreign realm? Lin pondered this as a silver light blazed from his wand, growing ever brighter. At that moment, a serene scene unfolded in his mind. Warm sunlight poured over the girl's snow-white hair. In a cozy, narrow tea-house, she shyly lowered her gaze, sipping at the steaming coffee. The tea-house was adorned with decorations exuding youthful charm, and nearby couples were kissing softly at their tables, bathing the space in a warm and cheerful glow. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze, leaving the tranquil scene undisturbed. The dazzling silver light slowly gathered in one direction, gradually forming the outline of an animal. Soon, the excess light faded, revealing a crystalline, pure silver wolf in the small room. This was a patroness in the form of a wolf. The silver wolf approached Lin gently, nuzzling his arm softly. Seeing the wolf radiating a soft, silvery glow, Lin couldn't help but smile. The wolf's smooth fur and the violent streak in his dark red eyes dissipated completely, replaced by endless warmth. Incredible, Lin, this is your first time casting a patroness, and you've manifested a corporeal one. Is that a wolf? Grain stared at him in astonishment. A faint smile touched Lin's lips as he replied gently, "Yes, teacher. It's a wolf." After retracting the patroness, Lin asked, "Now that I've learned the patroness charm, teacher, can I start learning to brew clear heart?" Grain nodded with a smile. "Of course, my student, but from now on, you must practice the patroness every day. I don't expect you to master silent wandless casting immediately, but by the start of term, you should at least achieve silent casting. If you can manage wandless as well, even better." Lin naturally agreed to the task assigned by Grain. Grain handed him a modest notebook. "This is the journal I used while experimenting with Clearheart, recording alchemical processes and both failed and successful data. It also contains my research thoughts on brewing Clearheart." Lin accepted the notebook as if it were a treasure. When he looked back at Grain, he noticed another thick book now in his teacher's hand. This alchemy tome contains all the alchemical runes used in brewing Clearheart, as well as preliminary designs for related alchemy arrays. Once you've mastered both this book and my experimental notes, you may come to me to learn the actual brewing techniques, Grain explained with a smile. Lin's body stiffened as he took the massive book. It was thicker than all the required textbooks combined for his Hogwarts year. He felt, inexplicably, that Grain's smile had turned a little terrifying. In the following week, Lin accompanied Grain to Olenfer Alley every day, targeting lone dark wizards to practice the unforgivable curses once. Since Lin had reduced his frequency of casting unforgivable curses to once per day, and with the support of Clearheart and the patroness charm, the negative emotional impact from casting the curse was nearly zero. Apart from the daily unforgivable curse practice, Lin spent most of his time studying the alchemy tome and Grain's experimental notebook. By August 1st, Lin had absorbed both books and reached the threshold to begin learning how to brew Clearheart. Unlike his previous alchemy work, mostly offensive or defensive products to strengthen wizards, this time he would learn to create Clearheart, a supportive elixir capable of influencing a wizard's emotions, mind, and even soul. The challenge was not the type of product, but the subtle effect of alchemy on emotions, mind, and soul. "Teacher, I finished reading both books," Lin said softly, returning them to Grain. Grain nodded with a smile. He placed one hand on Lin's shoulder, while his other hand rested on a door handle. A flash of magical energy swept by, and Lin suddenly found himself and Grain in another small space. This new space, like Grain's underground training hall, was a special area created with alchemy. Smaller than the training hall, the floor, walls, and ceiling were made of silvery metal, and a variety of alchemical equipment was arranged before them. It was clearly Grain's alchemy laboratory. After bringing Lin here, Grain began explaining the key points for crafting alchemical products like Clear Mind. If the goal were only to make Clear Mind, Lin would have already learned the process after studying Grain's alchemy notes. What Grain was teaching now, however, was a deeper understanding: how to use Clear Mind as a starting point to extrapolate and eventually craft alchemical arrays capable of influencing a wizard's emotions, mind, and even soul. As Lin followed Grain's instructions and began experimenting, he was astonished to find that these alchemical runes and arrays, designed to affect a wizard's psyche, were remarkably similar in function to the alchemical runes and arrays he had obtained from the Eris Mirror last year. Reflecting on the Eris Mirror's primary function to capture and display the object of a wizard's deepest desire, he finally understood. The Eris Mirror captures what a wizard desires most, while dark magic can manipulate a wizard's mind, leading them into obsession and catastrophe. If I could combine the two, then I could theoretically craft an alchemical array capable of creating an illusion that ensnares a wizard completely, Lin thought to himself. When considering artifacts capable of trapping a wizard in an illusion so intense it could drive them to desperation, the first thing that came to Lin's mind was one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. The stone is said to bring back the dead, but in reality, it only produces illusory visions. Not only are these illusions unsatisfying, they can lure the holder deeper, even to the point of killing themselves in an attempt to reunite with the departed. By combining the principles of alchemical products like Clear Mind, which influence emotions, mind, and soul, with the alchemical samples provided by the Eris Mirror, Lin felt confident he could design a prototype of such a deadly illusion. If he could even observe a deathly halo like the resurrection stone, he was certain he could perfect an array capable of genuinely leading someone to death through their own obsession. Meanwhile, while Lin was immersed in his alchemical experiments, Scotland, outside Hogwarts Castle. A crisp knock rang on the door of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid opened it. "You're early, Irina," he said with a broad smile, addressing the girl at the doorway, her hair as white as snow and her blue eyes sparkling. Irina nodded obediently and smiled lightly. "I took the earliest Hogwarts express this morning. After all, we're visiting that old man, we can't keep him waiting." Hagrid glanced at the sun outside. Considering the express departs at 11 a.m. on the first day of school and arrives only by evening, for Irina to be at Hogwarts by midday, she must have boarded at 5 or 6 in the morning. "Indeed, we're going to see Mr. Scamander. We can't keep him waiting too long." Hagrid laughed heartily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yes, the elder they planned to visit during the summer was none other than Newt Scamander, the famous magizoologist in Britain. As the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt was renowned not just in Britain, but across the wizarding world. Back when the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, rose to power, Newt had made significant contributions. Well, mostly involving letting his Niffler swipe people's marriage certificates, blood pacts. Of course, not every Ministry of Magic worldwide viewed Newt favorably. The U.S. Magical Congress, for instance, was far from supportive. Hagrid went back inside briefly to gather some items for their visit, then returned, locking the hut's door behind him. He turned to the petite Irina. "Mr. Scamander now lives in Dorset. I think we'll need to take the night bus to get there." Irina paled slightly. Though she had never ridden the night bus herself, its dangerous reputation was well known. She certainly didn't want to lose her breakfast. But it was clear she couldn't change Hagrid's mind. As they stepped beyond Hogwarts grounds, Irina raised her wand. With a deafening bang and a flash of light, a towering, three-story purple bus screeched to a halt in front of them. Chapter 161. This isn't a ride to the underworld. Through the windshield of the bus, Irina could make out the words "Night Bus" written in golden letters. At that moment, a boy in a purple uniform leapt down from the night bus and called out to Irina and Hagrid, "Welcome aboard the night bus. This is an emergency transport service for witches and wizards in distress. Just raise your wand and step aboard, and we can take you anywhere you wish. My name is Stan Shunpike, and tonight I'll be your conductor." Irina looked over and saw a boy who appeared to be around 18 or 19, with large, prominent ears and a few pimples on his face, standing by the door. Hagrid stepped forward and asked, "Hello, how much to Dorset?" He gave Stan Shunpike the location of a Muggle shopping mall near Newt Scamander's residence. "That'll be 11 sickles, sir," Shunpike replied, straining to look up at the towering Hagrid. "But if you pay 14, you get chocolate, and 15 gets you a thermos and a toothbrush color of your choice." Hagrid counted out 14 sickles from his pocket and handed them to Shunpike before squeezing through the relatively narrow door of the night bus. Irina handed over 11 sickles. Chocolate was tempting, but she had no intention of enjoying it, only to vomit it out immediately afterward. Once both Hagrid and Irina were aboard, Shunpike closed the doors. The night bus, an emergency transport for witches and wizards in trouble, was rarely used in broad daylight, and as such, when Irina and Hagrid boarded, it was empty except for the driver and Shunpike. Inside, there were no regular seats. Instead, 6 or 7 brass-framed beds were lined along the curtained windows. Each bed had a small tray with a lit candle, the dim glow casting feeble light over the wooden walls and illuminating Shunpike's pale, long-suffering face. Despite the warmth of the bus, Irina shivered. She felt as though she were not on a bus at all, but in a funeral carriage bound for the underworld. "You two will take these beds," Shunpike said quietly, pointing to the two behind the driver. Hagrid's massive frame seemed especially out of place. He tried to curl up on the small bed, but it creaked ominously under his weight. Irina flicked her wand, conjuring 4 iron chains to secure herself to her bed, then shut her eyes as if ready to face death. "Drive," Shunpike said, taking the seat beside the driver. A deafening roar erupted as the night bus shot forward from a standstill. Crash! Irina turned her head to see Hagrid's bed finally collapse under his weight. The sudden jolt sent his head smashing into the wooden wall, nearly splintering it. Irina's lips twitched involuntarily. She flicked her wand again, conjuring chains to pin Hagrid to the floor, sparing him from further tumbling and bruising. The night bus careened wildly down the streets, even mounting sidewalks, weaving between street lamps, mailboxes, and trash bins. When the bus approached obstacles, a strange magical force caused them to shift aside automatically, returning to their original positions once the bus had passed. If the bus needed to pass through a narrow alley under a meter wide, magic either compressed the bus like a cookie to fit through or pushed the buildings aside, restoring them afterward. Though Irina was firmly chained to her bed, the deafening roar and the bus's leaps of hundreds of meters made it impossible for her to sleep. Her stomach churned violently, and waves of dizziness nearly made her retch. Hagrid, by contrast, barely seemed affected by the bumps. He swayed slightly, waiting for the bus to reach their destination. During the ride, Shunpike handed Hagrid a steaming mug of hot chocolate. A sudden turn nearly sent it spilling over. Hagrid signaled Irina to release his right arm, then drank it all down, sighing in satisfaction. "Ah, thank you." The night bus traveled fast, and in less than half an hour, they reached Dorset. "We've arrived, sir and miss," Shunpike announced, opening the door with a slight bow. The two disembarked, standing near the Muggle shopping mall Hagrid had mentioned. The night bus shot off again while Irina bent over, dry heaving. Luckily breakfast had long since digested, otherwise she would have been miserable. Chapter 162. Times, Cruel, Erasure, of What People Cherish. Hagrid patted Irina gently on the back. "Come on. Next we'll walk to Mr. Scamander's house. The walk will give you a chance to catch your breath." Irina nodded with effort and fell into step beside him. They walked for nearly half an hour through Dorset, reaching the edge of a villa district. Each villa in this neighborhood was enormous, almost like a miniature castle, with gardens as large as 2 sports fields. Clearly, these were small estates in their own right. As they neared the end of the street, Irina noticed something peculiar. The house numbers on her right jumped from 41 straight to 43, with no 42 in between. Hagrid pulled a crumpled slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Irina. "Irina, memorize the address on this." She studied it carefully. The paper read, 42 Green Meadow Villas, Dorset, England. To her astonishment, a grand villa, identical to the others, materialized between numbers 41 and 43, pushing the neighboring houses slightly aside. There it stood, perfectly in place before Irina and Hagrid. Could this be the Fidelity Charm? She wondered. She recalled that the Roll estate, where the Lynn family lived, had been protected with the same spell, but when she had visited Roll Manor, she had been transported there instantly via Gale's apparition, so she had never needed to remember the address. Suddenly, the paper in her hand burst into flame, burning to ash without harming her. Hagrid moved to the villa's gate and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a spry-looking elderly man hurried out and opened the gate. "Oh, Rubeus, long time no see," the man called warmly. Hagrid bowed respectfully. "It's wonderful to see you again, Mr. Scamander. This is Irina Lowell, a second-year Gryffindor student. She asked to come along with me to visit you." This elderly man was none other than Newt Scamander, once a young man now white-haired, yet his agile movements still betrayed his boundless energy. "Oh," Newt's eyes twinkled as he looked at Irina. "Hello, Miss Lowell." "Hello, Mr. Scamander. I know of you as England's most renowned magizoologist. I've heard about your many magical companions. I love magical creatures too, so I asked Hagrid to bring me along to meet you." Irina spoke in a lively tone, her eyes sparkling, utterly the image of an excited fan. How could she not admire Newt? After all, he had cared for more magical creatures than she had ever eaten chocolates. Newt smiled as he listened. When Irina referred to his creatures as companions instead of pets, his approval was evident. Many influential people, when meeting Newt, referred to his magical creatures as pets, beasts, or little animals. Rarely did anyone call them companions or friends. Yet this young witch did, and he could tell she genuinely loved magical creatures, not just for their valuable parts. "I see. Welcome, Miss Lowell. May I call you Irina?" Irina nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, Mr. Scamander." Irina and Hagrid followed Newt into the grand villa. In the living room, Irina saw a graceful older woman emerging from the kitchen with a tray of food. "This is Tina, my wife," Newt introduced. Hagrid clearly knew Tina already. He greeted her and then carefully squeezed into a chair specially prepared for his large frame at the dining table. Hagrid gave Irina a gentle pat on the back. Come on. Next, we need to walk to Mr. Scamander's house. The walk should give you a chance to catch your breath. Irina nodded with effort and fell into step beside him. They walked for almost half an hour through Dorset, eventually reaching a villa district at the county's edge. Every villa here was huge, almost like a small castle, and each garden was as large as 2 sports fields. These were clearly miniature estates. As they neared the end of the street, Irina noticed something odd. The house numbers on her right jumped from 41 straight to 43, with no 42 in between. Hagrid pulled a crumpled slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Irina, remember the address on this? She looked closely. The paper read, 42 Green Meadow Villas, Dorset, England. After reading it, Irina was astonished. A grand villa, identical to the others, had materialized between numbers 41 and 43, pushing the neighboring houses aside. It now stood perfectly before her and Hagrid. Could this be the Fidelity Charm? She thought. She remembered that the Roll estate, where the Lynn family lived, had also been protected with the same charm. Back then, though, she had been transported directly to Roll Manor via Gale's apparition and hadn't needed to remember the address. Suddenly, the paper in her hand burst into flame, burning to ash without harming her. Hagrid moved to the villa gate and pressed the doorbell. Soon, a spry-looking elderly man hurried out and opened the gate. "Oh, Rubeus, long time no see," the man greeted warmly. Hagrid bowed respectfully. "It's wonderful to see you again, Mr. Scamander. This is Irina Lowell, a second-year Gryffindor student. She asked to come along with me to visit you." This elderly man was none other than Newt Scamander. Once a young man, he was now white-haired, but his agile movements still betrayed the same energy of his youth. "Oh," Newt looked at Irina with interest. "Hello, Miss Lowell." "Hello, Mr. Scamander. I know you're England's most famous magizoologist. I've heard you have many magical creatures as companions. I love magical creatures too, so I asked Hagrid to bring me to meet you." Irina spoke in a lively, bright tone, her eyes sparkling, a perfect picture of an excited young fan. How could she not admire Newt? After all, he had cared for more magical creatures than she had ever eaten chocolates. Newt smiled as he listened. When Irina called his creatures companions instead of pets, his approval was obvious. Most influential people referred to Newt's magical creatures as pets, beasts, or little animals. Few ever called them companions or friends. Yet this young witch did. Newt could see that she genuinely loved magical creatures, not merely for their valuable parts. "I see. Welcome, Miss Lowell. May I call you Irina?" Irina nodded vigorously. "Of course, Mr. Scamander." She and Hagrid followed Newt into the grand villa. In the living room, Irina saw a graceful older woman emerging from the kitchen carrying a tray of food. "This is Tina, my wife," Newt introduced. Hagrid, clearly already acquainted with Tina, greeted her, and then carefully eased his large frame into a chair specially prepared for him at the dining table. Irina bowed politely and greeted Tina. "Hello, Mrs. Scamander. Welcome, please have a seat. Lunch will be ready shortly," Tina replied with a warm smile, nodding gently at her. From Newt's tone, it was clear he was very fond of this little witch, and Tina's voice reflected that same gentle warmth. Soon, Tina brought the last dish to the table and took her seat beside Newt. The aroma of the food stirred curiosity in King Nu and Xiaobao, who had been hiding in Irina's backpack. They poked their heads out, eager to see what delicious food could smell so enticing. "Are these your companions, Irina?" Seeing a Botricle and a Niffler perched on Irina's shoulder, Newt's face lit up with both delight and surprise. It reminded him of his younger self, who once had a Botricle named Pickett and a mischievous Niffler. Now Pickett and that Niffler were long gone, though their descendants remained. Seeing young Botricles and Nifflers like these only deepened Newt's nostalgia and longing. Time, like a butcher's blade, had ruthlessly taken what he cherished, yet the memories felt painfully vivid. Irina nodded, brushing her face affectionately against King Nu and Xiaobao as she smiled. "Yes, she's King Nu, and he's Xiaobao. They're my companions." King Nu and Xiaobao hopped onto the table. Xiaobao pointed to a dish with eager eyes, silently asking Irina to serve it. Newt's eyes moistened. How wonderful it was. "Let them eat together," he said softly, a tender smile on his face. He fetched 2 much smaller plates from the kitchen plates that Pickett and the mischievous Niffler had once used. "Thank you," Irina exclaimed, placing the plates before King Nu and Xiaobao and scooping the food onto them. After they all enjoyed their meal, Tina cleared the table, while Newt led Irina and Hagrid to the backyard. In the center, Irina saw a suitcase secured to a stone pillar. "Rubius, the Zawu has been rather friendly lately. You can try petting it," Newt said cheerfully, opening the suitcase. This suitcase contained a magical world within a space teeming with countless magical creatures. The last time Hagrid visited, Newt had led him inside. Hagrid had been most intrigued by the large Zawu, but the creature had been irritable then, so he hadn't been able to approach it. "The Zawu?" Irina asked curiously. Could this be the same giant cat-like Zawu that had helped Newt so much during the Grindelwald era? Unlike Botricles and Nifflers, Zawu had a long lifespan, so it wasn't surprising that it could still accompany Newt today. Seeing her curiosity, Newt explained, "Ah, that Zawu is my companion, a magical creature from the mysterious East. I rescued it from a circus performing in Paris when I was young. It may look frightening, but it's very gentle." Newt led Irina and Hagrid into the suitcase. Soon, Irina realized they had entered a small wooden shed. Inside, there was a cot, walls adorned with tropical clothing and various tools, and a desk neatly stacked with books and manuscripts. "Welcome to my world," Newt said with a smile, opening the shed door and spreading his arms wide. Behind him stretched a new realm, divided into zones: bamboo groves, caves, grasslands, sand dunes, rainforests, ponds, and snowfields, each inhabited by different magical creatures. From a distance, the landscape looked like a living painting, mesmerizing in its beauty. Irina's mouth fell open in awe. The film she had seen before, while impressive, could not compare to the sheer impact of witnessing this world firsthand. Guided by Newt, Irina and Hagrid approached the area where the giant Zawu lived. Irina saw the massive creature lying lazily on the grass, elephant-sized, its fur patterned in 5 colors, and its tail nearly a third the length of a basilisk. The Zawu's claws were razor-sharp, and faint scars from circus abuse marked its body. Though Newt had healed it, the subtle scars remained as a testament to its past. "These are chickens and ducks that died naturally a few days ago. You can try feeding it," Newt said, gesturing to the food. Newt handed Hagrid a bucket of raw meat. Zawu looked terrifying at first glance, but it was actually an extremely gentle magical creature, never harming humans and feeding only on the meat of naturally deceased animals. Hagrid took the iron bucket with delight and cautiously approached the enormous cat. Zawu noticed him, and instinctively stepped back at the sight of Hagrid's massive frame. Only after seeing Newt behind Hagrid did it relax, standing calmly and waiting for Hagrid to approach. Soon, Hagrid reached the creature and placed the bucket of naturally deceased chickens and ducks in front of Zawu. Carefully, he reached out to stroke its massive head. Seeing the food, Zawu let out a joyful call. It didn't resist Hagrid's touch. Instead, it lowered its head and began eating heartily. Hagrid beamed with happiness. He hadn't expected such a fearsome-looking creature to be so affectionate. Once Zawu finished the food, Hagrid stepped back beside Newt. "Can I pet it?" Irina asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on the massive cat. She glanced at Newt for permission. Newt hesitated. "Of course, though I don't have anything for you to feed it." "That's fine," Irina shook her head. "I'll just get a little closer and observe it." With Newt's consent, Irina cautiously approached Zawu. But when she was less than 10 meters away, something unexpected happened. Zawu looked up and suddenly leapt toward Irina, sending Newt and Hagrid's hearts racing. "No!" Newt shouted. He hadn't expected the usually docile creature to suddenly attack the young witch. He wanted to intervene, but Zawu was too close for him to draw his wand in time. However, once Zawu landed on Irina, an astonishing scene unfolded. Instead of harming her, Zawu affectionately licked her cheeks and rubbed its furry head against her arm. It was behaving like a playful kitten seeking attention from its owner. Newt stared in disbelief. While Zawu was friendly with humans, he had never been this affectionate toward any witch or wizard, not even himself. "Haha, hey, don't be silly," Irina giggled as the soft fur brushed her face, tickling her. She gently pushed Zawu away, stood up, and then reached out to rub its head vigorously. Zawu rolled onto its side, exposing its belly in pure enjoyment. Newt approached, his expression a mixture of astonishment and amusement. "Irina, I didn't expect it to like you so much." "Hee," Irina said, rubbing Zawu's belly with a silly smile. "Maybe I have a natural affinity with magical creatures. Almost every magical creature I've met has been eager to be close to me." "Magical creature affinity?" Newt marveled. "Many witches and wizards possess this talent, myself included, but I've never seen anyone with the ability to make creatures so affectionate on first meeting like you do. For Newt, earning a magical creature's trust for the first time always took immense effort. Yet here, Zhao had instantly bonded with Irina. The Quillwing's habitat wasn't far from the area where the venom-spotted leopards resided, and the forest here was dense with trees. As the three of them entered, Irina spotted an egg sac, about the size of an ostrich egg and covered with spikes, hanging upside down from a nearby branch. Its vibrant colors stood out vividly against the lush green leaves surrounding it. Newt waved toward the egg sac, and it instantly expanded and transformed into a bat-like creature with skeletal wings tinged blue and green. Clearly, this was the Quillwing that lived here. The Quillwing swooped toward Newt's outstretched arms, its dazzling colors shimmering across its strangely beautiful wings and body. It twirled elegantly in the air before settling on his arm. This is a Quillwing, classified by the Ministry as an XXXXX level dangerous magical creature. It feeds on human brains, though other animal brains can substitute. Its venom is extremely potent, but according to my research, if diluted properly, it can remove unpleasant memories, Newt explained, lifting his arm for Irina to see. Tentatively, Irina reached out to touch the Quillwing's wings. While it didn't reject her, unlike other magical creatures, it didn't seem particularly warm toward her either, preferring to cling to Newt's arm. Noticing her puzzled expression, Newt clarified, like many birds, a Quillwing will imprint on the first creature it sees after hatching and regard it as its mother. The first being this one saw was me. Oh, so it sees you as its mother. No wonder it's so attached to you, Irina said, finally understanding. Strictly speaking, Quillwings aren't birds, but their behavior is similar in many ways, Newt continued. To compare, late maturing birds usually imprint on the first creature they see, while early maturing ones like Quillwings can adapt to their surroundings immediately and feed themselves from birth. Newt went on to describe the Quillwing's habits in more detail than his Fantastic Beasts textbook, clearly showing his genuine fondness for Irina, the lively little witch who shared his love for magical creatures. Suddenly, the large Quillwing loosened its grip on Newt's arm and returned to the branch it had come from, chirping sharply. You're saying, Newt paused, then his eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the branch beneath the Quillwing. Next to the spot where the original egg sac had been, a small, chicken egg-sized sac now hung from the branch. Newt pointed to it eagerly and said, "Look, Irina, Rubius, that's this Quillwing's child. If I'm right, we're about to witness the birth of a new life today." Irina and Hagrid's faces brightened. They hadn't expected such a delightful surprise during their visit to Newt's suitcase world. Witnessing the birth of a rare magical creature like a Quillwing was truly thrilling. The last time they'd experienced such joy was seeing a baby dragon hatch. Following Newt's lead, Irina and Hagrid moved closer, but the large Quillwing gave Hagrid a warning call, unwilling to let the massive, imposing man near its unborn child. Resigned, Hagrid stayed about 10 meters away, standing on tiptoe, peering longingly at the branch. Only Newt, as the Quillwing's imprinted mother, and Irina, with her strong affinity for magical creatures, were allowed near the small egg sac to await the hatching. Time passed slowly until early evening, around 6 or 7 o'clock, just before dinner. As Newt hesitated whether to take Irina and Hagrid back for their meal, the small egg sac finally stirred. The sac gradually opened, revealing a pair of stunning wings with a starry, purple sheen. They unfolded to the size of an adult human's palms, revealing a tiny Quillwing, the size of a branch mouse. Its eyes were still stuck shut with sticky fluids from the sac. The adult Quillwing flew over, gently wiping the small one's eyes free of the residue, then returned to perch on Newt's shoulder. Irina carefully observed the tiny Quillwing, which seemed half asleep as it tried to open its eyes, radiating an almost pitiable cuteness. Finally, its eyes opened completely, and the sparkling pupils first focused on Irina's beautiful face and icy, blue eyes before looking at Newt and the large Quillwing on his shoulder. Seeing its child awake, the adult Quillwing called joyfully and flew to take it, but the tiny Quillwing struggled, breaking free from its parent's wings, chirping clearly as it flew to perch on Irina's head, nuzzling her affectionately. The large Quillwing let out a distressed cry, seemingly heartbroken. "This little Quillwing thinks you're its mother?" Newt exclaimed in surprise, slightly frustrated. He realized that the first creature the newborn saw wasn't the adult Quillwing, but Irina herself. This little Quillwing had imprinted on her. But Irina was just as soon to be third year at Hogwarts, hardly suited to care for an XXXXX level dangerous magical creature. Newt looked at the tiny quillwing perched on Irina's head, which kept chirping as if shouting, "Irina is my mom." Chapter 165, Such a Big Suitcase, Just for You. Irina gently tapped the small curlwing perched atop her head. The tiny creature immediately hopped onto her finger, curling its body around like a little ring resting on her index finger. Irina wanted to return the little curlwing to its mother, but the creature stubbornly refused to leave her finger, clearly intent on sticking with her. "Mr. Scamander, this." Irina glanced at Newt, feeling completely at a loss. She had no idea what to do. Newt looked equally helpless. He had been so focused on watching the curlwing hatch that he hadn't noticed the direction it had been facing toward Irina. Otherwise, he would have at least turned the little one's head toward its mother. He shrugged. "Well, it seems it has decided you're its mother." Irina remembered Newt's earlier explanation about curlwings. They identify the first living being they see as their parent. Wait, does that mean she'd just become a mom? Her eyes widened in shock. "What am I supposed to do? I don't know how to take care of a curlwing." If it were just cuddling, she, a lover of cute magical creatures, would have been fine. Taking full responsibility for a young curlwing? Absolutely impossible. Newt patiently explained, "Like I said earlier, curlwings are a bit like precocial birds. From birth, they can adapt to their environment and forage on their own. You don't need to fuss over it too much. Of course, to prevent it from harming humans for brain matter, you'll need to provide it with enough chicken or duck brains as food." Newt had come to accept the situation. Since the little curlwing had chosen Irina as its mother, neither he nor the adult curlwing could change that. Though legally, having a dangerous magical creature like a curlwing would violate ministry regulations, Newt had always secretly raised high-risk magical creatures in his magically extended, no-trace suitcase. As long as the ministry didn't find out, it wasn't truly illegal. Caring for dangerous magical creatures had been a Scamander family tradition for generations. "I'll provide the food, Mr. Scamander, you mean?" Irina repeated his words, and suddenly her expression turned incredulous. Newt nodded. "Exactly. This curlwing has chosen you as its closest companion. Taking it with you is the best choice. I can tell you genuinely love magical creatures, and I trust you'll treat it well." He handed her a bag containing food prepared for the newborn curlwing. Originally he had planned to feed it himself, but now it seemed Irina would have to handle that task. Irina nervously took the bag. She had only come to visit the adorable magical creatures, and now she had accidentally become the curlwing's guardian. "I'll take good care of it, Mr. Scamander," she promised earnestly, holding out a small portion of chicken brains for the little creature to feed on. Once the curlwing officially became part of her magical menagerie, Newt led Irina and Hagrid back to the villa for dinner. The tiny curlwing stayed glued to her finger like a little ring, even during the meal. After dinner, Newt personally prepared guest rooms on the villa's third floor for Irina and Hagrid to rest in. That night in Irina's room, she sat cross-legged on her bed while King Ziaobao and the little curlwing stood obediently in front of her. "You three are now the closest family. You have no fighting, okay?" she said gently, tapping each of their heads. King Nu and Ziaobao nodded quickly. The little curlwing, though it couldn't understand her words, seemed to grasp that she didn't want them to quarrel. Tilting its head adorably, it spread its wings and wrapped them around King Nu and Ziaobao as a friendly gesture. Irina nodded in approval, then hesitated, looking at the little curlwing. "Should I give you a name too?" The creature shook its head and let out two crisp chirps. "What? You don't want a name? Then I'll just call you Little Curlwing." For some reason, Irina felt as if she could understand the curlwing's intentions, perhaps a special ability granted by her affinity with magical creatures. Unlike Parseltongue, which converts language between human and snake sounds, Irina still heard the sharp cries, but somehow, she understood their meaning. The little curlwing nodded, chirped warmly, and leapt into her arms. Just as Irina was settling down with her three little companions, there was a knock at the door. "Irina, are you asleep?" It was Newt. "I'm not asleep yet. Please come in," she replied quickly. Newt pushed open the door and stepped inside, carrying a suitcase identical to the one fixed to the stone pillar. Seeing the suitcase, Irina's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to sense what was coming. With a smile, Newt said, "Irina, since you'll be raising a quillwing, it's essential that the ministry doesn't find out. This suitcase, like the one we visited this afternoon, has been enchanted with a powerful, undetectable extension charm. Inside, there's also a vast space. However, I've only prepared 3 areas so far, one each for your Botricle, Niffler, and little Quillwing. The rest of the spaces you'll have to create yourself. Consider this suitcase a gift from an old man whose heart hasn't aged a bit, Newt said with a playful wink. Irina took the suitcase from him, her excitement barely contained. He had never imagined she would one day own a Newt scam and her brand magical suitcase of her own. After Irina thanked him profusely, Newt continued, according to the plan Rubeus and I made, you'll be staying here for 2 weeks. During that time, I intend to teach you about magical creatures, especially how to care for rare ones, like Quillwings, that Hogwarts wouldn't normally allow you to handle. He winked at her. Clearly, Newt believed that someone with Irina's remarkable affinity for magical creatures would one day have far more companions than just her Botricle, Niffler, and little Quillwing. Without hesitation, Irina agreed. Although she didn't yet have many magical creatures, she wanted to be prepared so that she wouldn't be like this afternoon, caught with a Quillwing and unsure how to care for it properly. And so, Irina and Hagrid settled into Newt's home. For the next 2 weeks, Irina's mornings were spent helping him clean the magical creatures' living spaces and feeding them. In the afternoons, she studied the creatures' behaviors and care techniques under Newt's guidance, even learning how to communicate with them like the mating dance Newt performed in front of a Botricle. Though Irina already had basic communication skills with magical creatures, acquiring additional knowledge could only help. At night, she would enter the small world inside the suitcase Newt had given her, tending to her Botricle, Niffler, and little Quillwing, while also organizing the remaining 9/10 of the unexplored space. Meanwhile, Lynn was studying more advanced alchemy with Green. Over these days, he had mastered creating alchemical arrays capable of influencing a wizard's emotions, mind, and soul. He could produce simple illusionary arrays, whose effects were similar to the infatuation potions in Potions class. But Green didn't stop there. He began teaching Lynn alchemy related to time itself. Magic has its taboos, soul, and time, because both possess immense power capable of leading even a great wizard to ruin. Yet these are taboos in magic, not alchemy. Alchemy has only 2 taboos: never transgress the domain of the divine, and never perform alchemy on a human body. Soul-affecting alchemical arrays weren't rare among top-tier alchemists. Most renowned alchemists in the wizarding world could create at least 10 different arrays affecting the soul. But alchemy related to time had long been a forbidden pursuit, not just because of the difficulty of time-linked runes and arrays, but because it could trap an alchemist within the currents of time, never to return. Lynn remembered the time chamber in the British Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, a clock-shaped crystal dome demonstrating time's immense power. Inside, a shimmering current swirled around a tiny, gem-like object that floated up and down. In truth, that object was a small hummingbird, though it wasn't always just a bird. Bound by the power of time, it continuously cycled from birth to death. At the bottom of its cycle, the bird was encased with its egg. Rising through the dome, the egg would suddenly crack with a pop, releasing the hummingbird to ascend to the top. But as the current descended, its feathers would be dirtied and soaked, and it would return to the egg at the bottom. This endless cycle within the dome perfectly demonstrated both the majesty and the terror of time. Chapter 167. The Sands of Time. Yet, no matter how formidable the power of time appeared, countless alchemists still threw themselves headlong into the grand pursuit of temporal alchemy, sacrificing their lives in the process. Through their research, an alchemical artifact imbued with the very force of time was born, the Time Converter. Much like Grimm's anti-magic wand, nearly all powerful alchemical creations are the product of combining hermetic alchemy with array alchemy, and the Time Converter was no exception. The Time Converter, shaped like an hourglass, is primarily crafted through hermetic alchemy. Its inner sands, the sands of time, contain an inexhaustible temporal force, and it is these sands that grant the converter the power to manipulate time. Whether the Time Converter or the anti-magic wand, their defining trait is that their core power stems from hermetic alchemy, while array alchemy merely serves to enhance and channel that power. This is why Grimm always insisted that arrays and alchemy were inseparable. If an alchemist refused to share their discoveries with others, they would need to master both disciplines themselves to create great works alone. "Teacher, could you teach me some alchemical runes related to time?" Lynn asked earnestly. It was now August 10th, the day Grimm had previously mentioned for visiting Nico Lemaire. Yet, over the past few days of lessons on time-related alchemy, Grimm had focused entirely on theory. Not a single word had been said about temporal runes or alchemical arrays. This was unlike Grimm's usual method. In the past, he would hand Lin thick volumes of runes and array diagrams to memorize before teaching him any practical alchemy. This time, however, Grimm remained silent on the subject, leaving Lin both puzzled and surprised. When Lin asked, Grimm replied calmly, "Time is not forbidden in alchemy, but its dangers are well known. As your teacher, I will only teach you its principles, so you understand it and know how to respond to it. How to use it, that is something you will need to explore on your own in the days to come." Lin could only nod with a hint of disappointment. As Grimm said, even for Lin, the dangers of time were daunting. Though he would not yet master the creation of time-infused artifacts, simply knowing how to handle and respond to them was already a rare stroke of luck. "Time's almost up. We should get going." Grimm glanced at the clock, placing his left hand on Lin's shoulder while his right hand waved his wand to cast apparition. With a burst of magical sound, the two of them reappeared at the doorway of Nico's cabin. Nico opened the door, smiling kindly, and invited them in. He gestured for them to sit on the sofa, and with a flick of his wand, 3 cups of red tea appeared before Lin, Grimm, and himself. Lin rolled up his right sleeve and tapped his arm with his wand. A bright golden light shimmered across his skin, and intricate alchemical runes materialized on the surface of his arm. In an instant, his arm expanded, the illusion of skin falling away to reveal the guardian bracer of the alchemical deity. He tapped the center of the bracer with his wand. It split open, revealing a hidden blood-red crystal, the Philosopher's Stone, capable of granting wealth and longevity. Lin felt no desire to keep the stone for himself. He neatly retrieved it and handed it to Nico. Nico accepted the stone with a smile. "Lin, don't you feel tempted by the power of the stone?" Without hesitation, Lin said, "Tempted? Perhaps. But it belongs to you. You gave it to me and I am grateful enough. Why would I cling to its power instead of returning it to its rightful owner?" Nico laughed heartily. Good child, good child. Still, I may need to keep the stone for a year. I'll return it next summer when your vacation begins. My plan is to use it to create enough elixirs of immortality so that Perennial and I can live to see the day you fully grow. Once I return it to you next year, I won't need to use the stone for another century to produce immortality potions." Lin shrugged and said, "Master, go ahead and use it. Even without the Philosopher's Stone, I can protect myself." If it had been a year ago or a year from now, Lin wouldn't have dared make such a claim. Last year, he faced a basilisk, and next year, he would face a resurrected Voldemort. But this year, Lin had no concern that losing the stone would drastically reduce his combat effectiveness. After all, this year's final boss had no connection to Voldemort. The person in question was merely Harry's godfather. Not to mention, Black would never harm a descendant of the Order of the Phoenix like him. Even if Lin fought Black without the stone, he wasn't convinced he would lose. After discussing the stone, Nico asked, "By the way, Lin, how's your alchemy coming along? How far have you progressed?" Lin honestly reported his current level of knowledge. When Nico learned that Lin had been studying the theory of temporal alchemy over the past few days, he smiled. "Since you've already learned the theory, why don't I teach you how to make sands of time? After all, I taught your Wellesian-style alchemy." Lin's eyes widened with both excitement and hesitation. "But my teacher said practical time alchemy is far too dangerous. I should wait until I can explore it myself in the future." Nico chuckled. "Your Wellesian teacher was just bluffing. The reason he didn't teach you time alchemy is because he doesn't know it himself." Green buried his face in his hands, frustrated. "Teacher, could you leave me some face?" Nico waved him off. "When I traveled in the East, I heard an old saying, to know is to know, to not know is to admit ignorance. You don't know time alchemy, so you didn't bring Lin to me? Do you think I don't know time alchemy?" Green groaned. "But you never taught me either." "That's because your talent isn't enough. Teaching you a little theory is enough to keep you safe," Nico said. "But Lin's talent is stronger, and he's braver when testing the edge of danger. He's capable of learning time alchemy." By testing the edge of danger, Nico was referring to Lin practicing dark magic on his own. While it sounded like praise for Lin's adventurous spirit, it was also a gentle reproach for not heeding caution. "Master, are you really skilled in time alchemy?" Lin asked curiously. Nico laughed lightly. "Of course. I once participated in the great experiment to improve the time turner. And if a wizard could achieve immortality, do you really think the Philosopher's Stone doesn't contain some power of time?" Lin's eyes widened in understanding. Of course, Nico Lemaire, the greatest alchemist of the wizarding world, creator of the Philosopher's Stone, capable of transmuting gold and granting immortality, would naturally be unparalleled in every aspect of alchemy. And as Nico said, the stone's power to extend life is intimately linked to the force of time. Otherwise, how could it extend the life of someone long dead by over 6 centuries? Master, I've heard that sands of time can instantly kill a wizard, reducing them to dry bones, or even regress them to a fertilized egg, or trap them lost in time forever, Lin said, shuddering. Even he instinctively felt fear in the face of such unknown and terrifying power. Without the protective hourglass inscribed with thousands of alchemical arrays, the sands of time from a time-turner wouldn't allow a wizard to travel back, it would instead kill them. Nico smiled faintly. Of course, if I'm going to teach you to make sands of time, there are secret methods to temporarily control and restrain it. He waved his wand, conjuring a rabbit with transfiguration. The rabbit landed on the tea table among the 3 of them, curiously looking around. Then Nico pinched a grain of sand, glowing with a milky light, in his left hand. The strange magical aura surrounding it suppressed the glow, so even holding it bare-handed caused no temporal effects. With a flick of his hand, the grain shot out and landed on the rabbit. The suppressive magical aura vanished, and the milky glow instantly spread over the rabbit. The power of time descended on the rabbit, draining all its magic. Without magical support, the rabbit reverted to its original form, a simple teacup. Chapter 168. The Price of Manipulating Time. A divine artifact forged from a million corpses. When a grain of the sands of time fell upon the rabbit, Lin noticed something sharp and unusual. The strange orb of magical energy that had previously suppressed the sand's power hadn't vanished at all, it had suddenly transformed into a different attribute in midair, clinging tightly to the surface of the grain. What was more, this newly attuned orb no longer acted in opposition to the sand as before. Instead, it behaved like magnets of opposite polarity, drawing close and even complementing each other. As Lin pondered this, Nico retrieved the grain of sand, and, with another flick of his wand, once again transformed the teacup into a rabbit. Following the same procedure, Nico hurled the sand at the rabbit. Lin could sense the magical orb shifting its attribute again, binding itself to the sand just as before. Though it appeared the same as before, Lin knew clearly that this was yet another, entirely new magical attribute. The sand fell upon the rabbit, and the immense force of time once again enveloped it. Under the temporal influence, the rabbit reverted to a teacup, but this time, the magic sustaining the transfiguration hadn't been exhausted. Instead, it detached from the rabbit and returned to its purest form of magical energy. You should have noticed. Speak your thoughts, Nico said with a smile, collecting the sand. Lin thought carefully before replying. The orb of magic attached to the sand seemed to show 3 distinct attributes. If I'm correct, they are: first, to suppress the sand's power so it cannot act; second, to fix its power in a forward, flowing state; and third, to fix its power in a backward, flowing state. Excellent, Nico said cheerfully, clapping his hands. You're right. This secret method allows the inherently uncertain power of time to become fixed and controllable, turning it into something we can actually use. As Nico explained, the first attribute of the orb suppresses the sand's temporal force, preventing it from rebounding harmfully against the alchemist who handles it. The other 2 attributes fix the sand's temporal effect on the target, allowing the alchemist to accelerate or reverse time at will, rather than leaving it unpredictable. This revelation thrilled Lin. Grandmaster, doesn't wielding such power come at a cost? Nico's smile widened. I'm pleased you ask about the cost instead of rushing to learn it blindly. Indeed, using this power carries a heavy price. For example? Lin asked. Nico's tone grew calm and grave. Each grain of the sands of time requires 10 years of life from either the alchemist or another willing sacrifice. Moreover, each grain can only be used 3 times before it becomes completely spent unless another 10-year life is offered to recharge it. Lin's heart sank. He hadn't expected creating a single grain to demand such a tremendous cost, and that it could be used only thrice. What touched him even more, however, was that Nico had willingly expended a third of the sand's charge just to demonstrate its power. Seeing Lin's unease, Nico reassured him with a smile. Do not worry. I won't let you waste your life. The Philosopher's Stone itself contains this power. You can let the sand draw from the stone instead of your own lifespan. Lin hesitated. And where does the stone's power come from? Nico chuckled lightly, but the words that followed chilled Lin to the bone. His blood felt as if it had frozen. Over these 600 years, the world, both magical and mundane, has been in constant conflict. Drawing a little lifespan from those about to die on the battlefield has never been difficult. This philosopher's stone was forged from the bones of 1,000,000 people on the brink of death, Nico said with casual detachment. Though Nico claimed to take only the lifespans of those already doomed, Lin knew that surely some of those deaths had been directly caused by Nico himself. Even now, Nico appeared kind and gentle, the very picture of a benevolent elder. Yet Lin understood that no truly good person could survive for 6 centuries, even with the power of a divine artifact. After all, human greed can destroy worlds. I understand. Grandmaster, please teach me how to create the sands of time, Lin said solemnly. Nico laughed merrily. Very well. If I recall, you and Valison leave in a week, yes? I'll do my best to teach you the method within that time. Over the next week, Lin devoted himself to learning Nico's process. The creation of the sands of time was by far the most difficult hermetic alchemy Lin had ever encountered. Yet, its greatest advantage lay in its accessibility. A grain of ordinary sand and abstract temporal force extracted from the void were the only material requirements, aside from the 10 years of life. Lin failed countless times during experiments. On one particularly disastrous attempt, he even triggered a miniature temporal chaos in the lab. Fortunately, Nico used his secret method to erase the disturbance with his own sands, saving Lin's life. That incident drove home the terrifying reality of temporal alchemy. On the third to last day of the week, Lin finally succeeded in creating his own sands of time, with the 10 years of life required as the cost being provided by Nico through the Philosopher's Stone. With the sands of time successfully crafted, Lin spent the final 2 days learning the secret techniques from Nico to control them, gaining the ability to manipulate their power. With the stone in hand, Lin had no fear of exhausting the temporal power within the sands. During his practice of the secret techniques, he used the sands 3 times. After each use, Nico recharged them with the Philosopher's Stone. Lin also noticed that using the sands drained his energy exceptionally quickly, leaving his mind dazed immediately afterward. After some testing, he estimated that he could only use the sands 3 times per day. Any more than that would leave him completely exhausted and unconscious. Lin speculated that the degree of energy consumption was related to the strength of his soul. In other words, if he grew stronger in the future, his soul more potent, the daily limit of using the sands could increase. For now, the sands of time could only serve as a trump card, not a regular combat tool. Even before he reclaimed the Philosopher's Stone next year, he could only use the sands 3 times in total. Soon, the time came for Lin to bid farewell to Nico and Green. By this point, he had mastered all the theoretical knowledge of temporal alchemy in the wizarding world, and learned both the crafting method for the sands of time and the secret techniques to use them in combat. The trip to France had greatly enhanced Lin's abilities. Even if he faced a basilisk again without using any lethal fire, merely wielding the sands of time would strip it of most of its combat power. Some might ask if the power of time can revert life to before birth or cause instant aging or death. Why would the sands of time only weaken the basilisk rather than kill it outright? The reason is that the basilisk is an artificial magical creature with an exceptionally long lifespan, already living for over 1,000 years. While the sands of time can manipulate time, its temporal power has a limit, a century. Using 1/3 of its temporal power only accelerates or rewinds time for the target by 100 years. Since the basilisk has lived over 1,000 years, the sands cannot reach the point of killing it. At most, it shifts the basilisk's body a century forward or backward, making it unaccustomed to its own body and impairing its ability to fight. Teacher Master, see you next year, Lin said, holding a teacup-shaped cross, world key as he bid farewell to Green and Nico. A flash of light, and his body, along with the teacup, distorted and vanished into the air. Moments later, Lin appeared at the entrance of the Roll estate. He quickly entered the manor and returned to the castle. Back so soon? Seeing him return, Royna smiled and nodded. Lin nodded in response, briefly explaining that he had gone to visit his teacher Green and Master Nico Lemaire. He did not tell his mother about studying the forbidden aspects of time in France or practicing the 3 unforgivable curses in Le Fay Alley, not wanting to worry her. It was now August 17. In earlier Owl correspondence with the Weasley twins, he had arranged to visit their home before August 20. Similarly, Lynn and Irina had agreed to go to Diagon Alley on August 19 to buy textbooks for the next semester. During this day and a half, Lynn finally allowed himself to relax, sleeping from the afternoon of August 17 until the night of August 18. This alone showed just how exhausted he was. For nearly a month, he had been either practicing the unforgivable curses in Le Fay Alley or studying temporal alchemy in the lab, keeping his nerves constantly on edge. When Lynn finally unsealed himself from the covers, he felt a profound sense of relief and comfort. Earlier, the pent-up anger he had accumulated while practicing the unforgivable curses in Le Fay Alley, along with the constant stress of spending endless days in the alchemy lab, seemed to ease a little. When Lynn woke, he saw that night had fully fallen outside his window. Realizing he probably wouldn't be able to sleep again, he got up, went downstairs, enjoyed the dinner prepared by his house elf Gale, and then quietly left the Roar estate. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of England. Though the Muggle world still glowed with lights, dark corners persisted. Tents housing the homeless and malicious glances lurking around street corners robbed him of the calm serenity he remembered from wandering at night in his past life. Ugh! Lynn sighed lightly as a wave of gloom settled over him at the sight of his surroundings. The desire to stroll aimlessly was gone. He turned, intending to find an empty alley to summon Gale and apparate back home. But as he entered a narrow, enclosed alley, he sensed faint footsteps behind him. He spun around quickly, and upon seeing the follower, the tension drained from him, replaced by mild boredom. It was an adult male, holding a gleaming silver fruit knife. Clearly, just an ordinary street thug, a Muggle with no magical ability. "Hand over all your pounds, kidda." Thug growled, but before he could finish, his voice abruptly cut off. Back on the street, the nearby homeless witnessed a flash of eerie green light dart through the alley. Then silence fell. Cautiously approaching, they found the thug lying lifeless on the ground. No wounds, no marks, just gone, and the boy who had walked into the alley under their watchful eyes had vanished without a trace. The next day, outside the Leaky Cauldron, 2 figures arrived, one following the other. "Lynn, it's been a month and a half." "I don't know why, but you look worn out," Irina said, concern in her voice. Lynn shook his head, answering lightly, "You're imagining things. Or maybe I just stayed up all night." The previous night, he had returned to the Roar estate and spent the hours lying on the lawn, watching the stars, so technically, he had stayed up all night. Irina's worry didn't fully subside. Those streaks of red in Lynn's eyes reminded her of dark wizards whose minds had been eroded by black magic. "Come on, weren't we going to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks?" Lynn started toward the Leaky Cauldron, and after a moment's hesitation, Irina followed. Walking through the pub and down Diagon Alley, Lynn noticed Irina trailing him, looking hesitant. He frowned and stopped. "What's the matter?" Irina paused, then shared her thoughts. Hearing that he appeared somewhat like a dark wizard, Lynn froze for a moment. Then realization dawned, and he pulled a crystal pendant from his pocket to wear around his neck. Previously, while practicing the unforgivable curses in Le Fay Alley, Grimm had always been there, helping him mitigate the curse's effects. But last night, under oppressive emotions, Lynn had ignored Grimm's warnings. He had used an unforgivable curse on the Muggle who had threatened him and returned home without taking measures to calm himself. That was why, when he appeared before Irina, he looked so worn and exhausted. Indeed, stress often makes people act impulsively. Though the Muggle had tried to rob and attack him, killing an unarmed Muggle was never in Lynn's style. At the same time, he didn't feel sympathy for the one who died due to his own loss of control. Even with the cleansing and patroness charms repeatedly purifying his mind, the unforgivable curse had subtly shifted his temperament. Lynn smiled wryly. The fortunate part was that he recognized the influence and was taking steps to correct it. It wasn't too late. "You're right," he admitted. "I have indeed been affected by some dark magic. Thank you for pointing it out." Lynn thanked Irina. After putting on the clear heart charm, the shadow that had clouded his eyes vanished, and his gaze became clear once more. The streaks of blood that had appeared earlier were gone as well. With Lynn restored, the two of them began buying textbooks for the upcoming Hogwarts year. As they prepared to gather materials for her biology class, Irina's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. "Oh, Lynn, The Chinese chomping cabbages and poisoned tentacles I planted in the magical plant pouch you gave me, they've all matured. Half a week ago, when she checked the magical plants, she had noticed that all 5 of the Chinese chomping cabbages and all 5 poisoned tentacles she'd planted had fully grown. This meant she now had another reliable means of defense. These plants weren't single-use. After throwing the chomping cabbages in battle and tearing enemies apart, she could retrieve them and replant them in the pouch, unless enemy magic had destroyed them. Lin chuckled. How about we go to Nocturne Alley and find you a practice target? You could test these 2 plants' power. Hearing that, Irina instinctively stepped back, a hint of fear in her eyes. Lin, what's wrong with you? You're not the kind of person who experiments on other wizards with magic. Don't scare me like that. She felt like the boy in front of her had changed completely over the summer, becoming almost a stranger. Lin paused, realizing the difference between Nocturne Alley in England and Le Fay Alley in France. In France, the dark wizards were irredeemably evil, and killing them even repeatedly carried no moral weight for him. But England's Nocturne Alley was different. Though known as a gathering place for dark wizards, not everyone who lived there was evil. Some were simply unlucky souls who had nowhere else to go. He realized that even with the clear heart charm around his neck, the subconscious effects of practicing the unforgivable curses had left traces in his mind, influencing some of his instincts. Expecto Patronum. Lin exhaled slowly and waved his wand. A silver wolf, glowing with a soft white light, appeared amidst the shocked exclamations of the surrounding wizards. It circled him twice before merging back into his body. Feeling the surge of joy envelop him, Lin's expression softened. Sorry, Irina, I didn't mean to scare you. Let's find somewhere to sit, and I'll tell you everything that happened over the summer, including why I became the way I just was, okay? He looked gently at the girl beside him. Irina hesitated, then nodded. Seeing the patroness by Lin's side reassured her that he wasn't some dark wizard in disguise. Though she didn't understand the reason for his dramatic change, she was willing to hear the story of the boy who had always protected her. Soon, they had bought everything on their list and found a corner in a cafe to sit. Lin sipped his coffee and, after a moment's hesitation, began recounting his secret summer studies, learning dark magic and practicing the unforgivable curses in Le Fay Alley. I see. Irina's clear eyes glimmered as if reflecting light. Though Lin hadn't said it outright, she could tell from his words that he had studied dark magic to grow strong enough to protect her. Touching forbidden magic for the sake of protection, it sounded almost romantic. After a pause, her expression hardened, and she spoke softly, testing him. Lin, could you teach me those dark spells too? The fiend fire and the 3 unforgivable curses? If she could master such powerful magic, maybe she wouldn't have to worry others for her sake anymore. But these dark spells can affect a wizard's mind. You saw how I was earlier, Lin replied calmly. He wasn't surprised by her choice. It mirrored the resolve he had shown, but he wanted her to understand that dark magic wasn't as simple as it seemed. Take fiend fire. Without absolute control over flames, the first time he cast it, he could have been consumed by it. Irina bit her lip. But I want to experience the pain and trials you went through. It was only the corruption of dark magic. If Lin could survive it, then following the path he had walked wasn't impossible. Why shouldn't she try? Chapter 171. The Silver Fox, Patroness, and the One She Can't Leave. Lin felt a softening in his chest at Irina's words. I can teach you those dark spells, he said gently, but I don't want you to approach them recklessly, without any preparation like I did. Before you even think about learning dark magic, you need to master the Patroness charm. During the days he spent practicing the unforgivable curses, Lin had come to fully appreciate the importance of the Patroness charm. It could sweep away a wizard's anger and fill them with joyful energy. Without it, even if Lin used the calming charm to keep himself steady, his mind would still darken under the lingering negative influence of the unforgivable curses. If Irina could master the Patroness charm before delving into dark magic, she would avoid many unnecessary detours that Lin had taken. Hearing this, Irina nodded. She understood that Lin's warning was for her own good, and mastering the Patroness charm would undoubtedly help them face the challenges of the upcoming school year. After all, the Patroness was universally recognized as the only spell capable of repelling Dementors. By the way, Lin, I just saw your corporeal Patroness. Was that a wolf? She asked curiously. Lin smiled. Yes, a silver wolf. You still remember the incantation for the Patroness charm, right? Of course, Irina said. Expecto Patronum, I remember that. Lynn glanced around and said, "Actually, the patroness isn't as difficult as people think. All it requires is the incantation and enough genuine happiness. If your emotions are strong enough, you don't even need the specific wand movements to produce a patroness. But a cafe isn't the best place to practice. Why don't you come to my house?" Irina considered for a moment, then agreed. After leaving the cafe, she first bought some poultry brains for the little sprightly wings dinner, then followed Lynn to the Roar estate. They found Gale near the entrance to Diagon Alley, who apparated them directly to the Roar estate. Since Irina had visited before, Gale bypassed the estate entrance and arrived straight outside the castle. Lynn introduced Irina to Roina briefly, then led her to the training grounds behind the castle. "Go ahead and try first," Lynn said, demonstrating the patroness charm with the proper wand movements. Though one could eventually cast it without precise gestures, beginners should follow the standard form. Irina lifted her wand gently. Memories of her past life, lying on the sofa stroking her cat, flooded her mind, and waves of joy surged within her. "Expecto Patronum," she called, and silver-white light burst from her wand, swirling around her. The light thickened, yet after several minutes, it showed no sign of solidifying into a corporeal form. "Focus. Think of everything that makes you truly happy," Lynn encouraged from the side. Irina nodded and closed her eyes, letting the most cherished memories of this life fill her mind. Receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, discovering she had crossed into the magical world of Harry Potter, becoming friends with her favorite characters from the story, learning that Lynn, who had helped her many times, was from her hometown, giving her a familiar connection in this strange world. As she thought of these joys, the silver light in front of her began coalescing in a single direction. The luminous cocoon thickened, encasing the yet-to-be-formed patroness. A warm, beautiful vision filled Irina's mind. A boy with a scholarly air sat quietly by a sick, holding a heavy book she had never seen. Noticing her awakening, he smiled gently, his dark red eyes soft yet focused on her profile. "Don't worry, I'm here," his calm but determined voice echoed in her mind. Warmth and happiness surged through her chest. Silver-white light gushed from the tip of her wand, merging into the cocoon. The cocoon shattered, and there stood her corporeal patroness, a small silver fox. It seemed shy at first, cautiously observing its surroundings before nuzzling her leg and letting out a contented prrrr. "Congratulations, Irina." Lynn clapped, a smile on his face. He wasn't surprised that she had summoned a corporeal patroness on her first try. He had done the same, after all. He never doubted her talent. "Thank you, Lynn," Irina said, her icy blue eyes shimmering with emotion. She knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she could summon her corporeal patroness perfectly because of the boy before her. Lynn smiled faintly. "No need to thank me. All of this is your own effort. Now that you've mastered the patroness charm, shall we begin learning dark magic?" At this, Irina's eyes brightened and she nodded eagerly. Lynn turned and started walking toward the castle. His voice carried back to her. "Follow me. First, we need to understand the theory behind dark magic before we move on to practical use." Irina hurried to catch up. Lynn led her to the 4th floor of Roll Castle, where the dark magic books were still kept. He didn't organize them by spell difficulty, but by threat level and the degree of backlash they could inflict on the caster. He arranged them from least to most dangerous before handing them to Irina. He wanted her to approach dark magic gradually, starting with spells that had minimal backlash, rather than learning haphazardly as he had. Irina accepted this plan wholeheartedly. The theoretical knowledge of these dark spells wasn't particularly difficult. Most dark magic shared a common trait: immense power with simple execution. If dark magic were harder to cast than white magic but weaker, only a fool would study it. The appeal of dark magic was precisely that it offered tremendous power at minimal cost. Much of what was written in these books was fluff, an attempt by the authors to lure readers into the abyss of dark magic. What Irina truly needed to focus on were the spells themselves, the incantations, gestures, and effects. Among the pile of books and materials, only Fiendfire and the 3 unforgivable curses demanded her careful attention. Irina spent the entire evening on the 4th floor of Roll Castle, with even her dinner brought up by Lynn. By 1 in the morning, she had finished reading all the theoretical material, exhausted, and retired to the guest room Lynn had prepared for her. The next day was the day Lynn and Irina planned to visit the Weasley household. They woke early, had breakfast, and prepared to travel via the Floo network through the fireplace in the sitting room. Since they were visiting someone else's home, it would have been impolite to have the house elf Gale make them appear with a pop. Lynn took a pinch of flue powder from an ashtray, then handed it to Irina. He approached the fireplace and green flames ignited. The burrow. Stepping into the flames, Lynn carefully recited the Weasley family's address while scattering the flue powder. He was still inexperienced with the flue network, having rarely used it even though he had a pureblood upbringing. Irina, being Muggle-born, had never used flue powder at all. Her memory of it was only from stories and films. Seeing Lynn vanish into the green flames, Irina swallowed nervously and stepped in. Silently, she hoped she would speak clearly and not end up like Harry with a mangled address. Closing her eyes, she scattered her powder and whispered, "The burrow." The flames leapt, and she felt the world rushing past her. Moments later, she stumbled out of the fireplace, nearly falling until a pair of hands caught her. "Maintain your balance when coming out of the flue network," Lynn said, withdrawing his hands. Though he hadn't used it often, he at least remembered enough not to come flying out uncontrollably. "Ah, Irina, welcome to our home." A voice full of surprise and joy came from nearby. Irina looked up and saw Ron standing by a table, beaming. The Weasleys, along with Fred and George, were also there. At the top of the stairs, she spotted Percy, head of Gryffindor, and the youngest Weasley, Ginny. Ginny seemed timid around Lynn, shrinking behind Percy upon seeing him. "Welcome, Lynn and Irina, Mrs. Weasley said warmly. Lynn and Irina simultaneously bowed to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, speaking in unison. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Mrs. Weasley's warm smile deepened. "What a good pair. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, ma'am," Lynn replied. "Irina and I had breakfast together at the Roar estate." "Together?" Mrs. Weasley looked slightly surprised. Lynn explained, "I invited Irina to my home yesterday to visit and to practice the Patroness charm together. But it got too late after we finished, so she stayed in my guest room overnight." Mrs. Weasley nodded in understanding. Mr. Weasley, however, looked intrigued. "The Patroness charm? You two are learning the Patroness charm?" Lynn nodded. He whispered the incantation, waved his wand, and the silver wolf appeared before them. The Patroness wasn't something Lynn felt the need to hide. For one, it was a support spell, a routine technique for him with very limited combat applications, hardly a trump card. For another, being able to summon a Patroness was widely recognized as a mark of a just and capable wizard. Demonstrating this skill before esteemed wizards often earned him respect, a benefit with no downside. A corporeal Patroness. Incredible. That's a wolf, right? Mr. Weasley exclaimed, astonished that a near fourth-year student could summon a fully formed Patroness so effortlessly. "Can you summon a Patroness, Irina?" Ron, brimming with curiosity, looked at Irina eagerly. He wanted his friend to outshine that Slytherin. Though the events of the past 2 years had softened his hostility toward Lynn, his disdain for Slytherins remained. To him, noble Gryffindors should always triumph over the evil of Slytherin. Irina didn't overthink. She whispered the incantation, flicked her wand, and a small, adorable silver fox appeared at her feet. The once shy fox paused, noticing the silver wolf nearby, and tilted its head with a curious expression before approaching it, sniffing and examining its new companion. The unusual behavior of the foxes went largely unnoticed, dismissed as mutual recognition between patronesses. The real fascination lay in the fact that a near third-year witch could summon a corporeal patroness so flawlessly. "Absolutely amazing, Lynn and Irina. May I ask where you learned the Patroness charm?" Mr. Weasley clapped enthusiastically. Lynn smiled. "Uncle Weasley, you flatter me. I learned it from my teacher, the famous French alchemist Valacin Green." Hearing Lynn call him uncle, Mr. Weasley's delight grew, and he turned to Irina. "My Patroness charm was taught to me by Lynn. His Patroness is powerful, and he teaches really well," Irina said with a sweet smile. Chapter 173. Poor Harry and Ron's new wands. Everyone looked at Lynn with astonishment, even Ron, whose expression betrayed disbelief. When Irina had just summoned a Patroness nearly as strong as Lynn's, Ron had quietly celebrated that his friend could outshine that Slytherin. But then he learned that Lynn had taught her the spell. The mental shock was immense. "I never expected you to teach magic to others. Are you planning to stay at Hogwarts as a professor someday?" Mr. Weasley asked, marveling, and his curiosity piqued. Lynn chuckled and shrugged. "Hard to say, that's many years from now." Mr. Weasley nodded. Indeed, it was far too early to ask Lynn about his future. Hogwarts career guidance didn't start until 5th year, just before the OWL exams. At the warm invitation of the Weasleys, Lynn and Irina agreed to stay at the Burrow as guests until school started. Mrs. Weasley asked Fred and George to clear 2 rooms for them. Of course, the Burrow didn't have that many rooms, so Ron and Percy had to share while Ginny shared with Mrs. Weasley. Over the following days, Lynn and Irina lived as guests among the Weasleys, gradually becoming familiar with the family beyond the twins. Ginny, too, no longer feared Lynn. She understood he meant no harm. Of course, Lynn and Irina didn't spend all their time at the Burrow. Every afternoon, Lynn would take Irina out under the pretense of a casual outing, but in reality, they returned to the training grounds at Roll Manor, where he guided her in practicing dark magic. After more than a week of training, Irina had become fairly proficient at casting dark spells except for the 3 unforgivable curses and fiendfire. To ensure her mind remained unaffected by dark magic, Lynn would place the Clear Mind charm on her immediately after she cast any spell, even those without severe backlash. Once the charm was removed, he required her to cast the Patroness charm 3 times before moving on to the next dark spell. Under Lynn's meticulous protection, Irina's character remained untainted by the dark magic she learned. She stayed as pure and kind-hearted as she had been before. Soon, the second-to-last day before the new school term arrived. On this day, Hermione came to visit the Burrow. However, Mr. Weasley brought some troubling news. I heard from my colleagues at the Ministry that Harry was warned for breaking the law forbidding underage wizards from using magic outside school after he accidentally inflated his Muggle aunt. And apparently, he's been staying at the Leaky Cauldron these past few days, Mr. Weasley explained. Upon hearing this, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ron instinctively glanced at Lynn and Irina. After all, Lynn's alchemy had shielded them from Ministry detection, making them probably the only underage wizards in the house who could freely perform magic. "Oh, poor Harry," Irina said sympathetically. "What?" Hermione exclaimed, worry flashing across her face. "He won't get expelled, will he?" Mr. Weasley shook his head. Fortunately, Minister Fudge allowed Harry to continue at Hogwarts, but if he breaks the rules and performs magic outside school again, expulsion is possible. Ren poked his head forward. "Dad, so Harry's at the Leaky Cauldron right now? Shouldn't we go find him?" At that moment, Mrs. Weasley descended the stairs and said firmly, "No, it's too late today. I agree you can all go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy the books you'll need for school and get Ron a new wand while we're at it." Upon learning he would receive a brand new wand, Ron cheered with delight, and Harry at the Leaky Cauldron was quickly forgotten. After arranging the meeting time and place for the next day, Hermione headed home, while Lynn and Irina stayed at the Burrow for dinner before retiring upstairs. The following morning, Lynn and Irina accompanied the Weasleys to Diagon Alley, where Hermione had already been waiting for some time. Hermione had originally intended to visit Harry at the Leaky Cauldron first, but Ron's eagerness for a new wand took priority. It wasn't long before Mr. Ollivander found the perfect wand for Ron, a 14-inch willow wand with a unicorn hair core, ideal for a wizard who was both innocent and kind-hearted. After purchasing the wand, the group went on to buy textbooks and magical supplies. Lynn and Irina had already procured their materials on August 19th, so they simply accompanied Hermione and the Weasleys. Buying magical supplies went smoothly, but they ran into 2 minor issues with the textbooks. First, Hermione had enrolled in all the elective courses, so finding the right books for her alone took a lot of time. Second, Hagrid, the soon-to-be Care of Magical Creatures professor, had chosen Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them as the textbook. Until the books were properly subdued, they behaved like rabid beasts, attacking the staff and fighting among themselves, tearing each other apart and scattering shredded pages everywhere. Seeing this, Irina bravely volunteered to retrieve the textbooks from their cage. She used the techniques Hagrid had taught her while visiting Newt's home, running her hand down the spines to calm them. The book that had tried to bite her arm trembled in her hands, then obediently settled down, allowing her to safely remove and store it. Chapter 174. He really treats Irina well. Irina quickly pulled out 2 copies of the Book of Monsters, handing one to Hermione and the other to Ron. The shop assistant nearby looked at Irina as if she were witnessing a savior. The emotion on their face was so strong it seemed like tears were about to fall. After buying the textbooks, Hermione and Ron planned to visit Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. Irina clearly intended to go as well and even dragged Lynn along. The rest of the Weasley family decided to wander Diagon Alley a bit before heading to the Leaky Cauldron. When the four reached the entrance of Florian Fosco's ice cream parlor, they spotted Harry walking out from the passage connecting the Leaky Cauldron to Diagon Alley. "Harry! Harry!" Hermione and Ron waved energetically, catching Harry's attention. Seeing Hermione, Ron, and Irina, a smile spread across Harry's face as he walked over and sat down. "Curious," he asked, "how did you know I was at the Leaky Cauldron?" "My dad told us," Ron replied. Hermione's expression turned serious. "Harry, did you really blow up your aunt?" "I didn't mean to," Harry said helplessly. "I just lost control for a moment." Irina spoke sympathetically. "You're really unlucky to have a relative like that, Harry." Harry shrugged. "You can say that again." "This isn't a joke," Hermione said sternly. "Honestly, I'm amazed you weren't expelled." "Me too," Harry admitted. "I didn't even think I'd avoid getting arrested." He then glanced at Ron. "Your dad has no idea why Fudge let me off, right?" Harry asked. "Don't forget you are the chosen one. That Fudge may be useless at other things, but when it comes to keeping his position as Minister of Magic, he spares no effort. If he expelled you, the public backlash alone would have ruined him." At that moment, Lynn emerged from Florian Fosco's, chuckling lightly. Harry felt a little awkward. He hadn't expected Lynn to state things so bluntly. Irina nodded in agreement. "Exactly. But Harry, don't ever assume Fudge will always treat you well just because you're the chosen one. The moment you're no longer useful or worse, you get in his way, he'd happily be the first to throw you into trouble." Harry shivered at that. "Well said." Lynn approached, placing a cup of strawberry ice cream in Irina's hand. Her eyes lit up at the sight of it. She smiled at Lynn, who was enjoying another serving of ice cream, then happily dug into her own. Watching this, Harry and the others couldn't help but feel envious. This Slytherin senior really treats Irina well. "By the way, we're all staying at the Leaky Cauldron tonight, and tomorrow we can head to King's Cross together," Ron said suddenly to Harry. The Weasleys planned to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for the night, and Lynn and Irina, who had originally been guests at the Burrow, would join them. Tomorrow, everyone would head to King's Cross together. Lynn had already sent his luggage ahead to the Leaky Cauldron through his house elf, Gale, to prepare the room in advance. Hermione would also be staying at the Leaky Cauldron. She nodded happily. "My parents dropped me off here this morning, along with everything I'll need at Hogwarts." Harry was thrilled to hear that his friends would all stay together tonight and travel together to King's Cross tomorrow. After discussing lodging, Ron showed Harry his new wand. Harry was happy for him. When the topic shifted to the textbooks Hermione had bought at Ravenclaw's, Harry was amazed at the number of classes she was taking. "My birthday's in September, and my parents gave me some money to get an early birthday gift. Actually, I really want an owl. Look, Harry has Hedwig, Ron has Errol, and Irina has emergency rations." Hermione suddenly mentioned wanting to buy an owl for herself. Hearing her bring up Errol, Ron shook his head. "I don't have an owl. Errol is the family owl. I only have Scabbers." He pulled Scabbers, his pet rat, actually Peter the Animagus disguised as a rat, out of his pocket. "I want to get him checked out," Ron said, placing Scabbers on the table. He seemed a bit unwell in Egypt. During this summer, Lynn visited Nico Lemaire's cabin in France, Irina went to Newt Scamander's home, and the Weasleys won a big prize, taking the whole family to Egypt. Even Hermione went on a trip with her parents, returning with a tan. Poor Harry, on the other hand, had been stuck at home all summer with nowhere to go. "There's a Fantastic Beasts shop over there. You can see if they have something for Scabbers, and Hermione can also get her owl there," Harry said, pointing across the street. Since this summer, the only place Harry had visited outside the Dursleys' home was Diagon Alley, so he had already scoped out all the shops. Naturally, the group made their way to the magical creatures shop Harry had mentioned. To be honest, the shop was far inferior to the Yellow Owl Emporium where Lynn and Irina had bought emergency supplies. The store was cramped, with cages stacked densely along the walls. The air carried a foul odor, and the noise was overwhelming, filled with high-pitched squeaks, chirps, and hissing from the creatures confined inside. Two enormous purple toads sat devouring dead flies with slobbering mouths. A terrifyingly large turtle lingered by the window, its shell glinting like a gemstone. Poisonous orange snails slowly crept along the walls of a glass tank. A plump white rabbit transformed with a pop into a satin top hat, then popped back into a rabbit, repeating endlessly. There were also cats of various colors, a cage full of noisy crows, and a basket of fluffy, egg-custard-colored balls buzzing softly. On the counter sat a large cage containing glossy black rats, balancing on their long, bare tails while playing a jumping game. Once a wizard buying a two-tailed salamander left the counter, Ron stepped forward. "Could you take a look at my rat? Ever since I brought it back from Egypt, its color seems a bit off," he said to the witch behind the counter. "Place it on the counter," she replied, pulling a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses from her pocket. Ron carefully took Scabbers from his coat and set him beside the large cage of rats. The other rats immediately stopped their jumping game and crowded toward the cage edge, inspecting him closely. They seemed curious about this unusual rat, though they could never have guessed that Scabbers was no ordinary rat, but an animagus. Compared to the sleek rats in the cage, Scabbers looked particularly scruffy. The witch murmured, picking up Scabbers. "How old is this rat?" Ron shrugged. "I'm not sure, but it's very old. It used to belong to my brother." The witch examined him carefully, her gaze moving from Scabbers' tattered left ear to his front paw, missing a toe. She clicked her tongue in surprise. "A normal or garden rat like this usually only lives about 3 years, she said. "If you want something longer-lived, you might consider picking one from here." She gestured toward the cage of glossy black rats. But Ron clearly wasn't willing to part with Scabbers, the only thing in the Weasley household that truly belonged to him, aside from his new wand. "All right, if you don't want to switch, perhaps you'd like to try this rat vitality potion." The witch didn't press him and bent to retrieve a small red bottle from beneath the counter. "Okay," Ron said, nodding. "How much?" "Oh, what?" Suddenly, a ginger cat leapt from the top cage, landing on Ron's head and nearly knocking him flat. The cat arched its back menacingly, baring its teeth at Scabbers. "No, Cruxian, stop!" the witch shouted. But Scabbers had already slipped like a bar of soap from her hands, landing on the floor on all fours and darting for the door. Ron scrambled after him, eventually finding Scabbers under a discarded box. As they returned to the magical creature's shop, Ron muttered angrily, still annoyed at the ginger cat. To his shock, when they arrived, Hermione was walking out cradling the very same ginger cat, while Irina stood beside her, smiling and stroking its head. Lynn carried a bag containing canned food for the pet owls. "Hermione, you actually bought that blasted creature?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Hermione beamed, happily stroking the cat she now held. The cat, named Cruxian, purred contentedly under the gentle attention of Hermione and Irina. The two girls adored it, though Harry and Ron were far less impressed. Chapter 175. A Thoughtful Gift. To the two of them, Cruxian's fur was soft and fluffy, a warm ginger color, but its feet noticeably turned inward, and its expression was dark. Its face had an odd, flattened look, as if it had once run headfirst into a brick wall. "Hermione, this thing nearly scalped me," Ron complained angrily. Hermione cradled Cruxian in her arms, her eyes only on the big, adorable cat. "It wasn't on purpose, was it, Cruxian?" "What about my Scabbers?" Ron pointed to the bulge in his chest pocket. "He needs rest. He needs to relax." "How can he relax with this thing around?" "Perhaps I can help." Just as Ron and Hermione were about to argue, a calm voice spoke up. Looking over, Ron and Hermione saw it was Lynn. Irina, standing nearby, seemed to guess his intention and smiled knowingly. With a gentle smile, Lynn said, "You know me, I'm an alchemist. I can craft a special alchemical cage for Scabbers so he can fully relax inside. I can also inscribe protective alchemical runes on it to make sure Cruxian can't harm him. How does that sound?" Ron's surprise and delight were immediate. "Really?" Harry, ever cautious, didn't trust free favors. "Senior, what do we have to give in return?" Lynn's smile widened. "Don't worry, you're Irina's friends, and that makes you my friends. Consider this alchemical cage a gift for a friend." Seeing this, Irina stepped forward to ease Harry's suspicion. "Thank you, Lynn. That would be wonderful." "Not at all," Lynn replied warmly. Harry and Ron thanked him, while Hermione handed Ron the mouse, strengthening tonic he had dropped earlier. After strolling through Diagon Alley, the group headed back toward the Leaky Cauldron. On the way, Irina deliberately lagged behind a few steps and walked alongside Lynn. Chapter 176. The Truth People Believe. "So that's how it is." Irina smiled knowingly. If Peter the house elf's energy continued to be drained by the alchemical cage over the course of the year, by the end of the school year, he might no longer be able to escape as effortlessly as in the original story. Lynn said lightly, "I'm not particularly fond of the four marauders from the original story, but I despise traitors." By now, the group had arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Inside, Mr. Weasley sat at the bar, reading the Daily Prophet. "Harry, how are you doing?" Seeing Harry approach, Mr. Weasley greeted him with a smile. Harry nodded. "I'm fine, thank you." Harry, Ron, and Hermione set down their purchases and joined him. Mr. Weasley lowered the newspaper, and Harry noticed a familiar photo of Sirius Black glaring back at him. "Has the Ministry caught him yet?" Harry asked. "No, Mr. Weasley said gravely. "They've reassigned everyone from regular duties and are pouring all their effort into capturing him, but so far there's been no progress." While the group discussed Sirius Black, Lynn and Irina had already gone upstairs to check the rooms where they would be staying that night. For them already familiar with the storyline, Sirius's story was no longer particularly surprising. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley entered the Leaky Cauldron carrying bags upon bags, with the Weasley twins, Percy and Ginny following close behind. Dinner arrived quickly, and old Tom, the innkeeper, pushed 3 tables together in the main hall. Lynn, Irina, Harry, Hermione, and the 7 members of the Weasley family all eagerly enjoyed 7 or 8 delicious dishes. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms to sleep. However, just as Harry was about to climb into bed, a loud argument erupted from outside. When he opened his door, he heard Percy yelling about his missing student council badge, while Ron was fussing over the disappearance of his rat vitality potion. To stop them from quarreling further, Harry decided to go downstairs and search the bar for the lost potion. But trouble never comes in isolation. Just as he reached the top of the stairs, he heard another argument echoing from a nearby private room, this time between Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and shockingly, the discussion concerned Harry himself. Harry perked up, straining to catch their conversation. "Inside the room, Mr. Weasley spoke with urgency. "We should tell Harry the truth. He has the right to know. I tried to convince Fudge, but he insists on treating Harry like a child. Harry is 13 now, Arthur, the truth will terrify him." Mrs. Weasley shrieked. "The danger is ever present. Do you really want Harry to carry such a shadow into school? For heaven's sake, it's better if he remains unaware for now." "I don't want to upset him. I just want him to stay alert. You know what Harry and Ron are like. They wander off on their own, even into the Forbidden Forest." Mr. Weasley snapped back. "Harry must not do that again this term. I can't bear to think what could have happened that night if he had left home and the night bus hadn't picked him up. I'm certain he would have been dead before the Ministry even found him," he said firmly. "But he didn't die. He's fine." "What's the need, Mrs. Weasley protested. "Molly, they say Black is mad, and maybe he truly is. But he managed to escape from Azkaban, something everyone thought impossible. It's been a month, and no one has seen him since. The one thing we can be certain of, Black is after Harry," Mr. Weasley said sternly. Mrs. Weasley replied, "But Harry is perfectly safe at Hogwarts." Mr. Weasley sneered. "We thought Azkaban was secure too. Since Black could break out of Azkaban, he certainly has the skill to breach Hogwarts." At the top of the stairs, Harry listened carefully, finally piecing together the truth everyone assumed he didn't know. Meanwhile, in his room, Lynn was practicing alchemy. Since he had decided to craft an alchemical cage to weaken the dwarf Peter, the sooner it was completed, the better. The sooner Scabbers was contained within it, the smaller the chance Peter could escape by the end of the school year. Lynn waved his wand, summoning a crimson flame before him. He tossed a block of bronze into the fire, shaping it under his control into the form of a metallic cage. The alchemical cage Lynn had described to Irina during the day was not difficult to make. Its base required only bronze, sufficient to carry all the alchemical arrays that would soon be etched onto its surface. Once the bronze block had taken the cage shape, Lynn extinguished the flames and pulled out his mithril engraving knife. Since obtaining the Philosopher's Stone and creating the demon god scepter, Lynn rarely used the mithril knife to etch alchemical arrays, preferring to form them in midair. But now, having returned the Philosopher's Stone to Nicholas Flamel, he lacked the magical energy to sustain midair arraying solely from his own reserves. He had no choice but to return to using the mithril knife. This academic year, however, Lynn would not be limited to the knife. The demon god scepter could channel not only the Philosopher's Stone, but also ordinary mana crystals, providing him with magical energy. Once he produced enough mana crystals, he could temporarily substitute them for the stone, sustaining midair arrays with their energy. Of course, mana crystals were far inferior to the stone in durability and capacity. Even at full power, the demon god scepter powered by ordinary crystals could barely maintain 3 alchemical arrays simultaneously for 10 minutes in battle. Chapter 177. Lin is one of us. With prior experience as a foundation, Lin's hands moved quickly as he wielded the mithril engraving knife to carve the alchemical runes. His right hand flipped the knife in precise motions, and golden lines appeared across the surface of the alchemical cage, weaving together into intricate, flickering patterns. Soon, dozens of distinct alchemical arrays were etched onto the cage. Most of these arrays were designed with negative effects. Attributes like suppression, anti-magic, weakening, dismantling, aging, and soul attrition dominated their properties. The so-called positive protective effect Lin had promised for Scabbers was actually just a simple defensive array. Even the effect that made Scabbers obedient relied on a negative attribute, soul attrition. After all, soul attrition gradually saps energy, leaving Scabbers exhausted, and naturally, too tired to resist or move. Logical, isn't it? In essence, only one of the dozens of arrays was intended to prevent Cruikshank from attacking Scabbers. The rest were designed to suppress and weaken his body further. Once the final array was complete, Lin set down the mithril knife and raised his wand. Muttering obscure incantations, he tapped the wand lightly above the alchemical cage. A flash of golden light swept through, and the engraved arrays sank into the cage itself, hidden from outside view. With that, the custom-made alchemical cage for Peter the house elf was finished. Having completed his work, Lin put away his tools and went to bed. The next morning, Lin and Irina emerged from their rooms to see Harry looking worried and Ron, flustered after being scolded by Percy, fuming in frustration. "Ron, I've finished the alchemical cage for you," Lin said, holding it up. At this, Ron's gloom vanished instantly. He dashed forward gleefully and took the cage from Lin's hands. "Thanks so much, Senior Ron," Ron exclaimed. He pulled Scabbers from his pocket, ready to place him inside. But as Scabbers approached, he sensed something off. A terrifying magical pulse emanated from the cage, one he had only ever felt in dark magic before. His eyes widened in fear, and he squeaked, struggling to escape Ron's grasp. Before he could jump from the table, a large hand pinned him down. Looking up, Scabbers saw Lin's gentle gaze and kind smile. The little creature felt as if death itself held a scythe to his throat. The cold stare sent shivers down his spine. "Don't let him out. Just put food straight in the cage," Lin said as he placed Scabbers inside and closed the door. Ron nodded eagerly, almost bouncing with determination. "Got it, Senior. For his health and safety, I won't let him out. That stinky cat won't hurt Scabbers on my watch." Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Stinky cat? He's my Cruikshank, a very gentle cat. Right, Cruikshank?" She rubbed her cheek against Cruikshank's belly. The big cat purred lightly in agreement. Yet his gaze never left Scabbers, eyes narrowing as if plotting to strike. Even Cruikshank, with his cat-ferret hybrid sensitivity to magic, hesitated before the terrifying magical pulse radiating from the cage. At that moment Mr. Weasley peered in from the leaky cauldron doorway. "They're here. Come on quickly." He led the group across a short stretch of pavement to the first of 2 parked dark green vintage cars. Both drivers, dressed in bright green velvet suits, were Aurors sent by the Ministry to protect the young wizard with a savior's reputation, Harry Potter, from the notorious escaped prisoner Sirius Black. The group was swiftly driven to King's Cross Station. Passing through the barriers, they boarded the Hogwarts Express. Yet Harry lingered on the platform, speaking quietly with Mr. Weasley. As the train began to accelerate, Harry finally stepped aboard. "I need to speak with you all privately," he whispered to Ron, Hermione, and Irina as he made his way down the corridor. Hearing this, Ron turned to his sister Ginny. "Ginny, move aside." "All right, fine." Ginny snapped, clearly irritated. She didn't want to exchange another word with her annoying brother, and stomped off down the corridor. Now only Harry, Ron, Hermione, Irina and Lin remained in the passage. Harry walked forward, looking for an empty compartment, but his eyes kept flicking toward Lin. Noticing this, Irina gently held Lin's arm and said to Harry, "Don't worry, Harry. Lin is on our side." Having just benefited from Lynn's help, Ron nodded in agreement. Yeah, even though Senior Roll is a Slytherin, he's definitely a good person. We don't need to avoid him. Hermione didn't speak, but her posture clearly aligned with Irina's sentiment. Seeing his friend's trust in Lynn, Harry nodded reluctantly and led the group to an empty compartment at the rear of the train, the only one not yet fully occupied. Inside, a middle-aged man slept slumped against the seat near the bed. His wizarding robes were tattered and patched in multiple places. He looked weak and frail. Though his face appeared youthful, his light brown hair was already streaked with gray. On the luggage rack above him sat a small, battered trunk tied together with ropes, bearing the name, R.J. Lupin. Is this our new professor this year? I wonder which class he teaches, Ron muttered, eyeing the sleeping man. Irina shrugged. It's obvious it must be defense against the dark arts. We already know Hagrid teaches care of magical creatures, so the only remaining vacancy is the Data post. Ron gave Lupin a skeptical look, doubting whether such a frail-looking professor could handle teaching defense against the dark arts. Harry sat down on one side of the compartment, glanced at the sleeping Lupin, and quietly recounted the earlier conversation he had overheard with Mr. Weasley outside the train. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. You're saying Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban to find you? Harry, you have to be extremely careful. Don't give him a chance to catch you alone. Harry nodded helplessly. Of course, I'll be careful. I just don't understand why Mr. Weasley thinks I go looking for someone who wants to kill me. Lynn replied calmly, perhaps. There's a reason you have to seek him out. Harry blinked, confused. Sirius Black was a former Death Eater. Why on earth would he have any reason to search for him? Irina spoke softly. I think the truth is something you'll have to discover for yourself. But as long as you stay close to Lynn and me, even if Sirius Black shows up, we can ensure your safety. In truth, even without Lynn and Irina, Harry would not be in any real danger after all. Sirius Black was his godfather. Grateful, Harry gave a small nod to both Irina and Lynn. After discussing Sirius, the group began chatting casually. Hermione took Crookshanks out and let him roam the compartment freely. Crookshanks didn't wander around. He settled on the table, eyes fixed intently on Scabbers, who was confined inside Lynn's alchemical cage. With the cage in place, Ron, though still a bit irritated by Crookshanks, didn't react as harshly as he might have otherwise. As the afternoon wore on, the sky grew darker. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, the Hogwarts Express entered a dense fog, and fine rain pattered against the windows. Soon the train began to slow. Are we there yet? Ron asked, standing and peering out at the thick fog. Lynn's expression grew serious as he drew his wand. No, we haven't arrived, but an uninvited guest has. Outside, the world had grown pitch black. The Hogwarts Express rolled to a halt, the wheels' sound vanishing, while wind and rain battered the windows louder than before. Plunk! A gear ground to a stop, followed by the sound of luggage crashing from the racks. Then, all the lights on the train went out. The entire compartment plunged into darkness. Chapter 178. Truly, his child. In the darkness, a piercing, grating sound cut through the silence, like nails scraping across glass, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Something's moving outside, Ron whispered, straining to see out the window. It looks like someone's getting on the train. Irina's face grew serious at his words, and she drew her wand. Inside the Hogwarts Express, panic spread among the young witches and wizards. Students stumbled through the darkened carriages, bumping into one another, their apologies, questions, and curses echoing through the train. Quiet! A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Professor Lupin, who had been sleeping by the window, stirred awake. He raised his wand, and a faint popping sound accompanied a small flame that flickered to life at its tip. The weak light illuminated his tired face, but his eyes were sharp and alert. Just as Lupin stood to investigate the disturbance, the sliding door of the carriage creaked open. A tall, cloaked figure appeared in the doorway, its face hidden completely beneath a black hood. A grayish, skeletal hand emerged from the cloak. The hand was unnervingly inhuman, thin as bone, sending a chill down the spine. It was slick and mottled, like something decayed in water. There was no doubt. The creature at the doorway was a Dementor, the very one that should have been guarding Azkaban. The Dementor seemed to sense their gaze. It drew a slow, deliberate breath, and a cold that pierced to their bones swept through the carriage, as though it could slice through their hearts. Harry felt his emotions, his very capacity for joy, being drained by the dark presence. In the next instant, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Ah! Ron and Hermione rushed forward, catching Harry before he fell. Lynn and Irina, meanwhile, fixed their attention on the Dementor at the carriage door, wands raised in unison. Expecto Patronum, they shouted together. A brilliant silver light exploded across the carriage, flooding every corner. Even young witches and wizards in the corridors squinted at the dazzling radiance. From the light emerged a silver wolf and a silver fox, both glowing with ethereal brilliance. They moved in perfect coordination, charging toward the Dementor. These corporeal patronesses radiated pure joy, striking the Dementor with the force of thunder. Sensing the approach of the twin patronesses, the Dementor let out a wail of despair and stumbled backward, its cloak billowing wildly. Lynn and Irina's wands moved again, the silver wolf and fox in relentless pursuit, scattering the Dementor's dark magic. There were more Dementors aboard the train, of course, but whenever the patronesses approached a carriage, the Dementors there seemed to flee in terror, as if fleeing some divine punishment. In less than a minute, dozens of Dementors had been driven from the Hogwarts Express by these two young witches. Dozens of Dementors defeated by two underage wizards, an incredible feat, yet not entirely surprising. After all, in the original tale, a single corporeal patroness summoned by Harry at the Black Lake was enough to repel dozens of Dementors. Lynn and Irina, with greater skill and deeper emotional energy, could do even more. The silver light poured from every window, illuminating the surrounding mist and valley. Dementors fled with shrieks, as though escaping divine judgment. Inside the carriages, the brilliant glow filled everyone with an involuntary sense of joy. Professor Lupin, astonished, watched Lynn and Irina. He had intended to cast his own patroness to protect the children, but before he could lift his wand, the two seemingly third- or fourth-year students had already unleashed full patroness charms. It was astonishing, even among elite Aurors of the Ministry, few could manifest a fully corporeal patroness. "Did you learn your patroness charm at Hogwarts?" Professor Lupin asked with some difficulty. He could hardly believe that the two young wizards in front of him were casting patronesses better than he could. Lynn shook his head. "No, my teacher taught me." Irina added, "I learned it from Lynn." Lupin's gaze flicked back and forth between Lynn and Irina before finally resting on Lynn. "And what is your name, young man?" "Lynn Roll, Professor," Lynn answered matter-of-factly. At once, Lupin's eyes widened in realization. Roll, could this be Henley's child? He'd grown up so fast, and already showing such remarkable skill. Lupin regarded Lynn with admiration. "Lynn, may I ask who your teacher is?" "My teacher is Valacin Green," Lynn replied. "You must have heard of him, the famous French alchemist who invented the anti-magic stone." Lupin nodded slightly. Of course he had heard of Valacin Green, the renowned French alchemist behind the anti-magic stone. While publicly it was considered to have only a minor effect, slightly dampening a wizard's magical power, Green had introduced the very concept of magic prohibition to the magical world. If, in the future, other alchemists developed a more powerful anti-magic stone capable of fully suppressing a wizard's power, Valacin Green would be recognized as the founder of anti-magic alchemy. Just as Lupin was about to comment further, a groan came from nearby. Harry stirred, moaning as he woke, with Ron and Hermione supporting him. "Eat something, it'll help." Seeing Harry awake, Professor Lupin hurried over, breaking off a large piece of chocolate and handing it to him. Harry took it weakly. "Thank you, Professor Lupin," he said. He nibbled at the chocolate, and color slowly returned to his cheeks. He stood up. "What exactly was that thing?" Harry asked, confused. Lupin opened his mouth to explain, but Irina spoke first, decisively. "A Dementor. From Azkaban. It's an evil man-made creature that serves as the prison's guardian, almost impossible to destroy. The only thing that can counter it is the patroness charm." Harry's confusion deepened. "But why would an Azkaban Dementor be on our Hogwarts Express?" Lynn, having put his wand away, sneered. "Why? There are only two reasons a Dementor would leave Azkaban. 1. It revolted and escaped the Ministry's control. 2. Some bureaucratic hacks at the Ministry, trying to capture the fugitive Sirius Black to stabilize public opinion and maintain support, completely disregarded the safety of us young wizards." Everyone fell silent. Though Lynn hadn't spelled it out, they all knew the truth. It was the latter. "Senior Roll, the ministry bureaucrat you mentioned, could it be? Harry asked cautiously. He found it hard to imagine that the very minister who had recently saved him could be capable of such a cruel act. Lynn let out a cold laugh. Harry, you have to understand not everyone who treats you well is truly good. Yes, that worthless, hell-bound fool is Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. He would use his position to rescue you for the sake of public approval and just as easily risk all our lives for the same reason. Lynn's words silenced everyone. There was no argument against it. After all, the Dementor's intrusion on a train carrying young wizards had just happened before their eyes. Professor Lupin, too, quietly regarded Lynn with a hint of respect. He had not expected a fourth-year student to perceive the Ministry's intrigues with such clarity. If Lynn had not exposed Fudge's intentions, even Lupin might have simply assumed the Dementors had been released due to negligence or error, never considering the deeper political machinations. As expected of Hindley's child, Lupin murmured softly, lost in memories from over a decade ago. Hindley Roll had once been an exceptionally gifted wizard, the Ministry's only Phoenix operative embedded within Voldemort's ranks for years, even becoming one of Voldemort's closest lieutenants. Chapter 180. Stubborn Harry and Dumbledore's Old Habits. Even Severus Snape, who later stayed close to Voldemort as a double agent, had originally been a true Death Eater. Only after Voldemort killed the love of his life, Lily Evans, did he change sides, committing himself entirely to protecting Harry. This goes to show just how remarkable it was that Hindley Roll, always operating undercover within Voldemort's ranks as a master of Dementor manipulation, could consistently provide so much valuable intelligence over the years. As Henry's child, the young wizard Lynn Roll was clearly following in his footsteps. Professor Lupin sighed, his gaze softening. Once Harry had mostly recovered, Lupin left the carriage to speak with the train's driver. Shortly after Lupin's departure, the Hogwarts Express slowly pulled away and arrived at Hogsmeade Station just as evening fell. When the students boarded the night-drawn carriages to approach Hogwarts Castle, they immediately noticed two eerie Dementors positioned beside the wrought iron gates, each clinging to a stone pillar. Even from a distance, Harry could feel icy waves of cold radiating off them. He shrank back into the carriage, only peeking out again once it had passed through the gates. The carriage soon stopped outside the castle. One by one, the young witches and wizards disembarked and made their way through the gates toward the great hall. As Lynn and Irina entered the hall, they instinctively glanced up at the ceiling, now filled with dark, stormy clouds. Sure enough, uninvited guests had arrived. Roll, Lowell, Potter, Granger, I want to see all four of you. Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The four turned to see her beckoning, her expression stern. Lynn and Irina walked calmly toward her, while Harry and Hermione tensed up. No need to be nervous, come with me, McGonagall said, forcing a small smile as she noticed their anxious faces. At her words, Harry and Hermione relaxed slightly. The four followed her through the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, and along a corridor to her small office. McGonagall's office wasn't large, but it radiated warmth. A bright fire burned in the hearth, and the furnishings gave a cozy, welcoming impression. Professor Lupin sent me a message by Al, McGonagall began, turning to Lynn and Irina. He said you cast full patroness charms. That true? Lynn and Irina nodded in unison. McGonagall's eyes brightened with delight. For her students to master the patroness charm, a spell so difficult that only virtuous witches and wizards could wield it, was a source of genuine pride. Excellent, excellent. If the school year weren't just beginning, I'd award 5 extra points each to Gryffindor and Slytherin. After all, you saved your classmates. Lynn and Irina exchanged a glance and thanked her together. Thank you, Professor. After praising them, McGonagall's expression grew serious again. She turned to Harry. Professor Lupin also told me you weren't feeling well on the train, Potter. Harry felt a pang of embarrassment. He hated that anyone knew he'd fainted while the others hadn't. I'm fine, Harry said stubbornly. I don't need anything. Just then, a knock came at the door. Madame Pomfrey entered, inquiring about Harry. When she learned the Dementors were responsible, her expression mirrored McGonagall's concern. What on earth is the Ministry thinking, sending Dementors near the school? She muttered. I doubt he'll be the first to faint, and he's cold and wet. Those creatures are terrifying, especially for the vulnerable. She began examining Harry, muttering all the while, until Harry cut her off, indignantly saying, I'm not weak. No matter how much McGonagall or Pomfrey pressed, Harry insisted he was fine. After finishing the chocolate Lupin had given him, Harry began to feel much better. Eventually, McGonagall and Pomfrey allowed Harry, Lynn, and Irina to leave, leaving Hermione behind. Lynn and Irina knew McGonagall was giving Hermione the time Turner she'd requested from the Ministry, so the three returned to the Great Hall. As expected, Hermione emerged from McGonagall's office, her face alight with joy, a clock-shaped pendant hanging around her neck. The Great Hall was a sea of pointed wizard hats, with students seated at the 4 house tables. Thousands of candles floated above, casting a warm glow over everyone's faces. At the far end, Professor Flitwick held the sorting hat, preparing to leave the hall. It was clear they had missed this year's sorting ceremony hosted by Professor Flitwick. At this moment, Professor McGonagall strode purposefully into the Great Hall, heading straight for her seat among the staff, while Lynn and the others returned to their places. Before long, Dumbledore, seated at the center of the staff table, stood to speak. "Welcome back to Hogwarts," he said. "I have a few announcements for you, and one of them is very important. So I thought it best to tell you before you get too distracted by the feast, and your minds turn to mush." Hearing this, all the young wizards sat up straight. Dumbledore rarely made speeches before the start of term feast. He usually preferred to let students start eating and enjoy the banquet. That he was breaking his habit now clearly meant what he was about to say was serious. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore began, "We currently have several Dementors from Azkaban at the school. They have been sent by the Ministry on official business, as I'm sure you already know, given their inspection of the Hogwarts Express." He paused briefly, a flicker of displeasure in his deep blue eyes. It was obvious he was deeply unhappy about the Ministry sending such dangerous creatures, putting his students' lives at risk without permission. "They are stationed at every entrance to the school," Dumbledore continued calmly. "I must make it clear, while they are here, no one may leave the school unaccompanied. No trickery, deception, or disguise will fool a Dementor, not even an invisibility cloak." He glanced knowingly, aware that, within Hogwarts, perhaps only Harry possessed an invisibility cloak, while other students would rely on disillusionment charms to achieve a similar effect. "Dementors do not understand excuses or pleas for mercy. I remind all of you here, do not give them any reason to harm you. I expect prefects and our newly elected male and female student council presidents to ensure that no student comes into conflict with a Dementor." The young wizards from all 4 houses sat in tense silence, their faces serious. On the Hogwarts Express, even being near a Dementor had left them feeling their joy being drained, a near-suicidal despair. To be directly targeted by one was unthinkable. None dared to defy school rules and sneak out while Dementors were stationed at Hogwarts. "Now for a more pleasant topic," Dumbledore said, his expression softening. "I am delighted to welcome 2 new professors to our staff this term. First, Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in Defense Against the Dark Arts." He looked toward Lupin, who stood and nodded politely to the students. A few sparse, lukewarm claps echoed through the hall. The young wizards were unimpressed by Lupin's tattered robes. Only Harry and the others, who had benefited from Lupin's kindness and received chocolate from him, clapped enthusiastically. Judging by Lupin's appearance, most students doubted his ability to teach defense against the dark arts, and even those clapping earnestly, Harry and friends, harbored their doubts. With Lynn and Irina's patronesses already having driven off the Dementors, Lupin had not yet had a chance to demonstrate his skill in front of them. Meanwhile, Lynn and Irina, who had already shown in the earlier events, applauded from their seats. Others may not have understood, but they knew. Among the 7 Defense Against the Dark Arts professors Harry had encountered so far, only Lupin and Snape could truly be considered competent. The rest included imposters, show-offs, and genuine Death Eaters. "Look at Snape," Ron whispered to Harry, pressing close to his ear. Snape's sallow, gaunt face twisted into an expression of shock, anger, and perhaps even hatred. "As for our second new professor," Dumbledore continued, "I regret to inform you that Professor Kettleburn retired at the end of last term, seeking more time to enjoy his golden years. But I am pleased to announce that the one who will take his place is none other than Rubeus Hagrid. He has agreed to accept this position alongside his duties as Keeper of the Grounds." Dumbledore beamed as he made the announcement. Chapter 182. The Soul Imprisoned in a Book. As Dumbledore finished speaking, an even louder applause erupted through the great hall than before. Nearly every Gryffindor student clapped with all their might, and from the other house tables, Bursts of applause could also be heard. At the teacher's table, Hagrid's face turned bright red. His eyes were cast downward, toward his enormous hands, and the wide smile hidden beneath his tangled black beard was unmistakable. After addressing all the important matters, Dumbledore announced that the feast could begin. Golden plates and goblets instantly filled with food and drink, and everyone dug in with gusto. Soon, the opening feast concluded, and the young witches and wizards, guided by their prefects, returned to their dormitories to rest. The next morning after breakfast, Harry and his friends headed toward the divination classroom. Meanwhile, Lynn and Irina had already arrived early at the library entrance. Since they were only taking one elective each besides their required courses, they didn't have to dash between classrooms like Harry and the others. They enjoyed a leisurely schedule. For example, their first class that morning was free for both of them. Lynn had a completely free morning, while Irina only needed to head to Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class before the second period. "Let's go. We'll cast an invisibility charm and head to the restricted section to dig up some advanced dark magic knowledge," Lynn said. So far, their dark magic expertise had come from the fourth-floor collections at Roll Castle and other rare texts, but they hadn't yet explored the restricted books in Hogwarts' library. After all, Hogwarts' library was famously comprehensive. They hoped to uncover even deeper dark magic secrets within. Irina nodded slightly, waved her wand, and silently cast the invisibility charm on herself. Her form vanished from sight. Lynn did the same, wiping himself from view, then took Irina's hand to ensure he could feel her presence. Hand in hand, they quietly slipped past Madame Pince, the librarian, and sneaked into the restricted section of Hogwarts' library. They wandered leisurely through the dimly lit aisles. Surprisingly, with Lynn holding her hand this time, Irina didn't feel embarrassed like before. Instead, she found herself enjoying it. Before long, they arrived at a bookshelf so black it seemed soaked in ink. An unsettling aura radiated from the books upon it. "Wait a moment," Lynn whispered, removing his invisibility charm. He drew a dark magic tome from the shelf, then waved his wand across its cover like a carving knife, leaving shimmering golden lines etched into it. The previous night, Lynn had used his free time to craft 3 magical crystals, placing one into the recess of his arcane scepter as a power source. With the crystal supplying energy, he could now use his wand like a chisel to inscribe alchemical arrays on objects, though not as freely as when using a philosopher's stone. Before long, several alchemical arrays appeared on the cover of the dark magic book. At the same time, Irina removed her invisibility charm, sensing the previously uncomfortable aura from the book had vanished. This dark magic book contains a human soul. Whenever a wizard opens it, the soul manifests and attacks them. I just sealed the soul completely with the alchemical arrays, so you can examine it safely now. Lynn handed the book to Irina with a smile. Irina studied the book carefully. For some reason, it felt strangely familiar. Then she realized this was the very book Harry had stumbled upon in his first year, the one that had shrieked when he dared open it in the restricted section. The face that had appeared on the pages when Harry opened it must have been the trapped soul struggling, letting out its tortured cry. Once Irina confirmed that Lynn had completely sealed the dark magic book, she relaxed and opened the volume in her hands. The disturbing face and shrieking that had appeared before did not return. Now before her lay only ordinary text and diagrams, recording, of course, advanced knowledge of dark magic. Compared to the unforgivable curses and the inferno curse that Lynn had mastered, this material wasn't especially profound. Still, the combat strategies and subtle secret techniques embedded within were worth studying for both of them. Unfortunately, they couldn't linger in the restricted section for too long. After all, once Harry and the others finished divination class, Irina needed to accompany them to Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson, a required course. Judging the time to be right, Irina left the restricted section first and headed toward the transfiguration classroom, while Lynn returned to the dormitory carrying some alchemical runes he had copied from another alchemy book. He planned to test their effects. Meanwhile, in the transfiguration classroom, Irina noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione sitting beside her, all looking distracted and downcast. "What's wrong with you three? Why do you all look so listless?" she asked, puzzled. Professor McGonagall, standing at the front, had already noticed the trio's unusual demeanor. Even when she had demonstrated knowledge of animagus transformations and turned herself into a tabby cat in front of the class, Harry had remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with what was happening. Yes, Irina added, what's going on today? You don't seem yourself. McGonagall slowly descended from the podium, her kind yet stern gaze fixed on Harry. Hermione, seated to Harry's right, raised her hand. Professor, we just had a divination class and interpreted tea leaves. The result. Before Hermione could finish, McGonagall interrupted with a knowing frown. No need to continue, Miss Granger. Tell me, which of you has been predicted to die this year? Hearing this, Irina immediately understood what had happened to Harry and relaxed slightly. She smiled softly. Let me guess, she said. Your divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, predicted your death, didn't she, Harry? Harry groaned, nodding. He couldn't understand how Irina could still smile, even knowing he'd been the subject of such a prophecy. I see, McGonagall said, her bright eyes fixed on Harry. Potter, you should know that since Sybil Trelawney arrived at this school, she has predicted a student's death every year, but so far none of them have actually died. She enjoys using death omens to greet a new class, were it not for my habit of avoiding gossip about colleagues. She paused, realizing she was speaking ill of Professor Trelawney. After a moment, she continued, adopting a matter-of-fact tone. Divination is the most imprecise branch of magic, and frankly I have little patience for it. True seers are extremely rare and Professor Trelawney, well, she hesitated again, then said plainly, Mr. Potter, in my view, you are in excellent health. So, if I have not excused your homework today, please forgive me. I assure you, should you actually die, there will be no need to submit it. Relieved by McGonagall's words, Harry finally laughed softly. The Transfiguration lesson passed quickly, and after the midday feast, Irina would attend Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class. A devoted lover of magical creatures, secretly even keeping a dangerous 5X classified creature called a Kneazle, Irina looked forward to the lesson with great anticipation. Of course, her excitement wasn't just for Hagrid's class itself, but for the chance to see the winged hippogriffs, especially Buckbeak, who had appeared many times in the original stories. Chapter 183, Hippogriffs. This lesson in Care of Magical Creatures was shared by third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins, who, wearing their respective house robes, left Hogwarts Castle and headed toward Hagrid's hut. The rain that had fallen all morning had stopped, leaving the grass slick and springy underfoot. The students' steps pressed into the damp turf, soft and bouncy from the recent downpour. By the time Irina and the others reached Hagrid's hut, he was already waiting outside in his familiar moleskin coat, with Fang at his side. His excitement was palpable, he could hardly wait to get started. Come on, hurry up. I've got something really special to show you today. This lesson's going to be fantastic. Follow me. Hagrid led the students toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, brimming with enthusiasm. But just as the students expected him to take them into the forest, Hagrid stopped at a small, empty paddock. Nothing was inside it. Everyone, gather around this fence so you can see clearly. First, you'll need to open your textbooks, Hagrid called out. Draco Malfoy, lounging in his Slytherin robes, sneered lazily. And how exactly do we do that? Hagrid froze for a moment. Irina, recognizing that this was Hagrid's first day as a professor, and that he might not know how to handle unexpected situations, stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Everyone, she said, you need to gently stroke the spine of monsters and where to find them. That will calm the book down. As the most skilled third-year student at Hogwarts, with a history of facing Voldemort and killing a basilisk, Irina's words carried weight. Even the Slytherins trusted her advice. Under her guidance, the students began to calm their books. Soon, most of them had managed it, though a few timid students still hesitated, wary of loosening the bindings. They remembered all too well how the books had once snapped at their hands in a fit of rage. Irina moved among them like an older sister, gently soothing each book in turn. Once everyone had successfully opened their textbooks, Hagrid scratched his head. All right, now that you've all got your books, what we really need is the creatures themselves. Yes, I'll go fetch them, just wait a moment. Perhaps because it was his first time teaching at Hogwarts, Hagrid appeared nervous. Stammering slightly, he turned and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Does this giant really intend to make us have a self-study lesson out here? Malfoy sneered. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry snapped. Oh, this school's doomed, Malfoy said loudly, undeterred by Harry, and now that idiot's teaching to my dad will have a heart attack when he hears about this. Irina's eyes narrowed. Then let him drop dead from a heart attack. Malfoy, you've got a nerve. Malfoy instinctively shrank back. After all, he had been bested by Irina before, but bracing his neck, he said, "Did I say something wrong? A useless teacher, and a coward fainting at a Dementor." His mockery earned immediate reactions. Irina and the others drew their wands, ready to give him a lesson. Just then, Lavender Brown from Gryffindor pointed across the paddock in alarm. Hagrid appeared, driving a dozen strange creatures toward them. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but their front legs, wings, and heads were eagle-like. Their beaks shone like steel, and their large eyes glowed amber. These were hippogriffs. Each wore a thick leather collar connected to a long chain, which Hagrid held tightly. Normally free to soar through the Forbidden Forest, the hippogriffs wore collars purely for the students' safety. In Hagrid's eyes, they were still just adorable little creatures. Not just Hagrid, Irina also regarded them as both fierce and endearing. After all, she had cared for creatures far more dangerous than these, like the XXXXX level blastended Scroots. Compared to those, the hippogriffs were nothing. Irina's eyes shone as she observed the creatures' glossy coats, where feathers gradually merged into fur. Each hippogriff had its own unique coloring: stormy gray, bronze, pinks, spotted, sparkling red, brown, or inky black. "All right," Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "If you want to get a little closer." Most of the Slytherins and Gryffindors stepped back, leaving only Irina, Harry, Ron, and Hermione cautiously approaching the fence. "Remember," Hagrid said, his face serious now, "hippogriffs are proud creatures. They have temperaments and can get angry quickly. Never insult them, you could get hurt or worse. You must let them make the first move. That's polite. Understand?" Hagrid continued. "Approach it, bow, and if it bows back you may pet it. If it doesn't, step away. Those claws can really hurt." "All right, who wants to go first?" Hagrid clapped his hands and looked around the group. Almost all the students instinctively stepped back, including Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Only Irina's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward eagerly. "I'll go. Hagrid, let me." Chapter 184, Buck, Beak, and the Arrogant Malfoy. Hagrid wasn't surprised that Irina had volunteered after all. He had witnessed her performance in Newt's magical miniature world. "Go on, Irina. Show them how you handle Buckbeak," Hagrid encouraged, removing the leather collar from one of the hippogriffs, the one named Buckbeak, and guiding it toward her. After her summer studies with Newt Scamander, Irina's knowledge of magical creatures was nearly on par with Hagrid's. There was no need for him to instruct her on interacting with the hippogriff. With her natural affinity for magical beasts, even a direct touch would likely be met with complete acceptance by Buckbeak. Under the watchful eyes of the Gryffindor lions and Slytherin snakes, Irina approached Buckbeak. Upon noticing her, the hippogriff visibly perked up, shifting impatiently as if anticipating something. Irina's blue eyes met Buckbeak's amber ones as she bent slightly. Almost immediately, Buckbeak lowered its scaled forelegs in a perfectly executed bow. Irina smiled and stepped forward, gently rubbing Buckbeak's head. The hippogriff closed its eyes and pressed its head against her in enjoyment. It let out a soft chirp and nudged her leg with its back, inviting her to mount. Before Hagrid could say a word, Irina gleefully swung onto Buckbeak's back. "You can have Buckbeak take you for a flight," Hagrid exclaimed happily, delighted to see her and the hippogriff getting along so well. Irina waved cheerfully at the lions and snakes nearby, then patted Buckbeak's head. The hippogriff immediately spread its 12-foot wings and, with a leap, soared into the sky, climbing hundreds of feet. Buckbeak called out joyfully, circling the training ground before reluctantly preparing to descend. "Buckbeak, can you take me around Hogwarts Castle?" Irina whispered near his ear. Buckbeak's eyes brightened at her request. With a powerful beat of its wings, it flew even higher, then carried Irina toward the castle. Below, Harry and the others watched anxiously as Buckbeak soared beyond the enclosure. Even Hagrid was momentarily startled when Buckbeak disobeyed and flew off, but seeing Irina laughing and cheering atop its back, he relaxed. He knew that Buckbeak would never harm a young witch with a natural affinity for magical creatures. After about 10 minutes, Buckbeak returned and landed in the enclosure. Irina dismounted reluctantly, wishing she could continue flying but understanding she needed to give the other students a turn. After all, it was Hagrid's class, not hers alone. Seeing Irina safe, the other students grew excited. Who wouldn't want to ride a fierce magical creature like a hippogriff? Harry, Ron, and Hermione approached quickly. Harry chose Buckbeak, while Ron and Hermione picked 2 other hippogriffs. But as they tried to interact with the creatures, it became clear it wasn't as easy as it had been for Irina. Many students failed to gain the hippogriff's trust and had no choice but to step back, watching enviously as those who succeeded took to the skies. Before long Harry returned, riding Buckbeak, waving happily at Irina. "Isn't it amazing to interact with these magical creatures?" Irina asked, smiling. Harry scratched his head, glancing at the fierce-looking hippogriffs. "Yeah, it's definitely interesting dealing with such powerful creatures," he admitted. Just then Malfoy stepped up to Buckbeak. In his mind, if Harry could tame the hippogriff, so could he. Malfoy bowed and Buckbeak responded, fueling his arrogance. "This is easy. I knew it. Otter can do it. Then surely you're no danger, you ugly beast," Malfoy taunted, patting Buckbeak's beak. Malfoy's confidence blinded him to the darkening look in Buckbeak's eyes. Irina, however, noticed immediately. As Buckbeak raised its claw to strike, Irina acted without hesitation. "Expelliarmus!" she shouted. A jet of red light shot forward, striking Malfoy in the back with lightning speed. He was thrown forward and Buckbeak's claws only grazed him, leaving 5 bloody scratches. Furious, Buckbeak snapped at Malfoy, but Irina stepped in, calming the hippogriff. Malfoy's robes were now stained with blood, and he wailed in pain. Spoiled and pampered, he had rarely experienced such humiliation, aside from the beating Irina had given him back in first year. Chapter 185. Irina, the Fairy Spirit. While the third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were attending their Care of Magical Creatures class, the fourth-year students from the same houses were taking Professor Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. This particular class wasn't held in a regular classroom. Instead, Professor Lupin led all the students to the staff room. "Today's lesson is going to be practical," Lupin announced, stopping at the far end of the room and turning to face them. Behind him, an old, battered cabinet thumped repeatedly against the wall, as though something inside was trapped and struggling. Seeing the cabinet moving, Irvin Flay, walking to Lynn's left, asked, "Professor, what's inside that cabinet?" These fourth-year students had already endured 2 largely ineffective defense against the dark arts professors, but under Professor Green's guidance during their first year and through self-study over the past 2 years, they had picked up some basic defensive magic. Though they weren't scared of whatever creature might be inside, they were more curious than anything. Lupin smiled and scanned the Gryffindors and Slytherins in the room, finally resting his gaze on Lynn. "Inside the cabinet is a boggart. Who can tell me what a boggart is?" Lynn smiled faintly. "A boggart is a dark creature that transforms into the thing its observer fears most. It likes dark, enclosed spaces, wardrobes, under beds, even old grandfather clocks. It has 2 weaknesses. It can get confused if multiple people are in front of it, and it's afraid of laughter." Lupin's eyes flickered with genuine admiration. Although boggarts were typically studied by third-year students, he had prepared this simple refresher for the fourth years, who had missed out on 2 years of proper instruction. He hadn't expected Lynn to describe a boggart with such precision and depth as if he had faced one personally. "Absolutely correct. Lynn, may I call you that? You explained it perfectly. You even know characteristics of the boggart not in the textbooks. For that, Slytherin gets extra points." Thanks to Lynn, Lupin could skip the standard explanation of the boggart and move straight to the spells used to repel it. The spell to drive away a boggart is simple, but it requires a strong will. Remember, what really defeats a boggart is laughter. You need to force it into a form you find funny. Let's practice the incantation without wands first. Repeat after me. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Lupin said the words flatly, but despite their humorous sound, no one laughed. The students chanted the spell seriously. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Lupin nodded with approval. These fourth years, even attempting the spell for the first time, pronounced it perfectly. He turned to Lynn. "You go first." Lynn stepped forward and faced the trembling cabinet. Once he reached it, Lupin signaled the others to step back, giving Lynn a clear space. With a flick of his wand, a spark struck the cabinet handle. The door swung open, and a dark figure tumbled to the floor. Lynn instinctively stepped back, wary of the fallen figure, but then he froze. On the floor lay a girl with hair as white as snow, her face marked with tiny spots of blood. Her wizard robes were soaked in crimson, and her blue eyes glimmered with pain. Her body twitched intermittently, and the blood pooling beneath her made the scene horrifying. It was the same Irina who had suffered the excruciating drill curse in Slytherin's secret chamber. "Ridiculous," Lynn muttered, forcing himself to look away from the horrifying vision. He raised his wand and spoke the spell. A sharp pop sounded, and the blood vanished. Magic brushed over the girl, transforming her. Fox-like ears sprouted, a fluffy tail unfurled behind her, her hands appeared as though gloved in fur, and a long set of whiskers emerged across her face. Snow-white fur covered her body, and her hands were raised in a playful, threatening pose. The transformation had turned a terrifying vision into something utterly adorable. Lynn gaped at the Bogart's new form, then quickly drew a camera from his pocket. He snapped a photo of Irina before tucking it away again. Lupin watched silently, recognizing the girl as the third year who had stood beside Lynn on the train and summoned a full patroness to repel the Dementor. He didn't know what experiences had left Lynn so traumatized that this was his greatest fear, but he understood. If Lynn didn't want to speak of it, it wasn't his place to ask. Next student, Irvin Flay, stepped forward, Lupin said, gesturing to Lynn's side. Irvin nodded politely and moved forward, facing the Bogart. The creature shifted again, now forming the image of a skeletal mouth spewing a venomous snake in dense fog, a clear symbol of dark magic. Chapter 186. I will do my best to prevent tragedy from repeating. Ridiculous! As the dark mark appeared, Irwin didn't hesitate. He waved his wand and cast a spell. With a crisp sound, the original eerie green glow of the dark mark transformed into a comical pink serpentine shape. The other students didn't react much to the skull that had spat out a snake. To them, it was merely an ugly pattern. Born after Voldemort's fall, they had no real understanding of the dark mark's significance. Some Slytherin students may have heard stories from their elders, but their knowledge was superficial. They had never seen a true dark mark. After all, after Voldemort's downfall, showing the dark mark openly was tantamount to declaring to the Ministry, "Look, I'm a Death Eater, come arrest me." Few pureblood elders were foolish enough to do that. But when Professor Lupin and Lynn saw the dark mark, their expressions changed. As mentioned earlier, Irwin Flea was born after Voldemort's fall. He should have had no exposure to the dark mark, nor reason to fear it above all else. Though Lupin's mind brimmed with questions, he continued the lesson. After sending Irwin back to the group, he called the other students forward one by one to face the Bogart alone. As time passed, all the students in the staff room successfully repelled their Bogarts. This was hardly surprising. By fourth year, their magical reserves had grown, making previously difficult spells easier to cast. Besides, Bogarts were merely the standard teaching material for third-year defense against the dark arts. When the last student repelled their Bogart, Lupin dismissed the class. After leaving the staff room, Lynn's gaze fell on Irwin Flea, who was preparing to return to the Slytherin common room. Lynn had known him since first year and had partnered with him on potions and other pair-based lessons, though their interactions had been strictly academic. He had never known Irwin outside of class. "Irwin, can you tell me why the thing you fear most is the dark mark?" Lynn asked, stepping in front of him with a probing tone. Irwin hesitated briefly, but recalling Lynn's achievements over the past 2 years, he let his guard down. He nodded slightly, glanced around and said, "Let's go to the common room." The Slytherin common room was usually empty during breaks. Students were too busy striving for status and influence. When Lynn and Irwin arrived, the room was completely deserted. Once sure they were alone, Irwin began to speak. "When I was 10, I was curious and snuck into my father's study. There, I saw a memory stored in his pensive." "So," Lynn asked, "your fear of the dark mark comes from that memory in the pensive?" Irwin nodded. "Yes. My father never joined the ranks of the followers, but at their peak, the Death Eaters forcibly summoned every pureblood family head, not in the order of the Phoenix. My father was among them. The Dark Lord claimed he wanted us to witness the cleansing of all magic." "Cleansing?" Lynn said lightly. "You mean killing, right?" Irwin smiled bitterly. "Exactly. The cleansing was murder. He forced us to watch Death Eaters invade the homes of Muggle-borns or half-bloods, killing them all. For each family slain, a dark mark appeared in the sky above." Lynn pieced it together. "So your father placed that unbearable memory into the pensive, and you accidentally saw it. That's why you view the dark mark as a shadow over yourself?" "Yes," Irwin said. "If not for your actions with that Gryffindor girl 2 years ago forcing the remnants of the Death Eater's soul back, I would never have trusted you enough to tell you this." Clearly, Lynn's reputation at Hogwarts had convinced Irwin he could be trusted, and perhaps his youth also made him less cautious about revealing secrets that could be used against him. Lynn nodded slightly, pausing before asking, since you fear the dark mark so much, if given the chance, would you stand against him and fight alongside us? Irwin was silent. His father had chosen self-preservation, safeguarding the family legacy. Should he do the same? But the thought of witnessing those atrocities again, the countless shattered wizarding families, stirred something in him. His gaze hardened. Looking Lin in the eye, he said softly, "If the rumors of the Dark Lord's return are true, I will stand against him in my own name. I will not involve my family or use their power in this fight. I will act with my own strength. I will do everything I can to prevent the tragedies I saw and the pensive for repeating." Irwin's words rang with resolute determination. Chapter 187. An Unbreakable Oath. Lin chuckled lightly and said, "But with your current power, even killing a werewolf would be a struggle. How can you expect to stand against Voldemort?" At his words, Irvin's expression dimmed for a moment, but soon the dark gleam in his eyes returned. "I will work to improve my magic. I may never reach your level, but I will never be a burden to you." Irving, Lin said with a faint smile, "Some people spend their entire lives striving for what others can reach with a mere wave of the hand. But a wizard's magical ability isn't everything. What if I could make you stronger?" Irvin froze. "Lin, what do you mean?" Lin smiled. "You know I trained under Valison Green the alchemist. Perhaps you don't know yet, but I learned how to craft the forbidden magic stone last year, my teacher's ultimate creation." Irvin's eyes widened. "The forbidden magic stone? You mean you could use such an alchemical artifact to suppress the magical power of a mystery wizard?" Lin laughed softly. "That's only a small part of it. The forbidden magic stone is just one achievement in the art of alchemy. My own crafted equipment can give someone completely useless at magic the equivalent of a squib the combat strength of an elite or, at least for a short time." Irvin's astonishment was beyond words. He couldn't imagine what kind of artifact could let someone who couldn't even use magic match the power of an elite auror, and elite aurors could take on hundreds of ordinary adult wizards in a duel. "So, what do I need to give in return? I know nothing comes without a price." Irvin's voice was calm, not swayed by the shocking revelation before him. Lin nodded, clearly satisfied. Over the past 3 years, he had observed this fellow student, his partner in potions and other classes, and had seen not only his talent, but also his dedication and character. In terms of magical ability and potential, Irvin was among the best of his year. More importantly, his determination to fight Voldemort, shown in their earlier conversation, convinced Lin that he was the right choice. Lin's tone softened. "I need you as my comrade, my partner. Together, we will fight side by side, never yielding, never betraying each other." He knew that he and Irina alone, two-time travelers, could not overcome the combined forces of Death Eaters and the pure-blood families loyal to Voldemort. Even if their magic rivaled Dumbledore's, they would still fall short. Their goal was to defeat Voldemort, not destroy the wizarding world. With the energy backing those pure-blood families, even if total destruction was impossible, the magical world could still be set back hundreds of years in a desperate battle. He needed more allies, preferably pure-blood families willing to oppose Voldemort. Only by matching pure blood against pure blood could the immense power behind each side maintain a delicate balance, preventing the entire wizarding world from being collateral damage. Gather the majority, leave only a few dissenters, and use the strength of the many to crush Voldemort's forces. That was the optimal solution for the magical world. When Irvin learned that Lin wanted him as an ally, he didn't hesitate. He trusted Lin, who had once faced and repelled a fragment of Voldemort himself, to lead the wizarding world to victory. As for that so-called savior Harry Potter, the boy could amuse himself with his hollow title. "I'm willing, Lin," Irvin said solemnly. Lin's playful smile faded. He met Irvin's gaze with serious intensity. "Do you dare make an unbreakable oath with me?" Irvin chuckled lightly. "Dare? Of course." "Good. An unbreakable oath requires a witness. Tonight, after curfew, meet me under the Whomping Willow. I'm sure you can slip out of the castle after hours." Irvin nodded slightly. Naturally. If he couldn't sneak out of Hogwarts after curfew, there would be no point in speaking of opposing the mystery wizard. Curfew arrived. After estimating the time, Irvin, who had been lying on his Slytherin dorm bed pretending to sleep, opened his eyes. He rolled off the bed, scanned the room to ensure his roommates were asleep, and tapped his wand lightly on his head. It felt like a stream of icy water flowing over him, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. The dormitory door had silently opened and closed behind him. Minutes later, outside Hogwarts, under the Whomping Willow, Lynn and Irina were waiting. Lynn had explained his plan to recruit allies and his intention to make an unbreakable oath with Irvin. Irina gladly agreed to serve as their witness. "I'm here, Lynn." Chapter 188. The pact is sealed, break it and die. Irwin dispelled the Bogart charm on himself, and looked at Lynn standing beside the Whomping Willow with curiosity. He wondered why, even though they were within the tree's striking range, it remained completely still, acting like an ordinary willow with no desire to attack. Lynn stepped forward and took Irwin's hand. Irina joined them, placing the tip of her wand on the hands they were holding together. From the books on the fourth floor of the castle, Irina had learned more than just dark magic. She had studied advanced binding spells and defensive magics. One of the most powerful among them was the unbreakable vow. "Irwin, flee," Lynn said calmly, locking eyes with him. "If Voldemort returns, are you willing to raise the banner of resistance and stand forever against him?" Irwin nodded. "I am." A thin, brilliant tongue of fire shot from Irina's wand, glowing like a heated red, gold wire, wrapping tightly around the hands of Lynn and Irwin. Lynn continued, "Irwin, flee. Do you vow to remain our ally forever, regardless of what changes may come, never abandoning us, never betraying us?" Irwin's eyes flickered slightly. He understood the gravity of what Lynn meant by regardless of changes. It didn't just refer to shifts in battle, it could mean changes in Lynn's own stance. If he agreed, he would remain Lynn's ally even if Lynn ever became a third Dark Lord, standing against the entire wizarding world. Any violation of the unbreakable vow meant only one thing: death. "I will." Irwin spoke softly. After considering countless possibilities, he chose to trust Lynn. Or perhaps, he trusted himself to have judged Lynn correctly. As he spoke, a second flame shot from Irina's wand, intertwining with the first, forming a thin chain of flickering red, gold fire. Lynn asked, "Irwin, flee. Do you swear to dedicate all your strength to growing your power and contributing everything in any future war that may arise?" "I will." Under the Whomping Willow, the third flame illuminated their faces. It wove with the other two, tightly encircling the joined hands of Lynn and Irwin like a blazing rope or a living, fiery serpent. "The pact is sealed. Break it and you shall die," Lynn declared, releasing Irwin's hand. Even after they let go, faint red, gold traces shimmered on their wrists before vanishing. Normally, these marks would never reappear except when someone breaks the unbreakable vow. Then the traces would become lethal chains, erasing the Oathbreaker from existence. "Follow us. We'll take you somewhere," Lynn said, slipping into a small hole by the Whomping Willow. Irwin spotted the hidden passage for the first time. Seeing Irina follow Lynn without hesitation, he stepped in as well. After traveling down the long secret passage, they arrived at the Shrieking Shack. "This is the Shrieking Shack?" Irwin was not unfamiliar with it. He had visited the shack during a trip to Hogsmeade, and it was far from the haunted place rumors had suggested. Lynn glanced at the claw marks on the walls. "What can you tell from these?" Irwin hesitated. "If I'm not mistaken, these are werewolf marks. And this shack, it connects to Hogwarts." "Wait, Lynn, you're saying the werewolf is still in Hogwarts?" "But the shack has been standing for decades." His expression was one of disbelief. "Perhaps," Lynn said, "a werewolf studying at Hogwarts decades ago left these marks on a full moon night. And just so you know, the werewolf is still inside Hogwarts Castle today." Irwin's disbelief deepened. "Still inside Hogwarts? How is that possible?" he muttered. "The Shrieking Shack hasn't had any disturbances for over a decade. If that werewolf really were still inside Hogwarts Castle, how could it have survived all those full moons over the past decade? Unless the werewolf had left Hogwarts years ago and only recently returned." "Wait." Irvin seemed to realize something. His mind went to the tattered, pale-faced Professor Lupin. His pupils dilated. "Lynn, you mean Professor Lupin?" At that moment, Irina approached with a smile. "Exactly. But don't worry, Professor Lupin is a good man. During Voldemort's reign of terror, he was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, founded by Dumbledore. He's on our side." Hearing Irina's words, Irvin finally calmed down. "But how do you know about the Order of the Phoenix?" he asked, puzzled. Though the elder generation knew about Dumbledore creating the Order during Voldemort's rise, the current generation of young wizards had no knowledge of it. The Order had always operated discreetly, and after Voldemort's downfall, Dumbledore had disbanded it entirely. Irvin had only learned of it because of what he saw in that meditation basin. Lin said calmly, "My father was once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, but he was unfortunately killed by Voldemort." Irvin froze for a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't know." Lin waved him off. "It's fine, but that's not why I brought you here today. Since you've joined us, you are our comrade and partner. I want to give you some items for your protection." Irvin's eyes brightened, full of anticipation as he looked at Lin. Lin reached into a canvas bag enchanted with a vanishing stretch charm, and pulled out 5 items, placing them on the table before Irvin. "These are alchemical invisibility lenses. Inspired by Muggle lens technology, they let you resist most forms of dark magic that require eye contact, including the basilisk's fatal gaze and petrification spells." He opened a small wooden box, revealing 2 tiny glass lenses inside. "Wow," said Irvin, putting them on. He felt the magical vibrations coursing through them. "So last year, you and Miss Lowell used these alchemical items to kill the basilisk?" Irina smiled. "Yes, and you can just call me Irina from now on." Lin continued, "These 3, an alchemical pendant, ring, and brazier, are all designed to defend against offensive spells. Weaker magic might even be blocked entirely. They also provide some resistance against soul-affecting dark magic like the Cruciatus Curse, reducing the damage it inflicts on the host's soul." Irvin was amazed as he donned the 3 items. Magical alchemical artifacts capable of weakening all 3 unforgivable curses were rare even in the entire wizarding world. After equipping these, Lin placed the final item, a stone bound with a golden cord, into Irvin's hands. "And this is the last one, the Forbidden Magic Stone." The stone rested silently on the table. Though Lin and Irvin were only a meter away, neither felt any suppression of magical energy. In fact, the golden cord, called the binding cord, could nullify the power of any magical object it wrapped, including the Forbidden Magic Stone itself and soul-containing Horcruxes. Lin had originally crafted the binding cord to temporarily neutralize Horcruxes he couldn't immediately destroy, preventing a repeat of the chaos Tom Riddle had caused in the Chamber of Secrets. But since the cord was a purely alchemical creation and made from relatively common materials, Lin had produced extra cords to bind other stones that hadn't yet been turned into fully empowered forbidden wands. If you face an opponent far stronger than you, you can remove the cord, activating the stone's power. It indiscriminately weakens or even blocks all nearby wizards' magic, giving you a fighting chance, Lin explained calmly. Irvin cradled the Forbidden Magic Stone like a treasure. This is the same Forbidden Magic Stone Professor Green invented decades ago?" "Yes," Lin confirmed. "And when you remove this cord, don't discard it. The binding cord itself is an alchemical artifact, capable of nullifying the power of other magical objects." Irvin was utterly astonished. From Lin's explanation, he realized a staggering truth. The stone before him hadn't activated not because it was dormant, but because the binding cord was suppressing its power. If even the Forbidden Magic Stone could be blocked, just how powerful was this binding cord? This golden binding cord is far more than a simple ornament. Placed before Irwin now were not just 1, but 2 alchemical tools. "Thank you, Lin," Irwin said sincerely. Lin smiled. "No need for thanks. From the moment you signed the unbreakable vow, you became a comrade of Irina and me. Protecting your comrades is our duty." A warmth spread through Irwin's chest. To him, this unbreakable vow wasn't a contract of servitude, it was a ticket into a strong, trustworthy team. Lin asked, "By the way, Irwin, you come from a pure blood family. Have you studied dark magic?" Irwin answered honestly, "A little, but nothing powerful, just simple spells like the basic black magic jinxes." Lin patted his shoulder. "That's fine. For now, Hogwarts isn't as dangerous as you imagine. Next summer, I'll take you and Irina somewhere far more perilous, so you can temper yourselves through endless battles." The dangerous place Lin referred to was naturally the gathering ground of dark wizards in France, Rue Lefevre. Combat was the best way to forge one's abilities. Unlike Diagon Alley in the British wizarding world, which housed many destitute wizards just trying to survive, Rue Lefevre was home only to the irredeemably wicked. Killing them carried no moral burden. After equipping Irwin with the alchemical tools, Lin allowed him to return to Hogwarts first, while keeping Irina behind. "Lin, why are you keeping me?" Irina asked, puzzled. Lin smiled faintly. "Irina, are you planning to learn animagus magic?" Irina blinked. Animagus magic allowed a wizard to transform into a specific animal. Professor McGonagall, for instance, was an animagus who could become a tabby cat. Among Harry's father's group, Lupin was a werewolf, while the other three were animagi. Normally, any registered animagus must report to the Ministry, otherwise they are considered illegal, punishable even by Azkaban. Yet few wizards voluntarily expose their animagus form, unwilling to lose such a secret advantage. By the 20th century, only 7 wizards had officially registered their animagus forms, including McGonagall. I think learning animagus magic is entirely beneficial. It gives us an extra lifeline, though it seems very difficult to master, Irina said. Lind replied, actually, I plan to master animagus this year. I mentioned before that I joined McGonagall's Transfiguration Club in my first year, and I have recorded all the theoretical knowledge about animagi. These are my Transfiguration notes. Chapter 1, 190. A Mutual Pursuit. Waiting for the storm could take weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and shielded from sunlight, as exposure would cause catastrophic mutations. Additionally, as the wizard repeatedly casts spells at sunrise and sunset, there will come a moment when, upon touching their chest with the wand tip, they feel a second heartbeat. This heartbeat may be stronger or weaker than the original, depending on the animagus form they are about to assume. When this second heartbeat occurs, there is no need for fear or panic. Everything must continue as before. Each spell must be cast the exact number of times, with none skipped. At the moment the storm arrives and lightning splits the sky, the wizard must immediately retrieve the crystal vial. If all steps are followed correctly, a crimson potion will appear in the vial. The wizard must then move to a wide, safe location to ensure the transformation is neither observed nor dangerous. Finally, the wizard points their wand at their heart, recites the spell one last time, and drinks the potion. If successful, they will feel intense pain and experience 2 simultaneous heartbeats, while visions of the creature they are transforming into appear in their mind. In this state, the wizard must remain fearless. Resisting the transformation or panicking could allow the animal's mind to dominate, making the wizard act foolishly or even replacing their soul entirely. Once a wizard successfully transforms into an animagus, returning to human form requires them to clearly visualize their human body and complete the transformation. That's where Lynn's notebook notes end. Perhaps that's all there is to becoming an animagus. It doesn't sound all that difficult. After all, Lynn and Irina had already mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, capable of corrupting a wizard's soul, so what challenge could an animagus transformation, which doesn't endanger the soul, really pose? In reality though, it's the uncertainties in learning animagus magic that cause most failures and explain why so few exist in the magical world. It's like the step where a crystal vial must absorb moonlight. If the night is overcast, the wizard must start over with a fresh mandrake leaf. Practicing to become an animagus can take an extremely long time, sometimes only a few days if luck is on your side, but for others, it can stretch into years. During such lengthy training, even a small mistake can ruin all prior progress. So want to do it with me? Lynn extended his hand to Irina. Without hesitation, Irina grasped his hand and smiled brightly. Of course, this isn't difficult for us, is it? For ordinary wizards with no foreknowledge, becoming an animagus is a daunting task. Even just waiting for a thunderstorm can take forever in a place like England, where long rainy seasons aren't common. But Lynn and Irina were different. With their knowledge of the original timeline, they knew that a powerful storm would hit just before the first Quidditch match after Halloween. With only a little over 2 months until that storm, and given that holding a single mandrake leaf in their mouths takes a month to master, they effectively had only a bit over a month to chant spells and wait for the storm. In such a short, controlled time frame, the chances of mistakes were minimal. Upon hearing Irina's answer, Lynn smiled, genuinely. He pulled out 2 golden leaves, placing one in his mouth. His words were slightly muffled. This is an alchemical tool I made. We can use it to simulate holding a mandrake leaf in our mouths in advance. Once we're used to it and can function normally, we'll start practicing with real mandrake leaves. He handed the second golden leaf to Irina, indicating she should put it in her mouth. She nodded and obeyed. At first, the foreign sensation of the leaf in their mouths made conversation almost impossible. But over time, Lynn and Irina gradually adjusted, learning to speak normally while holding the leaf. 4 days passed quickly. On that day, it was their defense against the dark arts class. Professor Lupin followed his usual routine, leading third-year Gryffindor and Slytherin students to the staff room while dealing with mischievous poltergeists along the way. After demonstrating methods to confront the Bogart, he called Neville up first to try. And then, the legendary scene unfolded once again. As Neville shouted the ridiculous spell almost in a scream, the Bogart, which had taken the form of Professor Snape, immediately changed. Chapter 191. The couple's impressive coordination. Seeing the boy's body not far away, Irina instinctively stepped back 2 paces, feeling at a loss. Soon, she steadied her gaze, raised her wand and called out firmly, "Ridiculous." With a sharp crack, the body of Lynn on the ground vanished, replaced by a wool-feared boy with a fluffy long tail, elongated nails, and fuzzy wolf ears atop his head. Seeing this, Irina's worry evaporated instantly. She quickly pulled out her camera again and snapped a photo of the wool-feared Lynn. After taking the picture, she stuffed the camera back into her bag so fast it left an afterimage. Still, Professor Lupin had seen her sneaky photography. Watching the scene unfold, a twitch crossed the corner of his mouth. Were he not a teacher, he might have been tempted to comment, "These two really work well together, huh?" Irina had been the second-to-last student in the staff room to face the Bogart, with Harry slated to go last. But before the Bogart could transform into what Harry feared most, Lupin stepped aside and swiftly cast a spell to drive the Bogart back, locking it once more in the cupboard. Harry, denied the chance to practice, felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps Professor Lupin worried that what you fear most is Voldemort. After all, at this point, Voldemort shouldn't appear before young witches and wizards like us, Irina offered to comfort him. By the weekend, Lynn and Irina had practiced enough to speak, eat, wash and cast spells normally while holding a single mandrake leaf in their mouths. The leaf barely affected their daily routines anymore. "I got the single mandrake leaves we need for animagus practice," Irina said, carefully taking out the 2 leaves she had requested from Professor Sprout yesterday. Lynn took one, smiling. "Perfect timing, it's a full moon tonight. We start holding the leaves now and by the next full moon, we'll be ready to remove them." He placed the mandrake leaf in his mouth, and instantly, a wave of intense bitterness hit his tongue, nearly forcing him to spit it out. Suppressing the urge, Lynn's face twisted in pain. Irina mirrored his struggle. The harsh bitterness of the mandrake leaf contorted her features almost painfully. After a long while, they finally recovered enough to speak. "This mandrake leaf is really something else," Irina muttered, exhausted. Lynn shrugged, choosing not to comment. Just holding the leaf was agony. They could only imagine how torturous the next month would be. At the very least, their taste buds would be useless. Lynn could endure, but for a food-loving wizard like Irina, losing taste for a month was a crushing blow. Luckily, they had practiced with alchemical leaves in the days prior, or the combined bitterness and foreign object sensation might have left them unable to speak properly the next day. "Just thinking about having to hold this for a whole month makes me feel hopeless," Irina lamented. The next morning, as Lynn prepared to use the secret passage to Hogsmeade to buy alchemical materials, Erwin called after him, looking unusually serious. "Lynn, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you," Erwin said. Lynn froze. Dumbledore? Could it be about their small group and recruiting Erwin? That shouldn't be possible. They hadn't done anything besides preparing to oppose Voldemort. So what could it be? Confused, Lynn made his way to the headmaster's office. At the door, the stone statue stepped aside, allowing him to enter without needing a password. "Is this the gifted Slytherin you mentioned, Albus?" The portraits of past headmasters in the office were awake, and Phineas Nigellus Black, known as the least popular headmaster, studied Lynn curiously. During his tenure, Phineas Black had been infamous for his strict rules, earning dislike from many young wizards, but not Slytherins. Like Professor Snape, he favored Slytherins. Hearing from Dumbledore about a talented Slytherin like Lynn, his curiosity was piqued. "Yes, Phineas, his name is Lynn." Behind the headmaster's desk, Dumbledore chuckled warmly. Seeing the curious portraits surrounding him, Lynn immediately bowed. "Lynn greets all former headmasters." Phineas Black laughed heartily. Well done, well done. Truly a Slytherin wizard, you know your manners." After finishing his respectful bows, Lynn looked at Dumbledore with mild curiosity. "Professor Dumbledore, may I ask why you summoned me?" Judging by the expressions of the portraits and Dumbledore's cheerful demeanor, it seemed unlikely that this was about forming a small group. Otherwise, Dumbledore's expression would have been serious, not so lighthearted. As expected, Dumbledore smiled at Lynn and said, "Lynn, at the end of last school year, I refused your request to learn the Incendio Maleficium. Looking back, I realize I was far too hasty in my judgment." So, Lynn had indeed overthought it. Thinking this, he asked, "Professor, do you mean you intend to teach me Incendio Maleficium?" Though Lynn already knew the spell, he would gladly learn it from Dumbledore. After all, the version Dumbledore wielded infernal fire of the deity was incredibly potent. Dumbledore shook his head. "No. As a Hogwarts professor, I will never teach my students black magic, but I also recognize your need to protect yourself and those around you. Therefore I intend to teach you a spell that is no weaker than Incendio Maleficium, incapable of destroying Horcruxes." Lynn's heart quickened. Learning any useful magic is never a bad thing, and if it comes directly from Dumbledore, its power could hardly be disappointing. "Professor, what spell do you mean that is as strong as Incendio Maleficium and can destroy Horcruxes?" he asked earnestly. Dumbledore spoke calmly. "The spell I will teach you is a fire magic perfectly attuned to your affinity. It is called Goblasian Eternal Fire." Lynn's mind stirred at the name. Goblasian Eternal Fire, also called the Eternal Flame, differs from infernal fire, which consumes all in its path for fuel. It requires no material to burn, it can burn forever. Naturally occurring Goblasian fire is no hotter than ordinary flames. Its sole purpose is to illuminate a part of the world eternally. But when summoned by a wizard, it is different. The temperature of Goblasian fire can scale with the caster's magical power, and at its peak, it can directly destroy a Horcrux. Even then, it still burns eternally, just like natural Goblasian fire. Eternal fire, that is its strength. Dumbledore's willingness to teach Lynn this spell wasn't merely due to its power, but because it is not dark magic, it is, in fact, a true white magic. Of course, some might wonder, if Goblasian fire has so many advantages, surely it must have a drawback? Indeed it does. A wizard cannot control it. Even infernal fire, dangerous though it may be, can be subdued or directed by a powerful caster. Goblasian fire, once released, burns forever in place. No matter what the caster does, it cannot be moved or extinguished. The only way to carry it is using a specially crafted alchemical box. Such a container tricks the fire into seeing the box as its origin, allowing it to remain within safely. Dumbledore intended to teach Lynn Goblasian fire, not only to test his affinity for fire, but also to see if he could handle a flame the world cannot normally control. Upon hearing its name, Lynn said without hesitation, "Please, Professor, teach me." After all, Goblasian fire is not just a powerful flame, it is an infinite source of energy. A fire that burns forever can supply endless power, a miracle unique to this magical world. Dumbledore raised his wand, speaking the arcane syllables. Moments later, a brilliant golden flame appeared at its tip. Clearly, this was the legendary Goblasian fire. As Dumbledore lifted it in his left hand, Lynn keenly observed hundreds of different alchemical sigils flashing in Dumbledore's palm. It was clear that the reason Dumbledore could lift the immovable goblet fire was that he had, in an instant, inscribed the alchemical array needed for the special container onto his own palm, granting his hand the power to manipulate the goblet fire. Lynn was not surprised after all. Dumbledore himself was a scholar of formidable alchemy. Don't forget, the chocolate frog cards explicitly recorded Dumbledore's collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. To work alongside Flamel, hailed as the world's most powerful alchemist, Dumbledore's own alchemical skill had to be at least in the top echelon worldwide. "This is the goblet fire," Dumbledore said gently. "Try to feel it." He extended the fire in his hand toward Lynn. The magical energy Dumbledore infused into it was minimal, so its temperature was comparable to the magical flames conjured by a standard incantation. Even if Lynn's affinity with fire hadn't activated, the goblet fire wouldn't harm him. Nodding slightly, Lynn stepped forward, reaching toward the fire in Dumbledore's left palm. As he approached, a warmth spread through him, a sense of intimacy emanating from the goblet fire that drew him closer almost instinctively. Soon, Lynn's hands were fully immersed in the fire. The golden flames licked his palms gently, like a newborn conveying its trust and attachment to its mother. Slowly raising his hands, a miracle occurred. The goblet fire, normally uncontrollable by wizards, rose with Lynn's cupped palms, lifted entirely off Dumbledore's hand. and Lin had not used any alchemical array to trick the fire. I didn't expect your fire affinity to allow you to control even the goblet fire, famed as the eternal flame. Dumbledore marveled. Lin held the fire tenderly, almost reluctant to let it go. Though he had not yet learned the spell to conjure it, the fire conveyed one thing to him: he could control its temperature at will, even extinguishing this eternal flame if he wished. Chapter 193. Eternity is a moment is eternity. Lin experimented with the goblet fire. With his strong affinity, the eternal flame behaved like ordinary fire, pliable to his will. He shaped it into various forms, adjusting its heat by channeling his magical energy in and out. Unbelievably, the fire that no wizard could normally control now obeyed Lin's every command. Since you can fully control the goblet fire, I can relax. Come, I'll teach you how to release it, Dumbledore said, stroking his beard with a smile. Lin nodded. With his hands cupped, the goblet fire extinguished smoothly without resistance. Dumbledore began instructing him on the method of releasing the fire. Much like a patroness, releasing the goblet fire required a special incantation paired with a corresponding emotion. For the goblet fire, that emotion was a combination of eternity and protection. Only with the mindset of eternal guardianship could a wizard successfully summon a flame that would burn forever. I understand the protective feeling, but what does eternity mean? Lin asked. Dumbledore answered calmly, what is eternity? That is a question only you can answer, Lin. Each person's concept of eternity is different. I understand. And what about you, Professor? What is your eternity? Lin inquired. Dumbledore sighed softly. For an old man like me, perhaps the law is my eternity. Resolve, courage, love, hatred, they all warp and decay over the long river of time. Only the law remains unchanged. Therefore, I choose the law as my eternity and dedicate myself to guarding it. Lin nodded slowly, a hint of understanding flickering in his eyes, then lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his sharp, penetrating eyes meeting Dumbledore's deep blue ones. Professor, when you speak of the law, are you referring to the natural order governing all things, or the laws of the Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what did he truly mean by law? He wanted to tell Lin that in his heart, the law was the natural rhythm of the world, but he couldn't voice it. After all that had happened in the past, he had long abandoned grand ambitions, turning instead toward the fragile peace and stability he had fought so hard to preserve. Perhaps the Ministry's laws were flawed or even foolish, yet he had chosen to abide by them, because they maintained the balance he so valued. Perhaps eternal stability, that was what he truly sought. Though Dumbledore remained silent, Lin clearly perceived the answer he sought. A soft laugh escaped Lin's lips. I see, Professor. Now I understand what eternity means in my heart. Stagnation and self-satisfaction are not eternity. True eternity comes from moving with the times, bringing goodness to the people. Eternity exists in each fleeting moment, and each fleeting moment contains eternity. It arises with the people and it fades with them. To grant the people even a single dream that is unchanging eternity, Lin said calmly. As his words fell, Dumbledore sensed a faint golden light glowing around Lin, the eternal power inherent in Goblasian fire, the force that allows it to burn endlessly. Dumbledore's expression shifted, a mixture of awe and contemplation, as he set aside his confusion and began instructing Lin in the spell to summon Goblasian fire. Goblasian fire was far from a simple spell. Its casting was far more difficult than producing a full patroness. Lin strained to learn the arcane incantations, committing each syllable to memory before speaking them clearly. Learning Goblasian fire proved far harder than he had imagined, not in controlling the flame, but in summoning it. Yes, summoning. While spells like fire charms or infernal fire condense ambient magic and infuse it with a wizard's emotion, Goblasian fire was a flame summoned from another plane entirely, as though it never truly belonged to this world, yet existed everywhere within it. The eternal power coalescing around Lin did not act as a vessel for the fire, it served as the coordinate, the anchor, calling Goblasian fire into being. Hours passed from day to night. Lin missed both lunch and dinner, studying the mysteries of Goblasian fire with a hunger that could not be sated. At last, just before curfew, he succeeded. A cluster of golden flames appeared in his hand. Under Lin's generous infusion of magic, the fire's heat rivaled even infernal fire. Had he thrown this Goblasian fire onto a Horcrux, the infernal heat alone would obliterate the tainted soul within almost instantly. The power of Goblasian fire was protective, eternal, its virtue naturally opposed to the evil embedded in a Horcrux. "Lynn, your talent is truly remarkable," Dumbledore said, his voice full of admiration. Even he, when first learning Goblasian fire, had spent nearly half a month just to release a small spark, and even then, he could not manipulate the eternal fire with the ease Lynn now displayed. Dumbledore's gaze softened as he looked at the prodigious boy before him. "I think it's time for you to return to your quarters, Lynn. Curfew is approaching." Startled, Lynn glanced at the clock. Bowing slightly, he said then, "Good night, Professor." With that, he extinguished the Goblasian fire in his hand, and quietly exited the headmaster's office. Watching him leave, Dumbledore sank into thought. From their recent conversations, he saw that Lynn's perspective differed in many ways from his own. Yet he also understood that Lynn's ideas were not wrong. Evidence lay in the golden glow of eternal power surrounding Lynn when he spoke of eternity. Perhaps the difference was this: Lynn's thinking was bolder, more forward-looking, while Dumbledore's was more cautious, perhaps even outdated. It seemed the new era belonged to the young. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 194. Full Moon and Halloween Eve. After that night, everything seemed to fall into a steady rhythm. Lynn acted as if he had never visited Dumbledore in his office before. He had never used the goblet fire in front of anyone. Yet, his strength had improved tremendously after that night's lesson. The goblet fire's powerful and stable force allowed Lynn to release it without having to focus on controlling it effectively. It had become a hands-free skill of remarkable efficiency. Soon, the next full moon arrived. During this period, Hogwarts had seen many storms, but unfortunately, Lynn and Irina were still at the stage of holding single mandrake leaves in their mouths. They had yet to bury their crystal vials, or they might have already completed their animagus training. That evening, Lynn and Irina ventured deep into the forbidden forest. The forest was eerily silent, as if no living creature remained apart from the two of them. And in fact, that was almost true. Not far behind them lay the bodies of dozens of a-high giant spiders, their venom already carefully collected by Lynn. In the days leading up to the full moon, Lynn had scouted the forest alone and discovered this area. It had once been a subgroup expelled by the main colony of the spiders. With no other magical creatures nearby, Lynn had eliminated the spiders and claimed the area. It was necessary if Lynn and Irina were to successfully complete their animagus training. These spiders had to be sacrificed. Besides, as an invasive species, killing them could also be seen as ridding the forest of a threat. Gazing at the full moon overhead, Lynn and Irina simultaneously took the mandrake leaves from their mouths. After a month in their mouths, the leaves had darkened in color, yet they could sense a faint, unfamiliar magical energy swirling around them. Next, each retrieved a crystal vial filled with saliva that they had prepared in advance. They placed the mandrake leaves into the vials, then each added a strand of their own hair. Lynn then produced a narrow-necked vial containing roughly 2 teaspoons of dew, collected over 7 days in a place untouched by sunlight or human contact. He poured half into each crystal vial, and then placed a ghost-faced moth pupa into each one. With that, the preparation was complete. The vials absorbed the moonlight, glowing brilliantly. Lynn lightly waved his wand, and a small pit appeared beneath the tree. The vials wobbled into the pit, and Lynn buried them. They had no concern about mixing up their potions. Their names had already been marked on the vials before entering the forest. Stepping back, Irina began walking around the tree, chanting protective incantations. Safe guardianship. Enchant and protect all. Defensive magic spread, enveloping the area, while Lynn drew golden threads across the ground with his wand, weaving them into an alchemical array. This array ensured that any wizard approaching, aside from Lynn and Irina, would be struck by an urgent thought and hurriedly leave essentially a magical version of a repelling charm. After setting up the defensive array, Lynn entered it and crouched over the filled pit, engraving a second alchemical array on top. This one was an offensive, one-time trap. Any wizard breaking through the outer protective array and entering the pit would trigger it, releasing 10 of Lynn's stored divine blades in a second, instantly eliminating intruders. With this double layer of protection, Lynn was confident that, aside from Dumbledore, no one in Hogwarts could tamper with their crystal vials for animagus transformation. Once all precautions were complete, Lynn and Irina returned to the castle, feeling relieved. After a month of holding the intensely bitter mandrake leaves, all ordinary food now seemed delicious, except for Ollivanders, of course. Soon, Halloween Eve arrived. This was also the first day of the term that third-year students and above could visit Hogsmeade. Ron and Hermione had planned to go with Harry, but unfortunately, Harry had not obtained permission from the Dursleys and could not make the trip. Ron and Hermione had planned to invite Irina to join them for a stroll, but she politely declined. A week earlier, she had already promised Lynn that she would accompany him to Hogsmeade to gather supplies, food and toys for the little Botricle, the Green Girl, and little Bow, as well as ingredients for Lynn's alchemical experiments. Because her care of the Botricle had to remain a secret and Ron, being the gossipy type, could not be trusted, Irina did not tell her two friends. However, before leaving, she handed Ron and Hermione a map of Hogsmeade, marking points of interest worth visiting. This gesture eased their disappointment considerably. By midday, Lynn and Irina had arrived in Hogsmeade. It was late October, and the weather was pleasantly mild. Bathed in warm sunlight, they held hands as they walked toward a butcher shop several hundred meters away. Not every shop in Hogsmeade sold magical supplies. Wizards still needed places to purchase everyday necessities, and such shops were mostly clustered in the southern part of the village. At the butcher, Irina bought 100 pounds each of cow and sheep brains. Then, at the alchemy supply shop Lynn needed, she purchased 100 pounds of dung beetles. Broadly speaking, dung beetles were considered a magical ingredient, and they were the favorite food of the tree-guarding grumblers. So many wizards who kept these creatures preferred buying beetles from ingredient shops rather than pet stores. After all, even a bottle of water at a pet shop cost dozens of nuts. 100 pounds of food would last the little Botricle and the Green Girl several months. As for little Bow, he was omnivorous and could eat the meals Irina had packed, requiring no special purchases. With the magical creature's provisions taken care of, Lynn stocked up on a large batch of alchemical ingredients, mostly for crafting special containers capable of holding the Gablasian fire. Indeed, Lynn planned to sell the Gablasian fire he summoned himself. While making alchemical products for profit required significant material costs and long preparation times, summoning Gablasian fire was a trivial expense for someone with his extraordinary affinity for fire. As an eternal flame, Gablasian fire had immense commercial value in the wizarding world. To sell it in bulk, Lynn needed large quantities of containers capable of holding the flame safely. Lynn sipped his coffee lightly. "We can't risk it, better to meet Sirius first, to ensure he doesn't unknowingly interfere with our plans." Though pure-blood descendants like Yao, you usually needed little wealth, Lynn's strategy, recruiting a small faction and making enemies of many to counter Voldemort, required sufficient capital to sway key allies. In Yao Yu's experience, Sirius Black, like Harry, was a headstrong fool who rarely considered consequences. Without objection, the seven of them made their way to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. At this point, someone might ask, if wizards could summon Gablasian fire themselves, why buy it for a small price? The truth was, very few wizards in the magical world, probably less than 1%, could summon Gablasian fire at all, let alone a full patroness. "By the heavens, Yao," you muttered under the table, utterly captivated. Ably quickly set down his unfinished cup and followed Lynn's lead. After a cautious scan to ensure no one was outside the screaming shack, Lynn exhaled sharply. His advantage in avoiding these costs ultimately came from his near-perfect affinity with fire. Coffee placed aside, Lynn continued, "Remember, Sirius will likely break into the Gryffindor common room during tonight's evening feast. Today our goal is to anticipate his moves. He won't take the obvious route through the Whomping Willow's secret passage. Our job is to wait and act strategically, like hunting a rabbit from its burrow." "What does he mean?" Ably's eyes brightened, finally grasping Lynn's plan. With the Roll family's resources, supplying Lynn and his companions was manageable. But raising a wizarding army? That required far more preparation. And if Sirius caught wind of the plan blindly, predicting his reaction would be nearly impossible. Hearing Lynn, Ably's eyes narrowed in thought, awaiting the next step. Even today, Gablasian fire remained an exceedingly rare and valuable presence in the magical world. Before finalizing their plan of action, you and Blaze had slowly made your way back. A little while later, Lynn stood up and waved to Blaze. Even if they were using their own alchemical creations to sway him, the materials for alchemy came at no cost. Even if these weaker wizards could summon ancient Halloween flames, summoning them ourselves required a price. Our emotions and a small amount of magical energy were infused, fully merging into the flames, but this energy would eventually return to the caster. Lin smiled and said, "You only need to hesitate for a moment outside the screaming shack, and you won't be able to reach Sirius in time. So for now, just head back to the post-Lin banquet. You can wait for me at the shack later." After finishing his coffee, Lin ordered some pastries and tea, and he and Blaze enjoyed them at a leisurely pace. Before settling into a quieter corner, both had ordered cappuccinos, as usual. You think so too," Blaze nodded in agreement. "But when exactly should you come find me, and how will you locate me?" Blaze's expression suddenly stiffened. He asked tensely, "So, you're attending the post-Lin banquet?" Lin nodded regretfully, then teased, "Guilty as charged." Lin walked slowly, and after 10 minutes, the 7 of them had still not reached the screaming shack. "Let's go, it's time to head to the shack," Lin said. The evening darkened gradually, and the senior wizards of Hogsmeade paired off, heading toward Hogwarts Castle. Missing the annual post-Lin banquet was not an option. "By the way, will you wait until the end of term to follow Harry and meet Sirius, or will you find me sooner so I can assist your plan?" Approaching the screaming shack, Lin and Blaze noticed signs of life outside. Clearly, the person living here had escaped from Azkaban, Sirius Black himself. Lin chuckled, "It's complicated, but today's the day." At that moment, the casual intimacy of Lin and Blaze's gestures mirrored those of the nearby couples, exchanging fleeting kisses, natural, unremarkable. Before purchasing alchemical materials, Blaze had suggested a stop at Madame Puddifoot's for coffee, so they hadn't arrived too late. After all, the Rourke family's legacy was passed down through generations, and only once in every few generations did a member genuinely add to the family's renown. Chapter 196. Young Sirius with a Smeared Face. In the original tale, Harry and his friends discovered the fat lady's portrait vandalized after the Halloween feast when returning to Gryffindor Tower, but that didn't mean Sirius Black had broken in at that exact time. Sirius could have infiltrated Hogwarts anytime between the start of the Halloween feast, after all the young wizards had gathered in the Great Hall, and the end of the feast. By the time Harry discovered the portrait, Sirius had long since vanished. Lin and Irina weren't early, but they weren't late either. Within 5 minutes of arriving, they heard movement from the wooden door connecting the screaming shack to the hidden passage. Clearly, Sirius Black had returned. Not long after, the door opened, revealing Sirius's weathered, sallow face still bearing traces of his youthful handsomeness. Upon seeing a young male and female wizard inside, Sirius visibly froze, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Though he knew he was innocent, his wanted poster still hung in the Daily Prophet. Rather than risk being captured by 2 Hogwarts students, he planned to knock them out and escape. Unfortunately, the shack was no longer a safe hideout. Lin smiled and said, "If he attacks, treat it as a training exercise for him." The curse he wielded was terrifying even compared to the Ministry's elite horrors. It was formidable. Seeing a red light hurtling toward her, Ru and Ting shifted sharply to dodge. As the massive Botricle approached Sirius, it suddenly unfurled its wings, each nearly 3 meters wide, and slammed its entire body down onto Sirius's face. Seeing Horger release such unexpectedly subtle magic, Sirius's expression twisted in disbelief. Yet at this moment, Sirius's magical skill wasn't superior to Horger's, and his combat awareness was relatively low. To Horger, he was a terrible sparring partner. Without hesitation, Horger flicked his right hand, sending 8 freezing spells slicing through the air towards Sirius and to both his left and right, cutting off all avenues of movement. Had this been a typical white wizard, they might have dispelled Horger's spells with counter-magic. But Sirius, once a member of the Order of the Phoenix, would never use white magic against a student of the Black family. Realizing this, Sirius firmly drew his wand and pointed it at the difficult opponent. "Disarm him!" Horger shook his wand, bearing hand, and 8 red beams of energy, each representing a disarming charm, shot out in rapid succession toward Sirius. "You didn't reach for Lin's help. Instead, you fully focused on the battle." Sirius rolled and leapt, narrowly dodging some of the incoming ice, spikes, and blades. He swung his wand in return, casting a resounding iron armor charm that blocked the remaining shards. "Big Botricle, knock him out, but don't hurt him." Even Sirius himself had only mastered vocal spellcasting and complex wand gestures. Horger's abilities, vocal, wand, and combined, were far beyond what Sirius could achieve. Looking down at the restrained Sirius, Horger showed restraint. This year, Horger was an 8, tier wizard whose magical reserves rivaled those of an adult wizard like Sirius, making a direct victory impossible. Ruan Ting, make your move! Ruan Ting shouted, and ice spread outward from her body in all directions. Realizing the misunderstanding, Horger glanced toward Lin for help. With no one else to rely on, you had to use your own abilities. Armor protection. Armor protection. Sirius, though capable of joining the Order and fighting for it, had a skill level at most equivalent to an elite Auror. Though years in Azkaban had prevented your magical advancement, your battle experience remained. Unlike Lin, who had fought along Lefay Lane all summer, Horger's combat history wasn't vast, but most of his battles, except against Quirrell and the Basilisk, had been overwhelming victories, offering little real challenge. Most importantly, as Harry's godfather, Sirius would fight to the death against any black student, and without Lin backing you up, even Ruan Ting's life would be at risk. Then, countless ice spikes materialized in midair. With a sweep of Horger's hands, they launched like thunder toward Sirius. I could almost believe this massive wizard in front of me was a centuries-old witch in disguise. At your command, a chain-like bracelet on your wrist moved independently, detaching and flying straight toward Sirius. In an instant, the entire screaming shack transformed into a frozen wasteland. Ruan Ting nodded slightly, her gaze sharpening. Feeling Horger's focus, Lin shrugged. If you want to fight, then fight. I suppose there's no stopping you, so let's just get it over with before explaining. Up close, Sirius's vision whitened, and he instantly lost consciousness. Ice domain. Faced with a barrage of ice spikes and blades, Sirius closed his eyes, using only the magic within his body to sense threats around him. Horger shouted, channeling the relentless attack. With all escape routes blocked, Sirius could only shield himself with layer upon layer of iron armor charms. Despite being cornered, Sirius was no pushover. Ruan Ting looked at Lin with mild exasperation at his calm demeanor. Though Horger's ice domain was weak, the ice spikes and blades were physical attacks imbued with magic. Nearby, Sirius began to sweat. Before receiving Lin's response, Horger realized the truth. Vocal spellcasting, wand gestures, and combined vocal wand casting. This was truly a feat achievable only by a capable young wizard. As the ice spikes formed, additional ice blades condensed from the freezing wind, slicing toward Sirius alongside the biting cold. Sirius's iron armor charms absorbed Horger's attacks almost entirely, showing minimal damage. The confrontation left the massive wizardly world trembling, the screaming shack utterly transformed by ice and frost. Chapter 197. I hope you don't ruin our plan. When young Sirius regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the sofa, inside the screaming shack. The little male and female wizards from before had vanished without a trace. Sirius scrambled to sit up, desperate to escape before Lin and Irina returned, but then he realized he was bound tightly by a golden rope, unable to move even an inch from the sofa. Clearly, they really are Hogwarts students, Sirius muttered, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that undoing these bindings would be trivial for a wandless caster shattered into pieces. He whispered the incantation for a cutting charm. A second passed, nothing happened. The smile on Sirius's face froze as he realized his magical power had been sealed by an overwhelming force. He couldn't summon even a trace of it. The golden ropes binding his hands and feet glimmered faintly. These weren't ordinary ropes, they were Lin's golden binding cords, reinforced with alchemical arrays imbued with anti-magic properties. Anyone trapped in them simply could not cast spells. Sirius's eyes turned red with anger. So, they know everything, yet they still... He couldn't believe the girl before him was the child of one of his old comrades. This can't be, he muttered, stunned. Charlene laughed heartily and spread her hands, revealing the Irina Lin Academy emblem on her chest. As you can see, you're dealing with black family students. Mr. Slytherin, I'm sorry you met them this way, but you must understand they mean no harm. Lin cut in, you know he's innocent, and you know his intentions. Recalling the relative magical strength of Charlene and the bindings holding him, Sirius fell silent. Lin and Charlene walked forward calmly. Sirius blinked, thinking, 2-8, tier wizards, surely they must have some plan. His lips trembled as he remembered Hendry's sacrifice back then, feelings of both relief and regret flooding him. Realizing his power was sealed, Sirius thought of the French alchemist Valacin Green, the inventor of the anti-magic stone. Even though Lin had yet to act in prior battles, based on Charlin's attitude, Sirius couldn't be certain that Lin's abilities were inferior to Charlin's. At that moment, the wooden door of the shack opened again. Lin spoke calmly, "You haven't acted yet. The reason you came to see him earlier was to prevent him from ruining your plan." Charlin continued, "Perhaps you should even call him Uncle Slytherin. You also know that the rat Scabbers near Ron isn't actually Peter Pettigrew's animagus form. Peter lived as a rat outside the Weasleys' home for over a decade." Before Sirius could react, Lin waved his wand. The golden binding cords unwound automatically, and cold tea appeared out of thin air. For someone unfamiliar with alchemy, Sirius quickly realized that while Valacin Green's anti-magic stone might take the form of an ordinary rock, alchemical arrays cannot simply be inscribed on objects without effect. Lin's smile faded slightly as he looked at the awakened Sirius. "Awake!" Sirius's eyes flicked warily to the 7 arrivals. "Who are they?" Even if the rope was crafted with Valacin Green's alchemy, how could it suppress his magic? Lin replied evenly, "Mr. Slytherin, as to why he's bound, you might be even less certain than he is." Sirius glanced at Charlin's handsome face and felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if looking at Hendry in his youth. Charlin seated himself opposite Sirius. Lin met his gaze steadily and said aloud, "He may not recognize you, but you should know your father. You introduced yourself as Lin Rourke, son of Hendry Rourke, descendant of the Rourke lineage." Sirius could hardly believe that Hendry had left behind an heir. "Peter Pettigrew," Lin added, lifting the teacup for a careful sip. Lin spoke deliberately, each word measured and heavy. Sirius, momentarily conscious, seemed about to argue with him. But Lin raised a hand, cutting off my words before I could speak. Sirius froze. I wanted to say something, but Sharon's next words pinned me in place. Sirius spoke, and I shrugged, signaling Lin to continue. Lin spoke, and I raised my wand again, causing a table and 8 teacups to appear between the group of 8. "Yes," Lin nodded slightly. I took Horger's hand and said, "This is Horger Lowell from a special family. He's your companion." So, knowing Sharon came from Irina Lin's line, I was willing to give Lin a hard look. "Is he Hendry's child?" At Lin's words, Sirius's expression relaxed noticeably. Sirius's gaze swept over the 7 of us, and I asked without much hesitation, "Lin Horger, I suppose they deliberately waited for you. Yet they didn't hand you over to the Ministry of Magic, but you—" Sirius's eyes fixed on Lin, and I laughed wryly. "Sharon, you Lin? Ha, he says he didn't, but you believe him. Don't forget, he still has you tied up. Perhaps they really do have some clever plan." "Tell us your plan." Young Sirius said this calmly. He picked up his tea, drank it in one go, and then waited for Lin to continue. Lin smiled faintly. "Before I explain our plan, there's something you should know. Beyond being a wizard, I am also an alchemist, trained under Valacin Green. And the great Grandmaster of Alchemy, Nicholas Flamel, is my ancestral teacher." Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment. If Lin is an alchemist trained by the renowned French alchemist Valacin Green, it's no wonder he can create alchemical products with anti-magic properties. Before this school year began, I crafted an alchemical cage. Lin explained his plan to young Sirius in detail. After hearing it, Sirius fell silent. The monocrystal had only recently been concentrated and refined by Lihuo. Though it looked only slightly darker than the subsequent crystals Lihuo produced, it could store enough energy to power Lihuo's full magical authority for 7 minutes. "Disarm him." By the way, if Irina's magical skill is that powerful, shouldn't Jin Jing also be strong? Sirius exclaimed, and I immediately surged forward. While Sirius pressed the end all spells cursed toward Lin, Lihuo continuously waved his wand. Golden threads intertwined around him, forming a brilliant alchemical aura. End all spells. Having never encountered alchemy before, I naturally didn't understand the full purpose of Jin Jing's movements, but it seemed the young companion's child had become overly confident, treating an elite or level wizard's spell with casual disregard. Seeing this, Sirius raised an eyebrow. Before extinguishing Lin's spell, Sirius decided to hold back. Judging by the weakness of Lihuo's Jin Jing curse, even if he countered with weak white magic, victory would be impossible. Jing retrieved a faintly glowing mana crystal from the recess of his magical authority and inserted another dark, deep crystal into it. Li Huo smiled. Not yet. Uncle Jinfa needs you to prepare a bit more. The 8 of them sipped tea and chatted. Suddenly, a red and white manifestation of Lin shot from my wand, surging towards Sirius as if to consume everything in its path. Otherwise, with Li Huo's low flame affinity, my Lin spell would not have been extinguished by a complex end-all spells curse. The spell subtly disrupted a wizard's body functions, ultimately causing silent death, a method far too cruel. Li Huo shifted slightly, dodging the disarming charm, while my wand moved with the elegance of a conductor's baton. Li Huo laughed. Want to try, Uncle Jinfa? At that moment, Sirius's end-all spells successfully nullified Lin's red and white manifestation. Sirius was polite. My wand only trembled slightly before sending a red beam toward Li Huo. As Hendry's comrade, of course I hoped his son would excel. Li Huo's alchemical formation completed its charge, unleashing a torrent of golden light in an instant. Chapter 1, 199. Youngsters Need Restraint. Sirius steeled himself and finally agreed to move. In just 10 seconds, nearly 1,000 golden beams shot toward him, while the white magic he unleashed barely reached 10. 8 alchemical constructs of the Black family had been summoned within 2 minutes, circling around Li Huo. At their centers, golden light pulsed faintly as if gathering immense power. Lin? We were worried you might act on your own, break the alchemical cage holding Peter Pettigrew, and let him escape. That's why we specifically waited here today to meet you, Lin explained. Of course, that was also because Jing wasn't focused on controlling Li Huo, allowing it to burn freely. I couldn't help but admire the skill of this so-called wizard who couldn't be called a nephew. But Sirius, having resolved to use white magic at that moment, wasn't too late. He raised his wand and shouted. Li Huo smiled faintly and said, "Use your full power, Uncle Jing, don't hold back for the sake of white magic." After discussing the next steps of their plan, the atmosphere outside the screaming shack relaxed slightly. A tangible wave of magical energy spread out, pressing Li Huo inward. Before installing the new magical crystals, Jing once again concealed the demonic artifact beneath his arm. Lin looked at Sirius, signaling him to make the first move. Sirius asked cautiously, and Lin's eyes sought Jing's in reply. Against such an overwhelming disparity of power, the white magic Sirius released was almost instantly nullified by the colliding golden beams. The remaining beams continued to crash toward him. Sirius nodded. I see. Since they don't have a complete plan yet, I'll cooperate. After all, it's all for the Rourke family's revenge. Jing laughed and shook his head. Yes, you need him to follow his original plan. The only thing you need to ensure is that the alchemical cage is destroyed, releasing Peter Pettigrew. Sirius broke into a cold sweat. Though he had no objections, I watched Jing with curiosity, wondering what he intended to do. Sirius flicked his wrists in succession, unleashing streaks of pale NK light toward Li Huo. Each beam radiated a faint curse-like energy. Li Huo tapped his wand beneath his left arm, revealing the concealed demonic artifact, and the central fissure expanded under his control. Sirius muttered with difficulty, "It seems your plan is far superior to mine, almost flawless. So will you wait until the end of the term?" Hearing this, Sirius's expression darkened. I hadn't expected Li Huo to exhibit such skill even under Jing's deep white magic. The golden beams rained down like a meteor storm, and Sirius's face showed utter despair as he fled. But the screaming shack was small. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape the attack. Hundreds of golden beams struck his chest, sending him flying into the shack's wall. The impact shook the entire structure, dust falling from the ceiling. Sirius's body slumped to the floor like a heap of mud, motionless, questioning his own existence. Lin pressed his wand down, and the 3 surrounding alchemical arrays dissipated instantly. In truth, the previous attack had been restrained. Though the display of golden beams seemed overwhelming, Lin had stripped away most of their lethal force, leaving only a portion of the impact. Otherwise, Sirius wouldn't have merely been knocked into a wall, he'd have been obliterated like the giant creature 2 years ago, his body riddled with holes. Cough, cough. Sirius coughed, bracing himself against the floor as he struggled to stand. Moreover, in such a quiet, isolated place with only a few people around. Heaven knows how anxious they must have been when Sirius infiltrated the Black family estate, while Hermione and the other low-talent students vanished at the same time. Hogwarts lied again. You and Hermione were just buying supplies in Lounging King Village and lost track of time. Indeed, the elder wizards outside the Great Hall were all sleeping soundly, unaware of the chaos caused by the fugitive Sirius Black infiltrating the estate. It had been less than 2 days since the Halloween feast, and if Hermione and Hogwarts had returned already, the professors would probably assume the two of us had gone missing. Outside the Great Hall, the 7 long tables hadn't yet been pushed against the walls, and hundreds of soft purple sleeping bags were laid across the floor. Most of the senior wizards hadn't even emerged from their bags. When Horger arrived, McGonagall gasped, and you hurriedly asked aloud. At Lou Jenkins' words, McGonagall's tone turned strange. Shopping? What could take so long that he hasn't returned, even though the Halloween feast has started? He's never missed such events, could it be? Hermione spoke as I placed a brand new two-way mirror into Sirius's hands. Horger, where did he go? Professor Lin has been looking for him ever since. After all, losing 2 prodigiously talented senior wizards like Lu Jing and Lu Jinking would be a significant loss for the magical world. McGonagall's gaze grew even more peculiar. Hermione and Lu Jinking exchanged glances as they watched Professor Lin walk away. Because Sirius had intruded into Lu Jinking's Tsuchijo castle, the professors needed to search the entire castle to eliminate any potential threats. For this reason, all the senior wizards had to sleep outside the Great Hall that night. Once all matters were settled, Lu Jing and Lu Jinking were ready to return to the castle. Only a tiny fraction of the senior wizards fell asleep around 8 in the morning. Some stayed up all night until dawn. Horger's eyes met McGonagall's probing gaze, the flames of the 4 trigrams igniting within them, and he realized that even if he tried to escape beyond the Yellow River, there was no way he could clear himself. Uncle Horger, here, this will let him contact you whenever he needs. Before returning to the castle, the 7 of them encountered Professor Lu Jing. Mr. Lowell, Sister Lowell, can you tell me why they didn't return on time? After speaking, Professor Lin departed, and you didn't deduct points from either of their houses. The item wasn't an alchemical mask that could imitate a human face. It allowed Sirius to purchase daily supplies in Arena Village before wearing a mask, without fearing capture by the Ministry of Magic. You tended to be strict with talented senior wizards. You had almost intended to notify Professor Dumbledore to conduct a thorough search of Blacktis Castle and its surroundings. Lu Jing spoke, and I handed Sirius something as well. So you simply closed your eyes, listening to McGonagall's words in your ear, and drifted into sleep. The Great Hall's lights remained on, but the senior wizards outside still chattered, reflecting on the day's events with little comprehension. He looked at a group of young wizards and witches he couldn't defeat and asked with difficulty, nowadays, are young wizards all this strong? Horger slapped his forehead, half frustrated, half tearful. Hermione and Horger parted ways. Hermione headed toward the Slytherin senior wizards, while Horger slipped into a sleeping bag beside Lu Jing and the others. Horger seemed to recall something, and his cheeks flushed. It seems. What kind of magic requires discussion so deep in the Forbidden Forest? The 7 of them walked toward the Great Hall. Finally, Irina spoke innocently. Maybe, you two are just a little more capable. So, Uncle Horger, you should return to the castle first. If he needs any supplies for living in the Screaming Hut, go ahead and buy them outside Arena Village. After finishing these tasks, Hermione and Lu Jinking bid Sirius farewell and returned to Blacktis Castle via the secret passage. Hermione scratched her head. Professor Lin must have misunderstood something. Horger nodded firmly. Professor, you went to the Forbidden Forest to discuss magic, so you know what happened outside the castle. Professor Lin paused in surprise. Discuss magic in the Forbidden Forest? Before learning how the two-way mirror worked, Sirius had already stored it safely. Once again, he was misunderstood. The two-way mirror had 2 buttons, each linked to the mirrors held by Hermione and Lu Jinking. By pressing the corresponding button and channeling magical energy, Sirius could contact either of them. After descending, Lu Jing helped the aching Sirius sit on the sofa. Even the usually stern Professor Lin revealed a meaningful glance. Discussing magic. In the past, leaving the castle required following scheduled times. Even adults must exercise restraint. Professor Lin said this seriously. Hearing this, Lynn and Irina exchanged a glance. Slowly, Hermione and Horger entered the Great Hall. Chapter 200 Snow Wolf King, Lynn's Animagus Form. After Halloween came the approaching Quidditch season. Each house's Quidditch team was busily preparing for the upcoming matches. Soon it was the day before the first game. A howling wind and torrential rain struck Hogwarts, covering the castle like an apocalyptic shadow and casting a heavy gloom over the sky. During that day's defense against the Dark Arts class, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived, they found that Professor Lupin was absent. Instead, Professor Snape was teaching. Lupin had retreated to the Shrieking Shack after drinking a wolfsbane potion. It was not only a stormy day, but also a full moon night. "Can someone tell me where Miss Lowell has gone?" Snape scanned the classroom and realized a student was missing. His face darkened. He never expected Irina to skip his class. Thinking of that, Lynn's expression grew strange. "So we're the type to skip class to go on a date, huh?" It was the first storm before Lynn and Irina buried the crystal vials, their purpose being to complete the initial steps to master their animagus forms. Before finishing those steps, Lupin raised his wand and unearthed the two buried crystal vials, letting them drop into his and Snape's hands. At the same time, a vague image appeared in Lupin's mind. Even if it was a data class taught by Professor Magnus covering the basics of werewolves, a topic we already knew, Lynn and Irina had to skip class to progress their animagus training. Suddenly, from the forest hundreds of meters away came a commotion, as if powerful creatures were fleeing from some unseen roar. Before the wizards had even mastered the unfamiliar animagus transformations, we could already turn our wands into patterns under our fur and travel to different places in our animagus forms. The pain was nearly overwhelming. Lupin's vision turned blood red. I crouched halfway to the ground, fists clenched so tightly my nails cut into my palms. Snape's tone was firm. "He goes first. Lupin, you provide the patronus." Before completing the spell, Lupin tilted his head and drank the blood-red potion from the crystal vial. Suddenly, a new heartbeat echoed in Lupin's chest, not his own, but one both familiar and strangely comforting. Compared to boosting our magical power, even a full data lesson seemed trivial. "Oh, Tilda. Wait, didn't Lynn and Irina leave early today?" If they disappeared simultaneously. The PP recorded knowledge about werewolves. A sudden urge to howl at the sky welled up in Lupin's heart. Thump, thump, thump. Snape's mood settled slightly. As the form of the snow wolf grew hazy, Lupin's body twisted and shifted. In my animagus form, I didn't suppress the urge. I lifted my head and let out a long, haunting howl. Lupin gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain coursing through his body. In front of the watchful eyes of the Gryffindor lions, Professor Magnus spoke warmly. I waved my wand and a peep appeared on the classroom's whiteboard. Lupin nodded slightly. I stepped back, pointed my wand at my chest, and chanted clearly. Amato, animo, animato, animagus. Due to Miss Lowell's absence, Gryffindor loses 70 points. Class dismissed. At this moment, Lupin had not yet fully completed his transformation. Beside him, Yan Junchao stared in amazement as Lupin's body morphed into a massive snow wolf. His clothing became part of the wolf's markings, and his wand fell to the ground. Lupin's body expanded, pure white fur sprouting from his skin. Sharp claws grew from his hands and feet, and his face transformed. Gradually, the form solidified into a majestic snow-white wolf, a snow wolf king, its strength and striking appearance far surpassing ordinary magical creatures. Though Yan Junchao's transformation was merely into a natural animal, my snow wolf animagus form gave me physical abilities far beyond most magical creatures. In an area devoid of magical beasts, the long, missing Yan Jun and Yan Junchao appeared. Lupin strained to see the figure in his mind. Looking at the vial of blood-red potion in hand, Lupin turned to Snape. Who goes first? The instant the potion touched my lips, the sharp, metallic taste of blood exploded in my mouth. Before it slid down my throat, an intense, explosive pain erupted within me. Hearing Snape's words, Hermione glanced nervously at her classmates and finally noticed Irina's absence. Snape moved his wand slowly, muttering incantations. The defensive spells you had cast one after another began to expand outward in all directions, enveloping the area where we stood. Meanwhile, deep in the forbidden forest, I felt the strength in my now mighty body. The fur beneath me made me appear imposing, and my well-developed muscles gave me the confidence that I could withstand dozens of stunning spells without falling unconscious. Reaching the tree where the crystal potion bottle was buried, Lupin waved his hand. The alchemical array that had originally only protected the potion expanded in all directions, enveloping the 7 of us and even covering a 10-meter radius around our group. Every animagus's first transformation could only change their body and clothing into that of the target animal. Our wands would inevitably fall to the ground. Perhaps she didn't realize she was teaching today. She probably thought she had managed to skip that cursed lesson of Lupin's. After letting out a long, haunting wolf howl, Lin stamped his paws on the earth beneath him, feeling a satisfying connection to the ground. He looked at Irina, who watched him with wide-eyed curiosity. For some reason, as a snow wolf, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of intimacy when looking at Irina. It was as if this feeling came from the closest of companions, making him want to approach her. Could this be Irina's magical affinity with creatures? Lin couldn't help but marvel. Perhaps it wasn't just magical creatures. Any animal might be drawn to her. Even an animagus like himself couldn't resist. "Is that you, Lin?" Irina stared in surprise at the majestic snow wolf before her. Even standing on tiptoe, she could only reach its neck. Lin inclined his head slightly, signaling that this powerful snow wolf was indeed him. Irina stepped closer, running her hand over the wolf's soft fur. Warmth radiated from the strong body, a testament to its vigor and vitality. Feeling Irina's touch, Lin experienced an unusual sensation, and her magical affinity stirred in him an impulse to nuzzle her head against her. But Lin, after all, was a genuine wizard, not a real wolf. Controlling such impulses was easy for him. Snape straightened, his large paws gesturing behind Lupin. After a moment, he returned to human form and picked up his wand. Elsewhere, Zhao Jingsheng's body underwent a transformation as well. The great snow fox had sapphire-like eyes, so vibrant and captivating that one could easily lose themselves in their depth. Its ears were long and sensitive, able to detect the slightest sound in the world. "Nothing serious," Zhao Jingsheng said, shrugging. "It's a full moon tonight. This white magic defense class is probably being covered by Professor Magnus." If it had been Zhao Jingsheng's white magic defense class, even skipping a lesson without a proper excuse might still grant a chance to make amends under the strict supervision of Professor Snowwolf. Dao nodded and raised his wand, pointing it at his heart, chanting the spell. Amato, animo, animato, animagus. Because Lupin's robes and clothing had transformed with him, when he reverted to human form, he wasn't bare, but appeared in a disheveled mix of garments. Feeling Lupin's close, familiar gestures, Snape's face flushed. He hid his face shyly in his own arms. Lupin instinctively reached out, holding the great snow fox. "Is that him, Snape?" he asked in a deep voice. Seeing Snape's stubborn expression, Lupin couldn't resist stroking the fox's head and nudging his upper lip with his finger. Pain radiated from Snape's insides, so intense it made him collapse, body convulsing violently. Snape nodded, thinking aloud. "By the way, did you forget something?" At that moment, an image gradually appeared in Snape's mind. "Looks like your animagus transformation into Irina has succeeded." Lupin sighed softly. "Did you expect it to go this smoothly? You probably thought practicing animagus would take countless attempts before succeeding, yet here you are." Having adapted to his snow wolf animagus form, Lin shook his body, and his form shifted once more, returning to human shape. Even when Oliver Wood, captain of Liongia's Quidditch team, called for a team out, Hermione, acting as seeker for Irina's team, still knew exactly how her team was scoring. Above the raging storm, it had been only 7 minutes, and yet all the players were already soaked through. Dense mist and fine rain obscured our view, making it almost impossible to follow the match. In truth, Snape had never skipped one of Hermione's games, though recently he often went out with Ron. Since the Dragon of Rumor was rarely fully seen, Liongia couldn't help but worry that Snape might sneak off with Ron again tomorrow. The next afternoon, Hermione, placing a conditional trust in Lin, handed him her glasses. Hearing this, Liongia quickly stepped forward, crossing her arms behind her back. "No, no, no, miss, you're mistaken." Snape took the parchment from Lin, awkwardly wrapping an arm around Lin's slender waist. At this point, Hermione had no idea that the little white dog was my godfather, Sirius Black. She might have thought it was the omen she had seen in divination class, yet now, seeing the white dog, it was unmistakably a sign of good fortune. Snape, holding Lin, murmured that Lynn was soft and fragrant, utterly irresistible. Hermione's glasses immediately fogged and dripped with rain, leaving her nearly blind. She stepped forward, saying, "Snape, tomorrow you'll be playing Hufflepuff. He'll be watching, right?" Lyangia was slightly surprised as Hermione pulled a parchment from her bag. "So he hasn't studied it himself yet, you even copied notes for him?" "Of course," Snape replied calmly. Lynn slowly waved his wand toward Hermione's glasses. "Waterproof." Hermione had never been fully confident in her own talent as a seeker, so this was a relief. Because Malfoy of Slytherin's team had claimed he was scratched by Buckbeak, and thus injured, Irina's Quidditch team's opponent for tomorrow was switched to Hufflepuff. As Madame Hooch blew the whistle, both teams launched into the sky, broomsticks skimming the turbulent air. Hermione's joy was immediate. Her glasses were now protected, her vision unaffected by the rain. Barring further surprises, Irina's team was poised to win this match with ease. Just as the game resumed, Lynn ducked beside Hermione. "You have no clue, Hermione. Hold your glasses steady, slowly." Lynn tried to push her gently, but despite a couple of years passing, he still struggled against Lyangia's icy demeanor. After all, this was a Quidditch match celebrated by the whole school. Down on the pitch, Irina's team swapped their bright red robes for match-ready gear, braving the whipping wind to make their way to the center. Lynn watched Hermione with mild concern. "Snape, your white magic defense class today, you might have missed a few points." Lyangia teased, "Of course, just don't sneak off with this senior of yours again." Meanwhile, Hufflepuff's team, clad in pale yellow robes, also arrived at the pitch. The storm, now lasting 2 days, still raged. Despite the weather, both teams prepared to compete on the Quidditch field. Hearing Lyangia's words, Snape flushed with embarrassment. He raised his fist in warning. "If Harry talks nonsense again, make him feel what Malfoy went through." Meanwhile, Hermione's hands, stiff from cold, slipped on her broomstick. She dropped several feet on her Firebolt 2000. After regaining her balance and shaking wet bangs from her eyes, she realized the little white dog hadn't disappeared. At that moment, a flash of lightning revealed the little white dog sitting neatly in the lowest row of the stands, fur ruffled but calm. Snape waved dismissively. "You see, today Professor Lyangia didn't follow the usual curriculum, but taught the werewolf lesson. Yet you've already prepared for this chapter in advance." Chapter 203, The Riot of Dementors and the Sevenfold Patroness. After a while, Harry seemed to spot the golden light carried by the golden snitch and rode the Firebolt 2000 into the sky. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened as if a shroud had been drawn over the Quidditch pitch. All sound vanished. The enormous stadium was filled with nothing but silence and cold. The storm and wind still raged above, yet here it was as if someone had muted the world. Young witches and wizards could see mouths moving around them, but no sound came forth. Sensing the growing unease, Lynn and Irina, positioned in the Slytherin and Gryffindor camps, exchanged grim looks. Both drew their wands, eyes scanning the sky warily. At the edge of the pitch, at least 100 Dementors appeared, clad in eerie robes. Their presence brought a suffocating chill, and even a single glance made many students feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. The endless swarm of Dementors seemed to blot out the sky entirely, forming a crushing, oppressive cloud over the stadium. Cold, fear, and despair seeped into the hearts of the young wizards, stripping all joy from their bodies in an instant. From above, a figure plummeted the unconscious Harry, overcome once again by the Dementors' influence. These man-made creatures sensed the abundant joy in the area. Feeding on happiness, they ignored ministry orders and sought to consume the pleasure of even the most powerful wizards. Seeing this, Silverwolf and Dumbledore could no longer remain seated. The Dementors surged forward like a horde as if confronted with some terrifying prey, advancing with terrifying speed. In reality, the strength of a patroness depends on 2 things: the intensity of joyful emotion and sufficient magical power. While joy is limitless, magical energy is finite. Hundreds of meters away, the Dementors exerted all their might and finally destroyed 2 patronesses that had been defending their respective sides, emitting shrill, mournful cries as they sought to return to the pitch to devour all remaining joy. Before Harry landed safely, Gertrude cast a cushioning charm and unleashed her patroness, driving the Dementors back. Silver-white mists spread from all directions of the stands. Patronesses of various forms, squirrels, fish, lynxes, and wild dogs rose from the ground to meet the 100 Dementors approaching the edge of the pitch. The 7 wizards felt their own joy shredded in an instant, while nearly half of their magical power dissipated immediately. Irina cast her gaze toward the wizards who had just released their patronesses to counter the Dementors, and a trace of relief crossed my eyes, especially as I looked at Silverwolf and Dumbledore. It wasn't long before the 2 patronesses, exhausted from bearing the brunt of the assault, dissipated into the air. Unfortunately, Dementors, as extremely malevolent creatures, cannot truly be killed. Even the patroness charm can only drive them off, not destroy them. Even some younger wizards, able only to conjure the basic white mist of a patroness, tried their best to protect everyone. Gertrude and Dumbledore, along with a few other lower-year wizards proficient in the patroness charm, stood and cast their patronesses. Yet against the overwhelming number of Dementors, the silver-white light from Lynn and the silver fox still seemed insufficient. Then, a blindingly bright silver-white light erupted across the Quidditch pitch, illuminating the darkened sky like daytime. The form of the radiant patroness was clearly visible. No one asked how much joy Irina had poured into her patroness to produce such power. Protective patroness. I had never imagined Gertrude and Gertrude Wen could summon a patroness with such potency, though against the relentless onslaught, neither she nor Dumbledore showed any sign of satisfaction. Instead, faint smiles crossed their faces. As the silver-white light faded, attention returned to see Headmistress Eris Irina hastily retracting her wand. A hint of anger etched across my face. Gertrude and Silver Fox charged into the Dementor ranks, tearing through their formation. From the stands, Silverwolf and Dumbledore stepped forward. The backlash from the destruction of their patronesses had left them tense. Almost simultaneously, Silverwolf and Gertrude Wen stood, positioned at opposite points in the stands, and the 7 of them chanted the patroness spell in unison. The most dazzling were Lynn's radiant silver-white patroness and a pristine silver fox. The light they emitted nearly illuminated the entire pitch. In the near sky, Lynn and the silver fox sacrificed themselves to push back the horde of hundreds of Dementors, allowing the oppressed wizards to finally breathe. Though Irina's joy channeled into her patroness was weaker than that of Silverwolf and Dumbledore, my immense magical reserves as a dark mage-level wizard allowed me to summon a patroness capable of enveloping the entire Quidditch pitch. Though Lynn and the silver fox were relatively small, their power was limitless. With each strike and weave through the Dementors, their silver-white light scattered and dissipated, gradually reducing the oppressive aura of the Dementors. Just when it seemed the patronesses would be overwhelmed, Lynn and the silver fox let out piercing cries and, rather than retreating, attacked the horde of hundreds of Dementors head-on. The wolf and fox weaved through the small army of Dementors. Each maneuver diminished the pressure the Dementors exerted on the wizards, while the white mists of the Dementors dissipated alongside the radiance of the patronesses. Chapter 204. They always say not to recklessly set flags. After Dumbledore used his patroness to drive off the invading Dementors, the Quidditch match ended when Hufflepuff captain Cedric caught the golden snitch. Although Cedric intended to request a rematch after learning Harry had passed out, Gryffindor Captain Wood was magnanimous, openly acknowledging Hufflepuff's victory. On the pitch, Harry gradually came to. While unconscious, he thought he had heard the desperate cries of a woman, but his focus wasn't on that voice. Instead, he immediately asked his teammates about the match. Learning that Gryffindor had lost, Harry's face fell. "Harry, are you all right?" At that moment, the 3 arenas approached. Harry shook his head. "I'm fine. By the way, I Firebolt 2000? Hermione hesitated. "Well, when you fell, the wind blew it away." A bad premonition immediately rose in Harry's mind. And then? Without a doubt, Lupin's warning flag had come true. You could see the darkness quietly standing nearby among the 7, with no attempt at concealment. "When they come near you," Lupin's gaze fixed on Harry's desk, his voice tight, "you seem to hear Voldemort killing your mother." Ton Chan spoke with determination, finally voicing the question that had long troubled me. "Why? Why doesn't it affect you the same way? Could it be that you—" Before the next class bell rang, the senior wizards gradually departed, though Lupin was stopped by Professor Harry. "Yes," Lupin replied. Before Lupin could finish, Harry interrupted decisively, as if he had read Lupin's mind. He then gestured toward a pouch by his feet. Lupin glanced at Dumbledore in confusion, clearly recalling the flag he'd set 2 years ago. If the troll had been sent back by Snape, his Firebolt 2000 would be smashed to pieces. Harry explained, Dementors affect him less than others because of experiences others have never faced. Dementors are among the most vile things in the world. They dwell in darkness and decay, feeding on despair. They draw peace, hope, and happiness from the air around them. Hinkpunk, however, was a tangible dark creature. It lures travelers into the swamp, and the lantern it carries is both a tool and a deadly weapon. Before the last Charms class of 8th year, which Irina's group attended with Slytherin, the senior wizards were disappointed to learn Harry had returned to teach. Does that have anything to do with Duatong? Dumbledore patted Chong-Chan's shoulder sympathetically. Years ago, as a werewolf, Harry had been allowed by Hogwarts to retreat under Chong-Chan Fitz's supervision. To prevent him from harming classmates during transformations, a hidden passage from Gryffindor to the Shrieking Shack was built, with a Whomping Willow at the entrance to stop mischief-prone students. It's possible, Lupin said sadly, that this Whomping Willow smashed it into pieces. Professor Chong-Chan sighed. We planted this Whomping Willow the year you arrived at Gryffindor. People used to play games trying to touch it until one girl, named Davy Grayson, almost lost an eye. That's why Hogwarts forbids anyone from getting close. No broomstick could withstand it. Chong-Chan cast a quick glance at me. Trembling, Harry opened the pouch. Dozens of wooden splinters and twigs spilled onto the floor, his Firebolt 2000, utterly destroyed. After class, Harry displayed a Hinkpunk in a glass case. It was a one-legged creature, seemingly composed of swirling smoke, deceptively resilient but dangerous. Even Muggles can sense them. Though they cannot see Dementors, the approaching Dementors drain all joy and cherished memories. If unchecked, Dementors can strip someone to their best experiences, and those experiences, Lupin, can still make anyone fall from a broomstick. He feels the shame of it. See? This is why you never set flags recklessly. At that moment, Lupin hadn't yet sunk into despair over the shattered broom. Irina shrugged. It hit the Whomping Willow. You know how temperamental it is. Look, Professor Flitwick just returned it. Seeing Chong-Chan preparing to observe, Harry gave only a glance and continued teaching. Both he and Lupin welcomed Dumbledore's presence without complaint. Has he heard about the Dementors? Lupin asked hesitantly. Wait, Lupin, Harry called. You want to talk with him? Chong-Chan never revealed to Lupin that the Whomping Willow had actually been planted for me. She said calmly, you know, you've all seen Professor Hogwarts lose his temper like this. These creatures have been restless for some time. Now that Hogwarts allowed them inside, they are furious. Can you guess why they attacked him? Harry believed that, given Dumbledore's excellence, he had no right to eavesdrop, while Lupin's trust was absolute because Dumbledore was Mimas Head. You've heard about the match, Harry said. I turned back to the podium while Duatong packed his books. What a shame about his broom. Surely it could have been repaired, Harry said irritably, hoping his old friend's child would recover. Lupin returned, and Dumbledore, about to leave, voluntarily paused to eavesdrop on the 7. When we learned Professor Chong-Chan had excused us from Snape's homework for the next class, our joy was uncontainable. Harry moved his arm suddenly, as if to grab Lupin's, but I restrained him. I knew this was the moment to reconcile with Lupin. Chapter 205. Do you two even take me seriously as a professor? A heavy silence settled over the room. After a moment, Harry asked, full of resentment, why would they head to the pitch? They're hungry, Lupin replied calmly, snapping his briefcase shut. Professor Dumbledore won't let them into the school, so their sources of prey have dried up. I think they simply can't resist the temptation of such a crowd around the Quidditch pitch. That excitement, that rush. They see it as a feast. Azkaban must be terrifying, Harry murmured. Lupin nodded grimly, his tone detached. That fortress sits alone on a tiny island in the vast sea, but it doesn't need high walls or surrounding water to keep people in. Prisoners are trapped in their own minds, incapable of summoning even a single joyful thought. Most go mad within weeks. But Sirius Black got away, Harry said slowly. He escaped. Lupin's briefcase slipped off the desk, and he quickly bent to catch it. Yes, he said, straightening up. Black must have found some way to resist them. I thought it impossible. It said that Dementors can drain a wizard's magic completely. If he'd stayed too long with them. Harry interjected, but wizards must have ways to resist Dementors, right? Irina and that senior role could do it. From the sidelines, Irina spoke softly. "If he wants to learn, you're the best teacher for him, Harry." At that, Harry's eyes lit up. I glanced at Weasley. He gave a slight smile, and pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. Professor Gilderoy's heart skipped a beat, and I said, changing my expression, "How could you possibly know how I escaped?" Our plan with Lupin had eliminated every variable. Sirius Gilderoy was one factor, and Professor Gilderoy was another. Weasley laughed deeply. "Professor, you are still deceiving yourself. Since you withheld from young Master Sirius Irina's escape method even from Professor Dumbledore, I take it you consider me wrongly accused." He laughed again, speaking without pause, and handed a newspaper to Professor Lynn. "You solemnly swear you were up to no good?" Professor Lynn fixed Weasley with a hard stare. I said warmly, "But he has no evidence. Don't forget, the great dwarf Peter was once one of your worst friends. Without proof, you can't claim he's slandering your friend, especially one who gave his life defending the wizarding world." Satisfied with the exchange, Harry left the classroom. Professor Gilderoy still looked perfectly healthy. Weasley understood that this was the lingering effect from before the full moon. "Do they really not take you seriously as a professor?" Before Weasley uttered Animus Black, Professor Lynn hadn't been particularly surprised. But when I heard Weasley say, "You might still know him," a storm of emotions churned in Lynn's mind. "Professor, you really shouldn't call me Weasley," Gilderoy muttered, brushing snow-white hair from his shoulders, tone sharp. "Animus Black, Sirius Gilderoy here, you might still know them." After Halloween, we met with Sirius, Irina, and shared our plans, eliminating that stable variable. Today, Weasley aimed to remove the stability Lynn carried. He turned his gaze toward Professor Lynn. "Professor," he said lightly, "his guesses aren't entirely wrong. Sirius Irina indeed has guilt, but the real culprit back then, remembered as a hero, was the great dwarf Peter." Professor Lynn's expression darkened. I looked at that striking young wizard, asking in a low voice, "Weasley, how does he know?" Weasley's voice rang out. "If you guessed correctly, those 7 codenames correspond to him, the heroic great dwarf Peter, Sirius Gilderoy, and Harry's father, James Potter." At the front, Professor Gilderoy watched Harry and Weasley discuss sneaking out of the castle before curfew. Professor Lynn remained silent. After a while, I asked, hoarsely, "Miss Lowell, what else does he know?" Weasley continued, "If he's willing, meet by the Forbidden Forest tonight. You and Lupin will wait there." Weasley tapped the parchment with his wand, and a shape appeared. But Lynn's attention didn't rest on the Gilderoy family, it focused on Ron's mouse, Patch, which was missing a toe. Weasley's blue eyes locked with Lynn's. "You want to know how Sirius Irina escaped Azkaban, don't you, Professor?" Naturally, Lynn revealed the truth, drawing him into their fold. By the end of that Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Weasley hadn't yet planned to disclose everything to Professor Gilderoy. "Of course, Professor Gilderoy is also skilled with the Patronus charm, right?" Professor Gilderoy instinctively stepped forward. I looked at the parchment in Weasley's hand. "The Marauder's map? I never imagined it would be in his possession." Professor Gilderoy glanced at Weasley lingering outside the classroom and asked, "Miss Lowell, any questions?" Yes, the parchment Weasley held was indeed the Marauder's map, obtained after the lesson from Lupin. In small green letters at the bottom, "Moon face, worm tail, little foot and pointy fork, presented for the mischievous wizards seeking magical pranks, the Marauder's map." Professor Gilderoy smiled faintly. "Yes, he asked you for guidance on the Patronus charm. But you'd need to wait until last term after the holidays, there's so much to do." Perfect timing for the lesson. Beneath that, a photograph of the Gilderoy family on a trip to Egypt appeared, all smiling at the camera. Chapter 206. Lynn and Irina truly a match made in heaven. "This is Peter Pettigrew?" Professor Lupin's eyes widened in disbelief. After decades of friendship, there was no way he could fail to recognize Peter Pettigrew's animatus form. What's more, the missing finger on this rat perfectly matched the single finger reported in the news found on the streets. If that night Peter Pettigrew wasn't reduced to just one finger by an exploding curse, but instead sacrificed a finger to escape, everything suddenly made sense. Seeing the newspaper, Lupin felt as if he understood the whole story. So, it was Peter Pettigrew who sacrificed a finger to cast the exploding curse and frame Sirius Black, Lupin said calmly. In other words, the real traitor who betrayed the James family was Peter Pettigrew, and that night, Sirius went after him, only to be framed in the process. Irina couldn't help but look at Lupin with newfound respect. After all, not everyone possesses a godlike perspective, able to piece together the full truth from within the situation, but Lupin could. Truly remarkable. However, there's one thing I still don't understand, Lupin said gravely. If Sirius was really framed, why didn't he defend himself? Why let himself be imprisoned in Azkaban for over a decade? Hogwarts replied softly, perhaps out of guilt. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry spotted James and Buck. Hearing Hogwarts' words, Professor Lin suddenly recalled that Lupin had once replaced the Fidelius secret keeper in his house with Peter Pettigrew, and it had been Sirius' suggestion. By the time Hogwarts left, Professor Lin was the only one remaining outside the classroom. Hogwarts nodded, clarifying, yes, the day after Halloween, you and James confronted Sirius sneaking back from Azkaban at the Shrieking Shack, and learned everything from me. Even the naturally fierce Professor Lin had to acknowledge the brilliance of that plan, though it couldn't hide his contempt for Peter Pettigrew, the one who betrayed the Lupin family and caused the deaths of the Potters. That night, Harry slipped out of Azkaban under his invisibility cloak, heading toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts nodded again. Yes, you still don't have a fully developed plan against Peter Pettigrew. Coming alone is to ensure your cooperation with the ongoing plan. James spoke. Buck wants to learn the Patronus charm? Harry nodded vigorously. Exactly. He wants to master the magic that can counter Dementors. Buck fixed Hogwarts with a steady gaze. You've met Sirius before, haven't you? The only thing a Dementor can do is use its own essence to counter the energy within a Patronus, Hogwarts explained, like during the Quidditch match, when Dementors attacked you and me. Even then, the Dementor could be driven back by a Patronus, which is why it's the only magic capable of countering them. That plan doesn't seem too evil. Professor Lin frowned initially, but slowly considered Lupin's family situation. Perhaps using evil to punish evil can also be a form of justice. Harry scratched his head. Late night talk, senior role. So Hogwarts truthfully explained the plan to subtly use the alchemy cage to deal with Peter Pettigrew to Professor Buck. A plan so cunning that even someone as proud as Sirius could not deny its logic. Surely it had to be effective. Professor Lin hesitated, then agreed. Cannot ignore this. Now that Sirius knew Peter Pettigrew was still alive, it made sense he would escape prison in his animagus form and seek revenge. Before the Dementor attack during the Quidditch match, Dumbledore had only allowed Dementors to stay within the boundaries of Azkaban. Professor Lin stared toward the classroom door, silent for a long while. James spoke passionately about the essence of the Patronus charm. A Patronus is a force of positivity, born from the things Dementors feed on: joy, hope, and the will to survive. Dementors cannot directly touch it, unlike wizards who feel despair, making the Patronus uniquely capable of repelling them. Thus, Azkaban remained largely free from Dementor activity. After a moment, Harry laughed softly to himself. Truly remarkable. James and Buck, a match made in heaven. Professor Lin's eyes twinkled. Tell me their plan then. At last Lin smiled faintly. Since they've arranged everything and contacted Sirius, his visit today must not require your assistance directly. James stepped forward calmly. Here he is, Harry. Harry straightened, fully focused on Buck. Buck spoke solemnly. All you need to do is stick to your original plan. Don't alert Peter prematurely, break the alchemy cage, and support the plan at the end of the school year. After all, Sirius had already been dealt with by you and James that day, and had no chance to intervene further. Sirius thought his own suggestion had caused the death of Lupin's family, while I assumed that the great dwarf Peter hadn't truly died yet. Because of that, I really couldn't bring myself to argue out of guilt. I couldn't atone for my own judgment by letting Irina end up isolated in Azkaban. But Xingziangui always managed to reveal his identity as a traveler to Professor Lin, so the blame had to fall on Sirius. In truth, the intelligence Hogwarts had passed along about the events of the past wasn't actually something Sirius had told you. Once he received a satisfactory reply, Hogwarts bid farewell to Professor Lin and left the defense against the white magic classroom. James chuckled. Of course. Who wouldn't want the ability to resist Dementors? You can teach the theory and the casting technique for the Patronus charm just once. Whether someone remembers, it is up to them. Chapter 207. Voldemort is just a boiled egg with a double plug. Unlike Irina, who had already studied the Patronus charm, Harry had never encountered it before. Lin had to start from the very basics. explaining what a patroness charm was, rather than jumping straight to the incantation and casting techniques like he had with Irina. After an hour-long lesson, Harry finally managed to conjure a faint silver-white mist. However, he could only produce the mist itself. He was still far from conjuring a full patroness. Seeing the thick, silver-white mist drifting from the tip of Harry's wand, Lynn nodded slightly. "That's enough for tonight. You can go now. Next, you should seek Professor Lupin. He might have a method to help your patroness improve further." Harry nodded. He knew Lynn meant Lupin's Bogart. If he guessed correctly, his greatest fear might be Dementors, and when facing the Bogart alone, it would likely take the form of a Dementor. Dementors were often the best material for practicing the patroness charm. After tucking away his wand and happily returning to the castle, Lynn turned his attention to Irina. "By the way," Lynn asked, "why don't you teach Harry the patroness charm yourself? I imagine your skill level isn't weaker than mine now." The Bogart flickered with a brief, unusual sensation. "You tilted your head. Ah, well, that would be a bit awkward. So, does he have any plans next?" Underneath the parchment, the names of wizards outside St. Munsit's castle appeared, along with our movement paths. Watching St. Munsit's and Hermione leave the castle, Lynn walked toward the Gryffindor common room, a bit dejected. Ron smiled. "Actually, the Marauder's map isn't low-tech. Its cleverness lies in linking to Voldemort Castle's magical network, letting it access part of its power. Before you figured out how to disrupt that connection, reproducing the map was no small feat. That's not the gift you wanted to give him. Tap it with your wand, say you solemnly swear you were up to no good, and see what happens." Even now, few dared call Horkmo anything but the mysterious one. Few dared to speak his real name. That weekend was the first Irinida weekend after the Christmas holiday, allowing 8th-tier and younger wizards to visit Irinida Village. St. Munsit's shrugged cheerfully. Without the command word, even if Horkmo's faction got the map, no one would dare speak the command. Ron nodded. "Yes, you should maximize the variables, and Lynn getting the map and then going to Irinida Village should have been omitted." The Bogart spread the Marauder's map on a desk, smiling at Lynn. Of course, Lynn couldn't obtain parental signatures. Before hearing the command words for the maps, the Bogart twitched its mouth slightly. "He's afraid Horkmo would come after him if he knew." The Bogart said, "You understand you'll transfer the Marauder's map to St. Munsit's after this weekend, but losing the map means you might have less control over what happens outside Voldemort Castle." Hearing this, Ron laughed. With a flick of my right hand, several sheets of parchment appeared. As St. Munsit said, the Marauder's map itself wasn't simple in terms of magical craftsmanship. Even a deep alchemy expert like Sirius could have contributed to its creation. The nearly 2 months of rain had finally stopped, and the sky cleared, transforming from a dull gray into a bright, dazzling off-white. Shiminwen wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Seeing Lynn's puzzled look, Borgert pulled the Marauder's map from his pocket. "Leave those copies of the Marauder's map with him for now. Erwin, you'll bring me one too. The spell to open and close the map is the same. Hogmo is not a boiled egg with a double-hole socket." With that, Borgert led Lynn to an empty classroom outside. Even among Hogwarts wizards, very few would dare speak such a bizarre incantation aloud. Ron handed Shiminwen the maps he had made himself. Just then, a boy ugly as a snow elf blocked my way. Lynn looked up, and it was Borgert standing behind me. Shiminwen, seemingly lost in thought, said, "So Shimin's plan is to give the Marauder's map to Lynn?" Ron spoke seriously. If I remember correctly, in the original timeline, Shimin would receive a Marauder's map from the Weasley twins one weekend after Christmas. Through secret passages, he would then go to Shiminwen's village and eavesdrop on the professor's conversations about Sirius. But now, the map has ended up in your hands instead. Slowly, there were only 2 weeks left until the Christmas break. That term during Irina's week, Borgert hadn't accompanied Harry and Hermione. Instead, he always acted alongside Ron, making Lynn subconsciously think Borgert always stayed near Shimin. Did Borgert go to Irina's village with Ron? Irina shrugged innocently. "I feel like Harry and Ron are still wary of you. Maybe if there were no teacher-student ties, I'd trust him a little more." That morning, in the grounds of Voldemort Castle, the muddy lawns were dusted with a delicate layer of frost, and outside the castle, the busy festive atmosphere of approaching Christmas filled the air. Borgert smiled. "He was just chatting, so I brought him a belated Christmas gift. Come on, let's go." At the end of November, during a Quidditch match, the Ravenclaw team had defeated Hufflepuff, giving Lynn hope of victory. Minwin's own Quidditch practice had become far more enthusiastic. Minwin shook his head with a smile, a hint of fondness in his eyes. He knows you don't really care about that. Since you want it, let it be. Those are all Marauders' maps? Time passed slowly. Winter snow fell from the sky, and even Merlin had swapped out his thick white socks. Minwin murmured in amazement. Chapter 208 The Gathering of Three Factions. Harry did as instructed. The map before him felt like a doorway into a new world. He had never imagined a magical object could reveal the location of everyone in Hogwarts. In front of the Marauders' map, no one had any secrets left. This map even shows a few secret passages leading to Hogsmeade. Don't tell Ron and Hermione I gave it to you, or Hermione will scold me again. Irina winked at Harry. After explaining how to use the map, Irina found an excuse to slip away, leaving Harry alone in the empty classroom, mesmerized by all it revealed. At the corridor's corner, Irina turned and saw Lynn waiting. Did you deliver it? Lynn asked. Irina stuck out her tongue and nodded. Delivered. Harry will probably sneak through the secret passages to Hogsmeade soon. After all, today is the last Hogsmeade weekend of the semester. All right, Lynn said, we should head to Hogsmeade too. Don't forget the emergency owl rations. He meant the little owl named Emergency Rations that he and Irina had bought. Recently, Irina had been busy caring for Kinu, Xiaobao, and the little winged creature in her suitcase, so Lynn had been feeding emergency rations. The chubby owl wore a dull yellow-green rounded hat and a finely striped cloak. Oh, thank you very much, Minister, Lynn said politely. Pushing open the door of the 8 broomsticks, Harry and Flivvy felt a wave of warmth and quickly found a corner to sit. Before all 7 were seated, a man in shiny teal low-heeled shoes carried 7 drinks of the same color to their table and asked, 1 large glass of violet water. After leaving Mr. Horkmo still made a point to wink at Harry and Flivvy. Of course, Zhang Yuan responded with a slow, warm smile. Before that, the 7 of them had almost simultaneously headed toward the 3 broomsticks. As Zhang Yu, Ron, and Lin were enjoying small cups of butterbeer, the door of the 3 broomsticks swung open again. Faced with Mr. Horkmo's teasing, Harry could only smile without speaking, while Flivvy's face flushed bright red. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang Yuan wasn't fixated on that, and Yu quickly returned to the counter, placing 2 cups of butterbeer in front of Harry and Flivvy. The cold butterbeer slid down Zhang Yuan's throat and into your stomach, a comforting warmth spreading through your core. You licked your lips and could taste a faint sweetness lingering in your mouth. Hearing Flivvy mention the suitcase, Harry immediately thought of Newt Scamander's magical suitcase. Curious, he asked, could you go check inside his suitcase later? Professor McGonagall and Professor Hogwarts exited the bar, snow swirling around them, followed by Hagrid, who seemed to be talking to a stout companion. Thank him, Horkmo, my dear, Fudge said with a small smile. You must admit, it's delightful to see him again. Would you like one too? Come join us. Harry looked at Zhang Yuan behind the counter. Mr. Horkmo walked over, and you noticed Flivvy sitting with Harry. You teased with a grin, so it's him, Mr. Roll. Is that big sister his girlfriend? Coincidentally, Harry and Flivvy's table had an unobstructed view past the Christmas tree and fireplace, giving them a clear line of sight to Zhang Yuan's table. You didn't even notice Hermione and the rest of her group entering from the door. By now, all parties had gathered. This is yours, Professor McGonagall said, placing the drink you often ordered in front of you. The road connecting Rosmert's castle and Zhang Yuan village was unusually long. Both Zhang Yu and Flivvy had traveled it many times, not just during Irinida weekends, but occasionally sneaking through secret passages. A hint of delight appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes as you eagerly drank from your cup, completely absorbed. The other person present was Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. This isn't your red currant rum, Minister, Mr. Horkmo said, placing the first drink in front of Fudge with a smile, politely declining his invitation. Flivvy kept her eyes fixed on her cup as you rubbed your hands together, and said loudly, You can handle a drink, right? Hesitantly, Flivvy took a sip of the butterbeer. 2 cups of butterbeer, please. Have a pleasant date. However, Harry's attention remained on Hermione's group entering from the doorway. In truth, their visit wasn't about waiting for anyone, it was about witnessing events unfold. Mr. Horkmo continued with a teasing smile. 7 pints of mead? Before arriving at Irenida village, the 7 had purchased supplies. Owl feed for large owls, food for blue males and giant winged monsters, and alchemical materials needed by Xiang Yu. Mr. Horkmo's gaze shifted to the short Professor Hogwarts. A soda with ice and cherry syrup? Flivy glanced at the supplies resting on Harry's shoulder. You felt a pang of guilt. Ah, you forgot you'll need to set up a living area for the owl tonight. Besides delivering letters, let it live here. Under Harry's watchful eyes, Xiang Yu, Ron, and Lin squeezed into a large empty table by the bar, between a window and a Christmas tree. This spot, by the fireplace, had one of the few unobstructed views outside. Harry shrugged and took a small sip of butterbeer. Nervously, he said, "You can handle a little alcohol, but butterbeer doesn't actually contain any. Just treat it as a buttery, flavored drink." Hermione's group, choosing a corner seat, could watch Harry and Xiang Yu in from across the bar. Professor Hogwarts smacked his lips. And so Xiang Yu and Flivy left Xiang Yuan's castle together, heading towards Xiang Yuan village. "Thanks, Mr. Horkmo," Hagrid replied, having just received his usual drink. Chapter 209. The Flay Family's Hidden Library. "What wind blew you all the way out to this corner, Minister Fudge?" Madame Rosmta inquired, her curiosity piqued. As the proprietor of the largest inn in Hogsmeade, Rosmta was always well informed, and most of her information naturally came from the patrons drinking at the Three Broomsticks. Hearing her question, Fudge shifted his bulky lower body in the chair, as if checking for eavesdroppers. He leaned in and murmured, "What else could it be, dear, but young Sirius Black? I suppose you've heard about the events at Hogwarts Castle just before Halloween?" "I've heard some rumors," Rosmta nodded. Professor McGonagall shot Hagrid an irritated glance. "Did you tell the entire inn, Hagrid?" Apart from Hagrid, the one who practically grew up on Veritaserum, she couldn't imagine who else would spill such sordid tales to outsiders. "Do you think Black is still around here, Minister?" Rosmta asked quietly. Fudge replied calmly, "I believe he is." The Flay family's hidden library? But would Lin Wen's family even allow you to peruse such a collection? Those must be the legacy of their pureblood lineage. To prevent Fudge from meddling recklessly, it was better to let him follow the original course of events as much as possible. Since Lin Wen hadn't officially joined Harry and Hogwarts' side, helping them was largely meaningless from his perspective. Hogwarts couldn't help but question this. Upon hearing Zhao Zhu's words, Professor Zhao, Professor Flivy, and Mr. Irenata fell silent. Harry's willingness to share the Roll family's library with you stemmed from the fact that we were the worst kind of partners and from the same hometown, thus his trust in Hogwarts was nearly absolute. As Harry and Hogwarts spoke loudly, a deafening shout came from nearby. After a while, Professors Zhao and the others gradually left the Three Broomsticks. "Do you know the Dementors searched my inn twice?" Rosmeta's tone sharpened. "Those blasted creatures scared all my guests away. It's ruining my business, Minister." Zhao leaned against Harry's side. Harry had already finished his butterbeer and watched with mild interest as McGonagall and Mr. Zhao performed a duet, spilling all the secrets that needed to be told. With Hagrid's shout echoing, the entire inn fell silent. After settling the bill, Harry turned to ask, he said, "You really left Fudge in the dark? Was that really that bad? By the way, does he have nothing else to do over Christmas?" Although Zhao was somewhat less clever now with your and Hermione's help than in the original timeline, Fudge still acted on impulse when confronted with certain matters. "You can see for yourself," Professor said angrily. "These terrifying things are roaming everywhere. How are you supposed to teach?" "He knows only half of it, Irenata. Many don't even know the best things I've done," McGonagall said roughly, trying to shift the tension toward Dumbledore. Hogwarts nodded helplessly. Watching the two groups depart, Harry shrugged at Hogwarts. "The farce is over. You should be going too." In that moment, they had, knowingly or unknowingly, revealed that Sirius Black might have betrayed the Potters. "He says he remembers what I was like back at Black's place, Mr. Zhao," Professor said loudly. "Do you remember who my worst friend was? A despicable, vile traitor. And you see, you just encountered several Dementors. They were furious at Dumbledore because I let them enter the castle grounds." "Of course I remember, Mr. Irenata laughed. "Ever since seeing the two of us together, yes. During those visits at your place, oh, we made you laugh so hard, like a comic act, Sirius, Zhao and James Potter. Zhao nodded slightly, setting down his empty butterbeer glass. Uranata's voice carried mischief. You mean, better than killing so few innocents? Harry chuckled, glancing at Hogwarts. Don't even mention us. If he can keep Fudge from using her, Hermione's brain, you'd let him keep everything from me, and he'd still hide it all. Hogwarts looked at Hagrid knowingly. With that little mouth, how could any secrets leak out? For wizards, a pureblood family's library carried irresistible appeal. Of course, McGonagall replied. How could you doubt it? What better option is there? Exactly, Professor Flivy agreed, equally unbothered. After all, just the Roll family's collection on white magic had already greatly benefited Harry and Hogwarts. Hearing this, Harry smiled. How about a little trip in the 8 days after Christmas? Yesterday, Lin Wen invited you to the Flay household, and you can tour their family's hidden library while you're there. Harry's gaze shifted from the foolish McGonagall to Fudge. Mr. Dow's butter-beer glass slipped from his hand to the floor, and Harry felt momentarily stunned. Everyone outside the inn turned their eyes toward Hagrid. After a while, Mr. Uranata finally spoke thoughtfully. You know, even now, it's hard for you to suspect among those who haven't joined the white magic forces, Sirius Zhao is the one you most wanted to reach. You mean, you still remember how I looked back when I was at Black's school? If I told you then what I'd become, you'd probably just say you'd had too much mead. Harry was eager to see what magical tomes the Flivy family possessed. Rosmiha, my dear, I don't like them either, Fudge said, a little embarrassed, showing off his shameless side, but it's a necessary precaution. You must understand, his situation is regrettable. When Fudge left, he looked completely dejected. Clearly, the conversation between Mr. Uranata and Zhao had little impact on him. Hogwarts shook his head. Whatever it is, I guess you'll be spending the holidays outside Black's castle. But Lin Wen knew that even if the other party had joined their side, mere goodwill wasn't enough to make them willingly reveal their secrets. However, they're here to protect you from even worse threats. You all know what Rosmerta is capable of, Mac cleverly defended. A little while before leaving, Xiao and the others departed as well. Chapter 210, Creating a Home of Our Own. What if the invitation to visit the Flivy family's library was actually put forward by Elwyn's family, using Elwyn's name? Lin said with a smile. Uranata paused in surprise. You mean his family is inviting us to borrow the Flivy library, and their goal might be to win us over or at least to show goodwill? Lin nodded. I think that's exactly it. After all, the Flivy family can't be unaware of our joint efforts to repel Voldemort's remnants and slay the centuries-old basilisk. And since Elwyn has sworn an unbreakable oath to me, firmly placing him in my camp, his family, whether for Elwyn or the future of the Flivy family, would naturally want to show goodwill, or at least not oppose us. Uranata's eyes brightened as she continued Lin's reasoning. Moreover, your Roll family is one of the sacred 28 pureblood families. Rather than siding with Voldemort, whom the Flivy family sees as a tyrant, it's far better to align with you. This way, it's a pureblood alliance, and the Flivy family can maintain face. Exactly, Lin said with a smile. Understanding the situation, Uranata gladly agreed. In that case, of course I'll go with you. Just call me via the two-way mirror when it's time. As Lin and Uranata walked back toward Hogwarts Castle, they discussed matters concerning the Lin family. Unnoticed, the seven had not yet returned to the castle. By the way, is he still coming to your suitcase? Uranata asked, slightly annoyed. Elle had returned outside the room of requirement, which still resembled a meeting chamber, with the giant owl Ying Huan perched on Zhu Huan's shoulder. Elle said firmly, of course. Clearly, the little creatures were food Uranata had raised for Kingnan. Elle agreed promptly. Zhu Huan casually glanced in the direction Uranata indicated. The faint expansion charms applied to the suitcase were crude, but Zhu could even sense traces of alchemy in that space. Uranata laid the suitcase flat on the ground and opened it. A deep tunnel entrance appeared beneath it. Elle followed you inside. Look, this is the living area you prepared for King Dabao and the giant winged monsters, Elle said with a laugh. So he plans to build some living spaces? You can't use alchemy to create a villa. In such a short time it's complicated. After touring the 8 newly designated areas, Elle sighed in admiration. Yu and asked, by the way, Zhu and Bin, is he planning to build areas for humans to live as well? Elle suggested, but surely he'll pick some remote mountains or uninhabited areas. If there's nowhere in your suitcase for him to reside, he'll have to sleep outdoors. Following L, Zhu Huanbin reached the room of requirement. You carried a relatively old-fashioned suitcase, the magical suitcase Newt had given you, containing its own vast internal world. Inside, many trees grew, each infused with magical energy. Their wood could be used as wand cores. Later, when you see Mr. Scamander's suitcase with a large wooden shed, you might think it's just a temporary storage for his tools and a place to rest inside the suitcase. But don't forget, it's also meant to provide living space if you can't go outside. If L mastered the alchemy applied within that suitcase and combined it with a faint expansion charm, even you wouldn't be able to replicate a world as vast as the one inside that suitcase. Irina said, "Go back to your dorm and grab your suitcase. Then let's meet at the house of no refusals later." It was as if she had returned to her own home. Pointing toward the nearby stretch of 8 similarly scenic areas, she tugged at Zhu Huan's sleeve with some excitement. At Er's suggestion, her eyes flicked around, and you teased, "Oh, a single villa seems a bit small for just you. Could it be that he wants to live here too?" With the presence of the sand of time, couldn't even hope to fully restore the missing laws of that space, meaning it couldn't become a truly independent world born from reality itself. Unlike Newt's wooden hut outside his suitcase, Irina's suitcase opened up to an endless grassland. She had no intention of building a large hut at the entrance like Newt did. After parting ways, Irina suddenly asked about the trees. All of these were transplanted with Newt's help. On my own, I could never have found so many suitable trees for wand making, she admitted. Hearing Er's words, Irina smacked her forehead. The tree guardians had naturally ensured plenty of trees that could supply wand materials, creating a livable environment for King Nan, so there were no shortages. That kind of world is really perfect for magical creatures. Irina led Zhu Huan to the edge of the area where King Nan lived. Feeling the cool air brushing past her ears and the warmth of sunlight reminiscent of winter sun, Irina was completely captivated. Seeing that Irina was bold enough to tease her, Zhu Huan couldn't resist a bit of playfulness in return. Irina chuckled, full of anticipation. "It's amazing, I never imagined there would be so many magical creatures living outside your suitcase before. I can't wait." After touring King Nan's area, Irina then guided through the living areas of Dabao and the Great Winged Serpent. Half an hour later, besides the trees, Zhu Huan could also see patches of cordon soil at the edges of the area, with small creatures crawling beneath. Brought up some prepared food, handing it to Zhu Huan, while Irina carried some back into the suitcase herself. Leaned close to Irina, speaking firmly into her ear. "He means, he wants to create a big home just for you too?" Irina scratched her head. "Is that really necessary?" It was then that you remembered. Newt's wooden hut outside the suitcase didn't even have a cot, and cots were for people to rest on, weren't they? Chapter 211. The Ancient Flay Estate. Irina's entire face flushed red, and she didn't dare glance at Lin. Seeing her too shy to speak, Lin set aside his teasing. "So where do you want to build your house? I'll help you," he said with a smile. Irina stayed silent, lowering her head and pointing toward a grassy patch not far from the entrance to the small world. Seeing this, Lin walked to the spot she indicated. He pulled a canvas bag from his waist and flung it into the air. A variety of materials spilled out, including magical soil and bronze perfect for construction. In the next instant, Lin waved his left hand, and a crimson flame ignited out of thin air. One by one, the materials were cast into the fire. A grand alchemical ritual began. Using the magical soil to neutralize the materials, the items thrown into the flames gradually fused, forming a completely new building material. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them appeared outside a familiar estate. At that moment, a voice rang out in front of Harry and Irina. "You're terrible, Mr. Flay." Before the Christmas banquet, Harry and Jingfu had left Hogwarts Castle. They had arranged to meet Rolwyn outside the Flay family castle and planned to spend this year's Christmas there. Irina looked at Harry in astonishment. By now, the magical energy radiating from the broken teacup in Harry's hand was intensifying, signaling that the key's activation time was approaching. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the eve after Christmas. With a flash of white light, the 7 of them twisted and vanished from the spot along with the broken teacup. Immediately after, a massive clump of magically adhesive soil thick, sticky, and incredibly strong was hurled from Lin's canvas bag. Under the control of a levitation spell, it plopped onto the base of the villa's skeleton. The soil seeped into every gap between the construction materials, binding the scattered pieces together, transforming them from a loose pile into a fully formed villa. Of course, perhaps that was also because the estate hadn't been built in the style of the medieval period hundreds of years later, and nobody had attempted to alter it in all that time. "Harry, Irina, they're here." The estate wasn't as large as Lin's family manor, but its decor was distinctly medieval European, with an air of age and history in every corner. Before leaving Hogwarts grounds, Harry had pulled a broken teacup from his pocket. Clearly, it was a key to access the Flivy family residence. A picturesque villa stood proudly in this world, with a few meter-high artificial rock formation at the front, from which a mountain spring cascaded into a man-made lake. Small fish swam freely in the lake. When Irina lifted her head, embarrassed yet curious, she was taken aback by everything before her. There it was, a villa rivaling even the finest in the magical world, appearing before them in the great world of Jingfuyi. It was unlikely that Il would try to let the Ministry of Magic punish Big Peter, attempting to send him back to Azkaban, only for Big Peter to escape halfway. Irina was relieved that the truth hadn't been revealed to Jingfu. Meanwhile, Harry waved his wand and piece by piece, furniture and decorations appeared throughout the villa. Patterns and engravings glimmered on the silvery surface of the villa. The levitation spells silently worked on the abundant new building materials, stacking them into the shape of the villa on the lawn Irina had indicated. Irina covered her face in embarrassment. "You're impossible." Lin extinguished the fire, then lifted his wand slightly. Jingfuyi quickly reached out to grasp the handle of the broken teacup. As Harry had suspected, Il was still acting on impulse. In just those 2 weeks, he had more than 10 times expressed a desire to take revenge on Sirius. Given Jingfu's kind-hearted nature, even if he caught Big Peter, he probably wouldn't have killed him. Did he make these fish with magic and alchemy too? Even the interiors of Lin Manor post-Harry's birth had been quite different. Before Harry could act independently, Lin had hoped to renovate Lin Manor and Castle with more modern facilities, which indeed made life easier for Harry and Roina. Otherwise, if Jingfu had foolishly tried to take revenge on Big Peter and accidentally destroyed Harry's alchemy cages, all their plans would have collapsed. Harry shrugged, glancing at you curiously. What is he thinking? If those fish were bought, they were originally meant as food for Ying Huan. Beside Roll, when stood a middle-aged woman, also dressed in purple. Harry and Irina simultaneously addressed her. The ancient estate made them feel as though they had stepped directly into a history book. With the Flivy family's influence in the ministry, obtaining a legitimate key had been nearly impossible for Roll when. The 7 turned to see Roll, when in formal attire, gesturing a welcome. During the 2 weeks, Irina noticed that Il had been in a protective, almost obsessed state. Evidently, what they had overheard at the 3 Broomsticks bar had left a deep impression. Both Lin Manor and Jingfu's estate were beautiful in their own way, just in different styles. Before the villa was fully completed, Harry and Jingfuyi spent an additional day Sunday creating a forested area suitable for owls, providing a home for Yinghuan. As for where the trees, outside the forest came from, one would have to ask who had hollowed out that area beyond the forbidden forest. The woman who inspired respect in Roll, Wen's gaze was almost certainly his father, not the current head of the Flivy family, Mr. Flivy. Chapter 2, 112, Ancient Magic. Mr. Flay smiled warmly at Lin and Irina and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Rawl and Miss Lowell. My name is Carol Flay, and I am Irvin's father. Welcome to the Flay estate." As soon as he finished speaking, Irvin stepped forward. "I promised my father that I would show you around the Flay estate and allow you to read the magical texts in our family library," Irvin said to the 2 of them. Following Irvin's lead, Lin and Irina began exploring the vast estate. On the way to the Flay castle, Irina asked curiously, "Irvin, are the books in the Flay family library mostly advanced dark magic texts as well?" Hearing this, Irvin turned back. Seeing the expression on Lin's face beside Irina, he realized that she didn't fully understand the specifics of pure blood families. "It's not like that," Irvin explained. "Each pure blood family's library has a different focus. For example, the Rawle family specializes in dark magic, the Weasleys focus on alchemical magic, and even the Potter family, though not strictly pure, Blood once had some books on bloodline magic. Hearing him, not only Irina, but Lynn also felt a sudden clarity. Although Lynn knew each pure blood family had its own library focus, he had never known the specifics of the others. Learning that the Weasleys specialized in alchemical magic explained many previously puzzling matters. Then, someone who can release a fire spell with a single thought, like who destroyed the remnant soul of a mysterious being and killed a serpent that had lived for 1,000 years. Asked aloud, his voice firm. Lynn had yet to react, stunned into silence. The prerequisites for practicing ancient magic were astonishingly simple, achievable only by certain exceptional wizards. Gao Yuan looked at and smiled proudly, speaking deliberately. Ancient magic. I had assumed that today's main goal was merely to show and the Weasleys some of our library, giving a pretense of display. Alchemical magic combines alchemy and wizardry. Irina's modified flying carriage was a perfect example of an alchemical magic creation. Lynn nodded and continued. Exactly, reverse engineering. Many older spells, including the fire spell, were simplified from ancient magic. What you must do is reverse these simplifications, restoring them to their original ancient form. He elaborated. The prerequisite for practicing an ancient magic is that the wizard can perform its modern, simplified version to an extreme level of mastery. At that stage, the wizard must be able to cast the spell smoothly, with voice and wand movements perfectly executed. After all, we've long been bound as comrades in battle, haven't we? Ancient magic often possesses immense power. What seems like a weak spell could instantly destroy an entire city. After a long pause, finally spoke. Gao Yuan added, even the Weasleys could, using their talent, evolve a single, target spell like the freezing charm into a wide area ice domain attack. Hearing this, both Gao Yu and Gao Yuguan fell silent, their expressions filled with shock. Watching cast, Weasley pondered for a moment. Then at the thought of it, 7 ice shards spontaneously formed behind him, spinning around him in a protective circle. Even today, many so-called weak spells are simplified versions of ancient magic. For instance, an ancient spell called Thunderfall requires the caster to perform a full meteorological incantation with wand and voice. But it's more than that. The caster must be able to release the spell through pure thought alone, without any gestures or motion, Lynn explained. He continued with a wry smile. Reverse engineering ancient magic like this is far easier than learning it from scratch. In fact, the threshold is so high that, in the last few centuries, no one in the Flay family has met it. Perhaps Weasley's evolution of the freezing charm into ice domain counts as the kind of reverse engineering Lynn described. Gao Yu remained motionless, yet a crimson flame appeared behind me and fell into palm. Given that Irina's family possessed only a modest collection of alchemical magic texts, it made sense that Gao Yuguan was so proficient, and that Irina's twins could invent such novel alchemical creations in the future. Yet I hadn't expected Gao Yu and Weasley to actually meet the prerequisites for practicing ancient magic, which exceeded my expectations. How can you be sure? Asked. Gao Yu replied, if current spells can truly be reverse engineered into ancient magic, then why hasn't a single person in the Flay family used ancient magic in the past 100 years? Indeed, the threshold is so high that, over centuries, perhaps only a handful in the entire wizarding world could have practiced it. The Flay family's books record many ancient spells, Lynn concluded, but they don't teach ancient magic from scratch. Instead, they teach reverse engineering, restoring the simplified spells to their original ancient forms. So, which aspect does the Flivy family's collection emphasize? For Gao Yuan, letting Gao Yu and Gao Yuguan study the family's ancient magic came at no real cost. Those 7 ice cones were naturally derived from freezing spells. Having already progressed a step beyond in magical deduction, achieving the standards for practicing ancient magic posed little difficulty. With Ill's affinity for fire and the Weasleys for ice, they were already capable of fully voiced, wand-assisted casting of flame and freezing spells. Lynn's expression was one of utter astonishment. You mean, perhaps you could give it a try? After all, for a wizard who had never formally studied alchemy, the only way to grant them the ability to transform objects through alchemy was through alchemical magic itself. Reverse engineering? A Weasley asked with some doubt. After learning that Lynn and Irina had reached the threshold to practice ancient magic, Ilwyn no longer had the intention of showing them around the estate. Instead, he seemed intent on testing whether they could truly wield the Flivy family's ancient magic, unused for centuries. He led Lynn and Irina directly toward Flivy Castle. When the three arrived, Mr. Flivy was resting in the first-floor sitting room. Upon seeing them, he asked in surprise, "You've already finished touring the Flivy estate?" Ilwyn stepped forward. "Father, Lynn and Irina have told me they've reached the threshold for practicing ancient magic." Flivy was momentarily stunned. "Ilwyn, is that true?" He had before him only third- and fourth-year young wizards. Even elite aurors might struggle to cast spells silently without a wand, let alone young witches and wizards who couldn't perform even basic magic. Even with Lynn and Irina's achievements repelling Voldemort's residual soul and slaying the basilisk, Mr. Flivy found it hard to believe they could cast magic merely by thought. After all, they were only 13 or 14. Seeing his disbelief, Ilwyn didn't argue, instead looking to Lynn and Irina. When the seven saw the first two books, expressions of delight spread across their faces. This explained why Il hadn't had much contact with magic from birth to 11. If Flynn Castle had been organized like Flivy Castle, storing all magic knowledge by depth and complexity in the library, Il's current magical abilities might have been even higher. Ilwyn mused, so the Flivy family, a decade later, chose prudence, neither joining Voldemort's camp nor opposing him directly. He and Irina suspected it was more than coincidence. "You once didn't possess those 18 books documenting ancient magic," Lynn explained. "But nearly a millennium ago, the Flivy family faced a catastrophic war, almost losing all their magical heritage. Thanks to the then-head's efforts, the first 18 books survived. They regard it as a shame, a reminder not to let the family fall into ruin again." The seven turned to Jen Rongwen, who guided them toward the stairs, her voice low and steady. Rolwyn nodded silently, descending alone to open the crystal cabinet. In the West, both in the Wizarding and Muggle worlds, the number 18 was often considered inauspicious or at least taboo. The two understood his implication immediately. For instance, when hosting 18 guests, a host might place a toy bear in the 17th chair to avoid having exactly 18 people present. The seven moved past rows of bookshelves to the end of the library. Lynn Castle's magical texts were fewer, as the Genrong Castle housed primarily advanced knowledge, while basic spellbooks weren't stored there. The Purgatory Magic Puppet was the name of one ancient spell. It endowed flames with a soul, turning them into autonomous, combat-ready soldiers. Genrong and Irina hurried over to examine the books documenting ancient magic. To think they possess such rudimentary magical levels. Genrong Hang, can you really call them that? Chapter 213. Ancient Magic Texts. Beneath the covers of the books, their titles were inscribed in ancient runic script, each one recording a specific ancient spell. Among them was the Thunderfall spell that Rawl had mentioned earlier. A crisp chime of a teacup rang through the room. Suddenly, a ball-sized flame flared into existence behind her, its deep crimson light illuminating the slightly dim halls of Flay Castle. At the same time, a dozen or so dagger-sized ice shards formed behind Irina, spinning around her in a whirling circle of frost that left mist curling in the air. After a moment, Mr. Flay looked to Rawl and said, "Rawl, lead and Irina to your library." The library was protected by a crystal cabinet, and 18 books, each with bizarre patterns etched into their covers, were displayed inside. Snap! Mr. Flay's hand froze midair, still holding his teacup. I felt as though I had been hit with a petrification spell, unable to move, my face full of astonishment. In addition to these, and Irina could see 10 more ancient spells, all of which in their simplified forms, they could cast fully with wand and voice. Mr. Flay glanced at the seven of us with a subtle expression. He made no display of pride about being the head of the Flay family, one of the 74 sacred pure-blood families. He bowed slightly to us and said, "You overestimate them. At this point, think about it. Having Rawl among them is an honor for the Flay family. As for the library, please feel free to browse." Rawl carefully removed the 18 books, laying them flat on the floor. Like Lynn's castle, the Flay library's external collection was on the 8th floor, an entire level filled with shelves of magical tomes. Seeing the crystal-cased books, and Irina's expressions grew serious. Sensed that the Hellfire automaton would one day become a devastating weapon in his hands. Before reaching the heart of the library, Raoul ignored the rows of low shelves and guided us deeper into the archives. Among the texts, 2 ancient spells immediately caught attention: the simplified versions of the fire spell and the freezing spell. Eagerly picked up the ancient version of the fire spell, reading the 7 characters on its cover: Hellfire Automaton. Outside the crystal cabinet were a total of 18 such books. Raoul clearly understood what we were thinking, for I had asked the same question the first time I saw them. And Irina glanced at each other and said in unison, "Of course, Mr. Flay." Raoul nodded and gestured for them to follow. Irina, come along." Chapter 214. Frost, Phantom God. Opening the book titled Hellfire Automaton, Lynn eagerly absorbed its contents. The spell's principle was to compress flames to their utmost intensity, shaping them into soldier-like forms. Then, by infusing them with a strand of unique magic from the underworld, the soldiers gained sentience, becoming eternal warriors loyal only to their caster. The book also contained the incantation for summoning this underworld magic, each syllable arcane and obscure. Reciting the full spell was as difficult as a complex tongue twister. Once the Hellfire Automaton was formed, the caster could also forge weapons from similarly compressed flames. These could take any shape: swords, blades, axes, even modern firearms, but could not be magical objects such as wands or alchemically enhanced weapons. The automaton's weapons required no magical energy to wield in battle. The Hellfire Automaton possessed unyielding combat will and extraordinary offense and defense. It was virtually immortal. Even if its body were shattered, it could gradually reconstitute itself. The only way to dissolve it was to deplete its internal magic entirely, not by overwhelming it with external power, but by fully exhausting the magic sustaining it, akin to the principle of all spells' end. The book detailed how to reverse engineer the fire spell to create a Hellfire Automaton. When Phantom God reached the first page, a line of dark red glowing text brought a smile to his face. The flames used to create the Hellfire Automaton need not be of a specific fire. The properties of the flame will influence the automaton's attributes and abilities. Similarly, Lin could transform his power into weapons like ice arrows or animated ice giants, autonomous constructs capable of fighting like mages or summoners, serving as allies in battle. The unfamiliar ways of channeling ice elemental power made it no wonder that Lin's frozen ice ancient spell could easily be mistaken for a form of Eastern cultivation magic. It wasn't just the creation of the famed purgatory magic puppet. Even mastering the obscure incantation used to summon ordinary infernal energy from the underworld could consume an adept at least an entire day. According to Lin Yuiao's principles, Irina had to gradually convert her own internal magical energy into a form similar to a freezing spell, infusing it with Lin's power, so that she couldn't manifest any Lin forms at will. The thought alone made Yuiao itch to try practicing this ancient magic. It wasn't that the casters simply stored Lin's power in some corner of their body, rather the energy could be contained, like the forbidden flame of Phantasm, with a lower bound for storage yet retrievable at any moment for use. Even channeling Lin's power through a sword to release a misty, icy blade that could freeze anyone it touched was merely one of the most complex applications of Lin's energy. Yet nothing could be achieved instantly, especially not an ancient spell of such high difficulty. Irina converted a portion of her internal magic into Yuiao energy, reciting an obscure incantation to store it in a body region, akin to a dantian, isolated from her other magical reserves. While Phantasm practiced the ancient magic, the caster also studied a book tailored to their skill level. Even flames like the Forbidden Flame, which didn't naturally exist in the magical world, were used in creating the purgatory magic puppet, granting the infernal warrior its power over magic, a de facto boost to the caster's magical reserve floor. The examples alone of applying Yuiao energy recorded in that book could occupy a practitioner for a long time. The ancient spell Yuiao was less about raw power than about resembling an Eastern cultivation practice, blending technique and essence. As Irina read, the principles behind Lin's frozen ice gradually unfolded before her. The method of storing Lin's energy in the body resembled Phantasm's way of containing the forbidden flame. Both involved placing a pure, usable energy within the body for retrieval at will. The book in Yuiao's hands bore the 7 small characters, Lin Frozen Ice. Yes, that was the spell's name, Lin Yuiao. The flames used to craft a purgatory magic puppet couldn't be just any fire, which meant UI couldn't rely solely on fire spells. Even the blazing inferno or goblet sacred fire were unsuitable as raw materials. Converting magical energy into Lin energy and storing it internally could even raise the lower bound of one's magical reserves, since energy spent transforming into UI power would gradually replenish over time, while the stored Lin energy remained. Applications of Lin energy included, but were not limited to forming a Lin armor around the body to deflect or refract enemy spells and withstand physical attacks. The large crimson text seemed to describe only a single trait of the ancient spell, yet its significance to Phantasm was profound. The true function of Lin frozen ice was to allow Irina to channel Lin energy along specific trajectories in her body, manifesting UI energy in any form for practical use. Though Phantasm had extremely low fire affinity, the incantation to summon ordinary infernal energy was inherently linked to fire, so UI had to learn the obscure spell independently. This power containing Lin's energy was called Lin energy in the book. The process of converting magic into Lin energy and storing it in the body was only a prerequisite for using UI frozen ice. It could also involve concentrating Lin energy in the body for a slow dash, freezing targets pierced during the movement, effectively replicating the freezing spell. Of course, the scope of Lin frozen ice extended far beyond these uses, otherwise it would be considered merely a weak ancient spell. Chapter 2, 115. C4 Plastic Explosives. The Frost Phantom God was called an ancient spell, yet the magic it could give rise to numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Even the most basic applications of its ice power alone could rival many of the strongest spells in the contemporary magical world. This moment, Irina had flipped to the final page of the book, and upon reading the line of pale blue text at the bottom, her face lit up with sheer delight. Ice power derived from the Frost Phantom God can absorb other special attributes for its own use. However, it can only integrate one special attribute at a time. That said, ice power infused with different attributes can be stored simultaneously in the same position on the caster's body without conflict. These words marked a transformation in Irina's affinity for ice elements. No longer limited to the simple freezing spell, her ice power could now take on the qualities of other elements, vastly expanding her versatility. The ability to absorb other attributes meant that her ice power was no longer purely elemental, but even this impure form of ice energy could be wielded effortlessly by her. If Irina fused ice with a potent special attribute, the ice power alone would be formidable enough to overwhelm enemies, even without following the casting methods described in the book. For example, combining Lin's ice with the alchemical property of anti-magic could create a null ice, capable of suppressing surrounding magical energies, or fusing it with the venom of a serpent could produce an entirely new poison, a unique blend of Lin's ice and serpent toxin. Thinking of these possibilities, Irina's smile grew wider. Across from her, Green wore a similar expression. It was clear that, for the seven of us, the ancient spells we could practice offered only minimal direct enhancement. Green closed his book. I turned to Erwin with a pleading look. Erwin, can't you and Irina borrow those 2 books for a while? Yes, teacher. Sending a few K2 grenades as self-defense was one thing, but giving a whole crate of C4 plastic explosives, really? Irina had gifted Green a pendant, a delicate charm that encapsulated a butterfly without ice, blue wings, frozen within it by Yang Yan. Pendant shimmered like ice, blue amber. Opening the envelope, Yang Yan's handwriting leapt off the page. Though we know he'll encounter dangers at Hogwarts again this year, past experience suggests it won't be too serious. He may face minor threats with no magical energy detectable by others, but Muggle weapons carry no such risk. You've sent him materials to make anti-enemy devices, instructions included. After all, the full week-long Christmas break provided enough time for Green and Irina to master the spells contained in the ancient magic books, though the theoretical knowledge and casting techniques were not for them to copy and study independently. Thus, Green and Irina stayed at Flay Castle, bringing Hellfire Automaton and Lin Phantom God back to their rooms. However, when Green opened the gift Yang Yan had sent me, my smile froze. Teacher, you really overthought this. Hogwarts is way too unpredictable this year, a C4 bomb at most, right? Flay Castle was slightly smaller than Rawls, with master, secondary, and guest chambers on the 7th floor, making it convenient for Green and Irina to either borrow books from the 8th floor library or enjoy meals upstairs. If the books were special, Green and Irina would copy spells for later study. Yet the spells themselves seemed almost alive. Even if Yang Yan got copies, learning them without the original book would likely be impossible. The explosives, while not highly destructive, were extremely dangerous to handle. Even without being shot at, they could detonate and required a blasting cap for activation. Inside the iron chest, Green found an envelope pressed beneath the contents. I glanced over. They can borrow the books, but only on the condition they remain inside Flay Castle. They cannot take them outside. Boring. And so Christmas quietly arrived. Among the usual gifts, the most extraordinary and dangerous were undoubtedly those for Irina and from Frost Phantom God. The gift from Frost Phantom God to Green was a small storage chest, containing an iron box filled with granular material. Inside, a manual labeled C4 plastic explosives left Green both astonished and dismayed. Outside of any magical freezing spells, the pendant might remain intact for decades. Green's envelope included instructions on how to construct explosive devices using C4. Seeing them, he couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and embarrassment. When the 7 of us woke on the 7th morning, our beds were already piled with Christmas gifts. Green and Yang Yan agreed immediately to Erwin's conditions. Green's lips curved slightly, his pendant resembled the golden charm I had once gifted Irina, hinting at a matching couple set. Yang Yan thought this amusingly clever, and I couldn't help but smile even wider. C4 plastic explosive had a detonation equivalent of 1.34, with a density of 1.59 grams per cubic centimeter. Its detonation velocity could reach 8,040 meters per second. Chapter 216. A truly precious gift. Grimm's letter made no mention of little Sirius at all, but that wasn't because Grimm was unaware of Sirius breaking into Hogwarts. After all, the event had already been all over the Daily Prophet. Grimm simply didn't consider Sirius a threat to Lynn. After all, Lynn had slaughtered countless black witches and wizards in Nocturne Alley. His combat ability was indisputable. In Grimm's eyes, Sirius was merely a seemingly harmless figure with a dark edge of white, cut black, so to speak, not a true dark wizard capable of causing any real trouble, let alone threatening Lynn now. In fact, Grimm was correct. Both Lynn and Irina could easily overpower Sirius, whose magical ability had declined over time. "Professor, I'm truly safe now. Those Muggle weapons might not even be necessary," Lynn muttered, his mouth twitching as he drafted his reply to Grimm. Elsewhere, Irina was opening her own Christmas gift. Much like Lynn, Irina's present wasn't dramatically different from previous years. The only surprises she genuinely looked forward to were gifts from Lynn and Newt Scamander. From Lynn came an enhanced anti-magic wand, its surface flashing with streaks of silver light. Dong Wan's gift to Lynn was also an anti-magic wand, complete with instructions, but while hers was the base model, Lynn's was a modified version. "Thanks to Grimm and Mandrala," she muttered, "I suppose I have to be grateful for their gifts, even if I find them a bit boring." Indeed, beneath the tent, Mandrala discovered a letter from Newt. This wand was the first sample created after Lynn modified the anti-magic wand. Lynn had taken Ur's wand as a foundation, fused it with a full sand of time, and integrated it into the wand, granting it temporal abilities alongside its original anti-magic power. Before tucking away the modified wand, Mandrala unwrapped Newt's Christmas gift. Among the 8 items inside were rare magical materials, particularly the venom of a Quendwing, a commodity extraordinarily expensive even within the magical community. With such a magical tent, John Wan could rest anywhere in the wild, even without other people present. When Grimm and Mandrala arrived in the living room, Lynn hadn't yet started breakfast. A 2-meter-long gift box revealed a seemingly plain tent, but Mandrala understood that since Newt had sent it as a gift, it must be far from ordinary. The wand's temporal rewinding ability could only be used 8 times. That meant before its 8th activation, it would remain intact like a special anti-magic wand. "No need for formalities, Lynn. These 2 ancient magic books are hardly the smallest Christmas gifts in the world. Compared to them, your gifts are nothing," Newt said. "Merry Christmas, Mandrala. This is your magical tent for him. Before he sets it up, he'll find that outside the tent stands a small villa identical to the one he visited at your home during the holidays. How's that for a surprise?" Mandrala excitedly lifted the tent flap. Outside appeared a miniature living room, perfectly mirroring Newt's home. At the end of the room stood a staircase leading to the 7th floor. The tent had created a scene perfectly scaled to its interior. Thanks to a levitation charm, the magical tent was fully set up in under a minute. Even so, the anti-magic wand remained an invaluable treasure in the magical world. Even if Mandrala sealed her own magic before activating it, enchanted creatures like the Chinese biting cabbage and Quenwing could still defeat enemies with their magic suppressed. The wand's temporal ability had two effects. The first extended the duration of the anti-magic effect before full activation. The second allowed temporal rewinding, acting like a time converter. After activation, but before the anti-magic effect fully expired, it would automatically rewind to the moment after activation, effectively limiting its uses. Though the wand had no minimum usage limit, Zhang Wan still cherished it dearly. Meanwhile, the venoms of the Quenwing and four-eyed giant spider served not only as potion ingredients, but were potent weapons in combat. After unwrapping the Christmas gifts, Grimm and Mandrala left their rooms, heading downstairs for breakfast. The magical tent resembled, in concept, the tent where Harry and the Weasleys had stayed while watching the Quidditch World Cup, but it was far simpler. When Zhang Wan saw all 7 arrive almost simultaneously, she smiled faintly, clearly pleased. Mandrala's gift to Lin included a vial of Quenwing venom, a vial of four-eyed giant spider venom, and a vial of Irina grass juice. After reading the letter, Mandrala couldn't help smiling. He rubbed his hands and immediately set up the tent. Grimm noted that the Quenwing venom had been exchanged from a pound of sheep brain, while the spider venom was acquired during a skirmish in the Forbidden Forest. The Irina grass juice was collected later from the 8th greenhouse. Chapter 217. The Terrifying Purgatory Automaton. After breakfast, Lin and Irina had planned to greet Mr. Fry, but Elvin told them Fry had left the Fry Manor over an hour ago. Reluctantly, they abandoned the idea and asked Elvin for a place to practice magic. Unlike the training grounds Lin had set up behind Roll Castle, the 4th floor of Fry Castle was already designed for magical and combat training. When Lin and Irina arrived, they found the space had been enchanted with a powerful, invisible expansion spell. The floor's area rivaled the small world inside Newt's suitcase. This is Fry Castle's training hall. It has a self-repairing function, so you can practice freely, Elvin explained with a smile. Though the hall could repair itself, flames like Lin's inferno fire which could consume everything could completely destroy it, as the destruction would outpace the hall's ability to self-repair. Elvin didn't warn them, confident that Lin's control over fire could instantly extinguish any runaway blaze. After leading them in, Elvin settled in a corner, summoning several practice dummies before beginning his own exercises. Inferno Fire and Luo Jin exchanged glances, while the others scattered to practice the ancient magic they had encountered yesterday. Inferno Fire smiled in satisfaction at his creation. He drew his Desert Eagle and fired 8 rounds at the Purgatory Automaton. The automaton's pale blue eye flames flickered. It stepped back slightly, holding the small blade behind its body. Bang! 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 The steel block it struck began to melt under the extreme cold of the blade's blows. Inferno Fire gripped his wand with his left hand, sending hellfire into the humanoid flame figure. He issued a calm command to the automaton. The small blade ignited with crimson flames, the surrounding air warping under intense cold. The white blade, veined with red, dissolved into shapeless fire, striking the steel block with absolute force. Even a classroom of powerful wizards from Hogwarts would not fit in this hall, let alone Inferno Fire, Irina, and Luo Zhen. With a crackling sound, the automaton, as if imbued with a soul, rose to its feet. It stood behind Inferno Fire, small blade in hand, its ghostly blue eyes radiating a fierce chill. A compressed crimson magical flame formed a circular shield behind it. Inferno Fire chanted a deep, obscure spell. The temperature around him dropped, and gray magical energy flickered at his wand's tip. A stark white mask appeared on the flame body, grotesque and faceless, giving it a fearsome aura. The steel block split into 7 pieces, steam rising from the sliced surfaces, mingling with molten steel. The white mist coalesced into a small white knife veined in crimson, gripped by the flame body. Hellfire spread through it, transforming the figure. Inferno Fire waved his wand again, turning a floorboard into a solid steel block the size of a small refrigerator. Examining the white mist in the automaton's hand, he tapped it with his wand. A full set of white armor, a matching cloak, and a semi-formed weapon, still made of white mist, appeared around the flame body. 8 days passed in a blur. Even future warriors would be cleaved in half by the Purgatory Automaton's strike. The automaton was far from incomplete. Inferno Fire raised his right hand. The compressed magical flame warped into a humanoid form, 7 limbs, fully composed of fire, but with a blank, featureless face. Slowly, the flame shrank from the size of a large room to that of a single desk. Assume a defensive stance. As its master, Inferno Fire could feel its loyalty and closeness. Gray magical energy radiated a deathly stillness, oppressive and overwhelming. Luojian continued his movements. With a single thought, a crimson flame appeared behind Inferno Fire, violently compressing inward. Strike it. The 8 bullets could not pierce the flame barrier, they melted into molten iron. Inferno Fire, like a god of creation, calmly commanded the automaton. Over 8 days, all 7 participants steadily improved in their respective disciplines. The Purgatory Automaton obeyed, swinging its knife toward the steel block. Before the flame body had a fully formed weapon, it seemed incomplete, but 2 blue flames ignited in its empty eye sockets, searing through the white mask with a soul-piercing intensity. Chapter 218. Our time is always ample. Lower your defensive stance. Lin gave the order again, his tone calm. The Hellfire automaton straightened its form, and the fiery barrier surrounding it vanished. Bang! 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 Lin raised his Desert Eagle and fired 3 consecutive shots. But, just like before, the bullets melted into molten iron the instant they pierced the automaton's body. It wasn't only the fire barrier that served as the automaton's defense. The automaton itself was forged from fire compressed to its extreme. The previous barrier had likely only been intended to deflect spells. Realizing this, Lin decided to stop testing the automaton with Muggle weapons. After all, whether it was swords, knives, clubs, or any firearm, all were made of metal. No matter how high the melting point, it would instantly liquefy in the presence of the automaton's flames. Testing further with Muggle weapons had become pointless. The phantasm naturally had extremely low fire affinity. If it were left to test the power needed to extinguish the automaton, it would never reach the desired answer. Thus, Lin had no choice but to rely on Irina. Irina sank to the ground, exhausted, muttering, "It nearly drained all your magic. That book claiming it needs 100 times the automaton's power? Total lies." Jiren waved his wand again, invoking a weakly harmful but curse-infused divine shadow blade. Those struck by an Avada Kedavra curse left no wound on their bodies. It was as if they had slipped into eternal sleep, because the curse destroyed the soul, not the flesh. Seeing this, Jiren immediately approached Lin with a questioning glance. "Irina, can you lend a hand?" Divine Shadow Blade. A thin layer of frost spread across the automaton, and within a 10-meter radius around it, the ground seemed transformed into a snowy field. Yet even under the impact of such a powerful explosion spell, the Hellfire automaton only staggered back a few steps, sparks of fire flying off its body. He seemed barely harmed. The phantasm said, "Irina, forcefully use his magic to extinguish that automaton." This meant the automaton's destruction. A visible blade stout and sparks erupted across the automaton's chest, molten rock oozing from the center. Irina nodded slightly, raised her wand and chanted again, "Jiren Domain." The killing curse was a spell targeting the soul, capable of erasing it completely, instantly killing the victim. "That potion will accelerate the recovery of his magic. Let him drink it." Avada Kedavra. The phantasm observed the automaton's remains, a set of chalk, white armor, and nodded slightly. It seemed the Hellfire automaton had been successfully created. Nearly 7 minutes later, the ghostly blue flames in the automaton's hollow eye sockets finally extinguished, the fire at its base dissipating, leaving only the chalk white armor. The phantasm turned to Irina, still sitting exhausted on the ground, kneeled, and took a vial of pale blue potion from his pocket, handing it to her. Jiren thought to himself. Like a whisper from the 4 spirits of the underworld, a faint green beam of light shot from the tip of Jiren's wand. The phantasm asked something quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't fully learned the ancient magic yet. To help the phantasm test the automaton's weakness, Irina had drained her own magic, leaving her unable to continue her own Jiren experiments. The phantasm felt a trace of guilt for this. Yet, even as the green light struck, the automaton merely moved a few steps forward, its spectral blue flames dimming briefly before returning to full strength. Before sensing Irina's intent to kill it, the automaton had instinctively tried to resist, but the phantasm's thought immobilized it, preventing any counterattack. Once Irina converted her magic into Lin's power and unleashed Lin Frost, the giant domain acted like the ultimate frost spell. To extinguish the fire, such extreme heat was the easiest method. Irina drank the potion in one go, smiling at the phantasm. "You'll have to rest a bit, you can't continue practicing your Lin Frost yet, but don't worry, sometimes our time is always ample." The blue soul flames flickered, seemingly questioning her statement. Even so, the automaton wasn't instantly extinguished. The flames at its base gradually dimmed. The shockwave from the explosion tore through the surrounding soil, spreading a sense of destruction. The Hellfire automaton had no soul, yet the Avada Kedavra curse could kill its soul, likely because the automaton's soul originated from the mundane infernal magic within. Lin holstered his desert eagle and drew his wand. With a sharp command, a crimson-orange beam shot forth, striking the automaton's chest and causing a violent explosion. However, the curse that was supposed to make wounds impossible to heal completely lost its effect when faced with a magical creation like the Purgatory automaton. As flames burned across the automaton's chest, the wound that had been split by divine blade gradually began to close. "You understand now. How's your mana consumption?" Foreseeing that, Phantom God's expression had shown surprise. He then turned his gaze toward Irina, who was practicing Lin's ice magic, and spoke in a low voice. During the 8 days of training, the 7 of them had glanced at each other's books on ancient magic, so each of them was fully aware of the powers the others were about to master. A ghostly green beam, laden with deadly intent, struck the automaton squarely on the head. Seeing this, Jai Rong realized he still didn't fully know the automaton's magical resistance. Now, all he had to do was test the first spell to gauge its soul resistance. Phantom God spoke with a hint of apology. Thunderous explosion. Chapter 219. The Undying Puppet, a Being Beyond Dementors. After speaking, Irina decided to meditate to restore her mana. Unlike cultivators, wizards couldn't circulate energy through cultivation methods, but sitting still and attuning oneself to ambient magic was still more efficient for mana recovery than constantly running around. Seeing this, Lin relaxed slightly and refocused on the Purgatory automaton. Having successfully created the automaton using magical flames from a fire spell, Lin now prepared to test the other 3 types of flames he had mastered: Inferno Fire, Gobbly Celestial Fire, and Forbidden Flame. Inferno Fire! With a sharp command, a red, black flame ignited in his palm. Following the same method used to craft the original automaton, Lin created a new Inferno Fire version. This time, merging the special hellish mana into the automaton's body went even more smoothly than before, likely because Inferno Fire shared similar properties with that mana. Examining the newly formed automaton, Lin noted it appeared darker than the previous version, radiating a murderous aura and an all-consuming energy. Rai Jai first attempted to use Forbidden Flame, but he encountered problems when creating his version of the automaton. Even so, before it could absorb Rai Jai's explosive spell, the automaton's glowing core became even brighter. After all, it was the only automaton created from a type of flame that was essentially a force of death, even surpassing the fearsome Dementors in its subtle threat. Before trying Rai Jai's Gobbly Celestial Fire automaton, Inferno Fire had completed his own. Perhaps once his mana reserves and control improved, he could compress Forbidden Flame, but for now, he doubted he could fully achieve it. It might require an extraordinary, 100-fold enhanced spell to safely suppress it. Unlike Lin's automaton, Rai Jai felt a repelling force from his automaton's body when he injected ordinary hellish mana. Looking at the automaton, Inferno Fire couldn't resist extinguishing it, and took out a metal cube. This space couldn't store any living things, making it perfect for housing the automaton. Inferno Fire repeatedly attempted to compress Forbidden Flame within it, each time successfully. As he infused mana into the cube, it glowed silver, revealing a 2-meter-wide portal on its back. Lin's automaton lacked the ability to weaken itself with devouring spells. It functioned like a living weapon, capable of consuming everything. Even when stored permanently in the cube, its internal mana would not diminish. Yet, This automaton had its own strength. Its power wasn't lower than Lin's summoned gobbly celestial fire, and its temperature far exceeded ordinary magical flames. Under such circumstances, any wizard trying to forcibly extinguish Rai-Jai's automaton would struggle to suppress it with mere magic, or risk having its energy absorbed. Slowly, a new purgatory automaton, glowing with brilliant golden light, appeared behind Inferno Fire. Chapter 220 Frost Battle Armor and Backup Energy. Before conducting further tests, specifically pulling Erwin over to help extinguish the Hellfire automaton, Lihuo had already learned the automaton's characteristics. It was clear that the Gobli Immortal Fire and this thread of ordinary infernal magic from Hell were completely different in nature. Lin studied the Hellfire automaton thoughtfully and suddenly said, "Thunder explosion." Lihuo watched closely. An orange-red beam shot forth, but when the explosion spell struck the automaton's chest, the imagined blast never occurred. The beam vanished as if it had sunk into water, immediately absorbed by the automaton's body. This was eternal fire, impossible to extinguish, even if Erwin had drained all his magic, or if Mr. Froley upstairs had been pulled in to exhaust his energy. Neither father nor son could even dim the flames beneath a Hellfire automaton made from Gobli Immortal Fire by half a degree. Even Dementors, beings of death, could be countered by the Patroness charm, yet a Hellfire automaton forged from Gobli Fire had no natural adversary. The metallic cube wasn't like Irina's suitcase. It didn't contain a vast inner world, just a 10-meter cubic space mirroring the cube's exterior dimensions. The infernal fire wasn't crafted by combining magical flames with alchemy. It contained subtle power and anti-magic authority. Lihuo could compress it by breaking down its original structure, separating it into magical fire and alchemical energy. The repulsive force was not weak, but Lihuo subdued it through absolute control of the Gobli Fire. Even so, the Hellfire automaton made from Gobli Immortal Fire was, in Lihuo's eyes, the ultimate warrior. Clad in chalk-white armor reminiscent of a hellish Satan yet radiating gold-red holy flames like an 8-winged angel beneath, the automaton presented a bizarre and striking contrast. And fire that could be compressed to the extreme naturally served as material for forging a Hellfire automaton. Hence, Lihuo abandoned making automatons from infernal fire, repeating the process using Gobli Immortal Fire. In this scenario, higher power mattered little to him. Seeing this, Lihuo's eyes brightened. He commanded the automaton to move into the cube, which then became its containment space, and Lihuo closed the cube once more. If Lihuo intended to conserve energy for battle, using Gobli Fire to craft the automaton was unquestionably the best choice. Ultimately, Lin created 10 Hellfire automatons from Gobli Immortal Fire and 5 from Infernal Fire. He did not continue making automatons from ordinary magical flames. While Lin crafted these new automatons, Irina recovered her magic and began converting her energy into frost force, following the frost phantasm method. She softly chanted obscure syllables. The temperature around her plummeted rapidly, and within a 10-meter radius, the area resembled an ice cave. Streams of magic circulated through her body, along precise channels, and the chanting influenced the ambient cold, merging with the energy to gradually transform the colorless magic into an icy blue glow. Soon, the magic disappeared from her meridians, replaced by frost force radiating chilling energy. Her entire body was now suffused with this power. Anyone touching her would find her body colder than a corpse frozen for decades. Though Irina's high ice element affinity protected her from harm, the extreme cold hardened her skin, almost like natural armor. At the same time, her chanting grew more intense. The frost force coursing through her body seemed constrained by an external mundane force, driving it toward her abdomen. Simultaneously, the magic stored in Fu Bowen's abdomen began to expand outward. Streams of compressed energy formed a magical barrier, isolating a section of space. Within this region, the residual energy retreated, becoming Irina's backup power supply. "Phantasm, come test your Fu Bowen energy." You only avoided that awkward situation with the curse's effect on Fu Bao by cleverly using the vocalized Lin method. At this moment, aside from the mana forming the protective barrier around Fu Bao, all of your remaining mana was converted into Fu Bao's own power. Even with Fu Bao's energy fully coursing through your body, your own mana was steadily recovering. Every piece of armor under her skin was a full foot thick, yet when Fu Bao wore it, It felt weightless, hardly affecting her agility at all. Now, as Fu Bo channeled her spell power, simply speaking the spell's name allowed you to clearly feel both a slowdown in the energy flow and an increase in the spell's potency. After all, even fully mastering the freeze spell as vocalized Lin, the power of Lin with wand and voice still couldn't quite match the extraordinary Lin. Before executing Fu Bo's spell, she tested its defensive capability. You watched eagerly as Phantom God finished creating the remaining purgatory automatons and stored them in the metal cube. Ice spell. When two wizards are equally skilled, the key factor in battle becomes their mana reserves. The presence of backup energy subtly increases the chance that Phantom God or Fu Bo might fail in a real fight. Without a doubt, the 8 bullets were effortlessly deflected by Fu Bo's armor, some even leaving scratches on its surface. Before feeling the lingering curse of Divine Blade behind her, Irina had already gauged the protective strength of Fu Bo's ice spell. Against it, only a handful of elite aurors would stand a chance of inflicting damage. Phantom God acknowledged, and I drew my Desert Eagle from my pocket, firing 8 rounds straight at Irina's mana-shielded chest. The red beams struck Fu Bo's armor, but were refracted off, scattering to the side. Even though her mana was depleted as before, Irina remained calm. The existence of backup energy prevented her from drawing on spell power to recover, yet also kept her from losing the ability to resist entirely. That ancient magic, Fu Bo's battle armor, had to be created by some brilliant yet eccentric mage. Fu Bo shouted, and small streams of spell power oozed across her skin, solidifying into thick, segmented plates of magical armor. Irina commented, "Phantom God, let's test him with firearms, special magic, white magic, and alchemy one by one." The Divine Blade's residual power was indeed formidable. It was, so far, Fu Bo's only effective curse. Phantom God nodded slightly, and I stepped forward. He attempted white magic, and I raised my hand. A tangible blade shot through the air, aimed directly at Irina. Keep in mind, she was fully armored with her ice spell. Before the explosive spell hit Irina, it detonated violently, and the shockwave alone was enough to push Fu Bo forward a half-step within her protective barrier. Phantom God swung his wand, launching a disarm spell, followed by an explosion spell, alternating rapidly toward Irina. Divine Blade. Even before converting all mana into spell power, Irina had already begun experimenting with several applications of Fu Bo's power recorded in the texts. She thought to herself, having to shout a spell name every time in battle is so awkward. Not even her flawless face was covered by a transparent spell veil capable of blocking both physical and magical attacks. Of course, this might be a slight exaggeration. Just like Phantom God's Purgatory automaton, if the opponent were willing to expend hundreds of times more mana to forcibly melt Fu Bo's ice spell, she would have no choice. This was something you would never have felt before fully mastering vocalized Lin. Now, Phantasm had the magic Prohibition Fire and the Magic God's Scepter's energy crystals as backup power, while Irina had her own personal reserve of casting energy. Irina studied the frost force beneath her with curiosity. Just as you had unconsciously shouted the name of the technique earlier, you realize that even when calling out a spell you created yourself, the act of naming it slightly slowed your manipulation of the casting energy. A deep crack, nearly 2 inches wide, appeared across the surface of the spell-casting armor on Irina's back. The cursed energy tried to expand beyond the fissure, but was continuously suppressed by the faint casting energy within. As for the elite aurors, if you stood among 100 of these specially trained aurors wearing the frost armor, even a single move from you would likely be untouchable. They would have no way to stop you. Disarm him. Thunder explosion.